morning, ladies and gentlemen, on whichever coast you are on. This is a very special day. It is the inaugural Open of AGE East. Bryce Platt's here with Michael. You okay, Michael?
Freezing.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
We're not on the East Coast, Michael. We're still on the West Coast where it's 60 degrees and sunny.
Oh, we are?
Yeah. We sent producer Justin on a plane out to the East Coast.
Yeah. My bad.
You feel a little better?
Oh, yeah, this is great. It's actually really warm here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, whew.
Okay, well, as Michael disrobes, let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today. This is our first ever remote broadcast at Arcane Games and Events. So if you take a look behind us, you'll see what looks like an unfinished garage. And you would be mostly right. But it is also the setting of AGE Studios, where we can bring you a flesh and blood broadcast from anywhere in the world, beamed right here in Los Angeles.
How exciting.
I think so, Michael, and I hope you do too. So we are about to head it off with some incredible The Hunted limited action beamed directly from Whitensville, Massachusetts, and Great Stories Comics and Gaming. That's right. This is AGE East. This is the thing that we have been plugging for so long. And it's February 9th. The fated day has finally come. So before too long, we're going to see some really incredible Eastern players coming our way and drafting it out, trying to find their way to U.S. Nationals in Las Vegas this year. So it bears mentioning that this is not a typical Arcane Games and Events Open. We are kind of piggybacking on Great Stories Road to Nationals event and just bolstering a little bit. We are going to be streaming it, as is very apparent right now. Also, we're adding a little bit of extra prizing. What do you see, Michael? What do you like?
I see a Nats invite for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fantastic stuff. Going to Nationals. I see a mat and a gold foil. Gold? That's amazing.
You heard it. And so the pricing is almost exactly the same as every other Road to Nationals event that you'll go to this season. The only difference is that we are, of course, tacking on some of those AGE Open points that players are going to be able to use to attend their very own Eastern Players Championship. How about that, Michael?
Looking forward to it.
We're not going to have one Players Champion this year. We are going to have two, one from the East and one from the West. We're trying to figure out a place for them to show down, maybe middle of the road of the country in Kansas or something like that.
I think we've got like a poll going. It's kind of a long-standing thing here. But I would love to see the East versus West clash. Very cool.
I'd love to see that as well. A place where all of the illustrious players that we've seen year-round can maybe clink a beer and have some good old fashion flesh and blood.
Sounds
so, Michael,
good. Yes.
are you just teeming with excitement? Are you ready?
I am so excited.
If you were cold before, things are going to be very hot in just a moment as all the fangs emblazon their blades, all the Syndras get ready to flick them with lightning fast speed, and of course Arcane, maybe the coldest of these three heroes,
of course.
Prepares to dig his daggers in deep. Bottom line, the points are going to be sharp and the flesh and blood is going to be intense. So Michael, you just competed in one of these Hunted limited events.
I did.
And you did fairly well. You were very narrowly out of the top 8 cut.
Yeah.
How do you like this format so far?
I really like this set. I think this is one of my favorite, if not my favorite draft sets. I remember, of everyone I've talked to who has talked about their favorite draft set so far, I've noticed that their favorite one is the one that they started playing Flesh and Blood with. So for me, that was Tales of Aria. And I just got so hooked on the game when I first sat down and drafted that set that it's kind of hard to push it out of my mind as number one. But I've noticed that pattern, and I think I need to look past my initial kind of biased first impressions. I think Hunted might be my number one.
I would have to agree with you.
Set. Really
I kind of got in around the same time, but I would say like the formative draft set for me was Uprising.
Okay.
Which honestly, like...
That's what my brother Elliot said as well. He said his favorite set was Uprising.
Okay. I wouldn't say it was my favorite, though.
Okay.
It was kind of like when I got into the game, so that's when I got used to drafting. That being said, it honestly, like, the theme of Uprising and the heroes in it just didn't click for me.
Fair.
I know there are a lot of Fi lovers, Dromai lovers, Icelander lovers. for whatever reason, it just wasn't.
So what's
the
your
set
number
that
one?
gripped me.
What's your favorite
Honestly,
draft?
for limited, I think it's the Hunted,
Yeah,
Michael.
it's good.
It's
good.
outstanding.
It's just so equal across the board.
Uh-huh.
Arachne wins, Fang wins, Syndra wins. They all feel so powerful, and they do what they do differently. And it's so cool to see such a balance across the board in a draft set. It's hard to pull off.
It's definitely hard to pull off, especially when so many of the classes involved have the identity of really leaning into attack reactions, right? Because I think, especially from a newer player perspective, it can seem super swingy. Like
Right.
people are stealing games out of nowhere, but the great equalizer is all of this limited equipment that you can almost guaranteed get 2 points of defensive value out of every single game. Obviously, you have to jump through some hoops. There's some skill expression there, but it makes it so that these blowouts just don't usually happen. All the games that we're going to see today, or the majority of them, are going to come down to that last point of life,
Looking forward to it.
including the one that knocked you out, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Last month, boy, that was a grinder. It came down
was,
to
it
not only the
was.
last points of life in life, but also the last couple cards in
The
deck.
last seconds, the last cards, and the last points of life. Every metric that you can measure a victory in Flesh and Blood came down to the wire in that game.
Oh, I can't
was
wait to
great.
see more of it. Oh, I'm teeming with excitement as we get our feature pod ready. But until then, we mentioned the Players' Championship. Let's go ahead and talk about how the West is shaking out. A friendly reminder, you're not going to see any of the players on your screen today because they're here in Los Angeles. There will be some new Eastern players, but all of them are starting at 0, a beautiful bagel of AGE points. For now, however, let's take a look at how the standings are shaking out in the West. Colin, the boy wonder, don't call me the boy wonder. Erickson is at the top of the charts, but he's tied directly with our last month's winner, Austin Chin. Both of them have top 8 finishes, and both of them have victories.
Austin Chin piloting that Arachne to perfection.
That absolute smash of an Arachne deck last month.
Absolutely.
Who else do you see, Michael?
I mean, coming in third, we've got Julio Adame, another person who made it to the top 8. I think maybe, was he in the quarterfinals or the semis?
He was in the top 8 in,
right,
I believe he made it quarters both month.
Okay,
Both
there you
months.
go. Double quarters sitting at 30.
Julio's one of my favorite Michaels because he did not pay his way for the January Open. One of his friends dragged him out there and bought him the ticket just so that he would go.
Wow. Well, I'm sure we'll see him again now that he's performing well. Third place for Julio.
Yeah, looks like we've got our hooks in him.
And of course, Tyler Horsepool, host of AGE now at his local store, coming in 4th, 27th. And Fuzzy Delp, a name we have seen so many times. 5th place, looking down. Of course, I'm going to skip over to Paul real quick because we got to keep moving. That's my boy, my Altadena homie, coming in 7th place.
In our Odyssey local.
Odyssey local.
What a treasure of a human being is Paul Selinsky. I am so happy to see his name on here with the likes of the heavy hitters like Anthony Pham, Colin Erickson, Austin Chin, Andrew Rudin, etc. We've also got a number of representatives from the Pitch It To Me podcast. We got Fuzzy Delp coming in 5, which you have already mentioned, and also a newcomer, Clark Moore, who has been an AGE grinder since the beginning. But he made his way into the top 8 of the February Open. He was our feature drafter for the final pod, and he has secured a good number of AGE points.
And a representative of that Hawaiian shirt.
Very true. Well, very like-minded in your own regard. I remember when you were sporting it for
That's right, in
Battle San Diego. That brought a huge smile to my face.
Excellent.
So we are gathering our players for the feature pod. It won't be long now. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break while the final preparations are coming up. And then it's nothing but hot, intense flesh and blood action after this. Welcome back. We promised some really stellar players this month, and boy, do we have one to start off. It's Noah Bagelman, who just placed 5th at Worlds in Osaka with a very spicy Viscerai Runeblood list. It was packing the Runeblood barriers, all the 9th blades, played nice and slow, did the turtle burst thing, and really performed well for him.
Absolutely. 5th place at Worlds. That's so exciting to have here at our AGE draft.
Yes.
Showing up game 1.
All of the player profiles that have been submitted have been boasting about how good the East is at Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Can they shape up to the West? We're about to find out. Soon, we're going to be getting down to the draft table and watching Noah Bagelman, who is a master of all disciplines in Flesh and Blood, because he has done so well at these Tier 4 events where you have to be good in draft and also CC.
Yeah, I don't know what his draft score was at Worlds, but it must have been quite good if he made it to 5th place.
Yeah, without a doubt. He at least had to survive. He had to be doing at least 2 1s. I actually don't recall his record, but it's entirely possible that he 3-0'd both of his pods.
Yeah.
And that was a really difficult draft format, Rosetta.
Yeah.
I didn't get to play around with it as much as I would have liked, but I know there was some really interesting intricacies with the dichotomy between Earth and Lightning.
Yeah.
Oftentimes players would shy away from the Lightning side of the table. I know a teammate on the AGE Pro team, Alex Vore, did incredibly well drafting 2 Lightning heroes at Worlds.
I actually played not at Worlds, but I was there in Osaka, and I played Acilio and had a great result. I think I ended up going 3-1 in the side event. He's pretty cool. I like that Acilio guy.
Well, enough about the Lightning. Let's get more down into the dregs of the Assassin Underworld and the fiery flames of Volcor. I'm getting word that we are ready to start this draft. So let's beam ourselves on over to the East Coast and take a look at what Noah Bagelman is going to open up in these packs. Christine, let's take a look. Thank you so much. And there is our man of the hour. It's Noah Bagelman in the top right of your screen, and he's got a fresh pack of the Hunted at the ready. Looks like producer Justin is giving the thumbs up, which means we are drawing up these cards and taking a look at what we got. First and foremost, what do we like here, Michael? I'm not seeing any huge reasons to go into any of these classes. There's a couple good open picks, though.
Yeah, I do really like opening with those defense reactions, especially if they can go across multiple classes. Really solid, sort of flexible opener. And of course, the equipment is another way to stay open. No extreme bombs, like you mentioned. So I expect some kind of leaning towards 2 classes here.
So yeah, pretty much any of these quote unquote open picks that Noah could take is definitely going to lean into 2 different classes. First pick is Den of the Spider, which is going to keep him in the Assassin Warrior lane. He's not sending strong signals either way, so I think he feels confident that he's not going to necessarily create an Assassin or Warrior by passing this pack to his left.
Yeah, I think that pack is very open across the board, so no strong signals, as you said.
And it looks like the player to his left might be legendary YouTuber Pheno Black.
Ooh.
So you better believe that he's going to pick up on anything that comes his way. Let's see if we can figure out which card has been taken out of this pack. Noah pulls a Plunge the Prospect to the front. It looks like Assassin is still open. We've got 2 Assassin class cards.
Yeah, the Leapfrog Leggings is another one that I really like. Doesn't seem to be extremely favoring that one.
And Noah showing great fundamentals by pulling all of the class cards to the front so that he can see if he can identify that a signal has been sent his way. It looks like, however, we've got an even 2-2-2 split, so it's harder to tell what the player on his right is valuing. Looks like we might be missing a rare, though, so we might have a money drafter on Noah's right.
Yeah, money drafting at an event is a choice. Of course, I see that bomb as well in the form of, actually, which Draconic and Chain Ender is that?
That is Art of the Dragon Claw, I think is what you saw.
Not the best one of
Not
them.
the fire one, which is the one you really want because it pushes true damage, which is not as accessible to Ninja as most other classes in this format. Interesting, a yellow cut from the same cloth is the choice for Noah Bagelman here. Normally a really solid card, but I would imagine that he would be drifting, wanting it more in the red or the blue.
Showing that he might prefer yellows or at least value them highly. If
And
you can get yellows instead of blues, the average value of your deck can go way up as long as it can support those as resource cards over the blues.
The majority of the time in this draft format, the yellows aren't often good enough as resource cards. So you might as well take something super powerful like Cut from the Same Cloth. Noah pulling a number of warrior cards to the front of this pack. It certainly looks like the warrior lane might be open, at least at the early stages of pack 1. Yeah, he's really eyeing the Blistering Blade and the Tooth of the Dragon. Both of these cards are bread and butter for the Fang deck.
Yeah. What do you prefer between the two?
Tooth of the Dragon, hands down.
That's
because
what I was
it
gonna
allows
say.
you to do that sidestep. It also takes away value from your opponent blocking with things like the Red Alert,
Right, of
gloves,
course.
etc., which normally you can reliably get 2 points of value if you block the first dagger because they have to play a reaction. This Tooth of the Dragon, however, is not a reaction.
So we now have a loose commitment to Fang. We'll see if that continues to pan out as we see another very powerful reaction.
Let's see
Up
if
at the front.
we are missing any warrior commons at this point. It doesn't look like it. We see an Imperial Intent as well as a Hunt a Killer, which means that this warrior lane is still technically open. However, there's nothing super enticing for Noah. There's also not a whole lot of good wheels here. Maybe that yellow Hunt a Killer, maybe the Hand of Vengeance could circle around in pack 1.
Yeah. The defense reaction pulled third from front.
I do believe... Are we missing any commons yet, Michael? We've only seen the one ninja common, as far as I can tell. So it's possible that someone to his right has finally found their way into a lane, which does work out very well for Noah here because he's not in the same lane.
Which lanes are you seeing being taken there?
Potentially ninja has
Okay.
been taken at this point because we only had one ninja common in that pack.
I see. Well, an assassin ninja defense reaction was just pulled out, so maybe opting to pivot over to that assassin class.
Quite possibly, and honestly, not a huge reward in pick 4 here. I'm not seeing anything that is super enticing in the assassin.
Right.
It also looks like we're missing an assassin common at this point. So
Mhm.
Noah could be punished for trying to hedge back into assassin. We are seeing a good number, not a good number, but at least one good warrior card. 2 if you count the smoke out, which is draconic, so not
Mhm.
necessarily forced into the warrior lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him pivot back into warrior with this pack, and we see the draconic reaction sort of pulled to the front here.
And I think you have called it exactly right. Noah finding himself back, leaning towards the draconic side of his 2 open lanes,
Yeah.
assassin and warrior. He's got himself 3 defense reactions, only 2 if he stays in the warrior lane, but you can see how valuable defense reactions are in a limited format that offers them. And boy,
Another
howdy.
smoke out.
Yep, Smokeout comes right to the front, and that really helps Fang do exactly what he wants. You want consistent sources of marking. Hopefully, you can have ones that are uninteractable. Smokeout, one of the best options.
And the thing I'm really curious about here is what signals are we seeing?
We are starting to see warrior cards in the common slot dry up, which is usually
Okay.
our best tell that somebody else is in this lane. That being said, Fang is definitely the hero in this limited format of the triangle that is most resistant to a lot of people being in the same class. I
And
think.
why is that?
And I think it's hard to tell. I think it's just because he has more available. Ooh, and a leapfrog's picked up.
So once
which-
again, assassin ninja hedging back over. Kind of a little bit of a flip-flop here as Noah seems to be really valuing the open lane over the commitment early on.
sitting squarely on the fence is Noah Bagelman, showing just how important it is to stay open, or at least
Mhm.
that he values it here.
That's right.
Just biding his time until he sees the green light to go headlong into one of those 2 open lanes.
And I'm seeing some good assassin ninja cards in here as well.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that the ninjas are going to be eaten good in this pod because we have seen some really good red cards making their way around the table. It's curious if people are going to start reading these signals and finding themselves into those lanes. It's entirely possible that too many people decide to go ninja at the end of pack 1 and then are not so happy in pack
And
2.
we see another Assassin Warrior yellow being picked up, showing the value of the yellow resource base over the blue.
Ooh, and it really seems like Ninja is open here, Michael, because we got a Cinderskin Devotion and a Demonstrate Devotion here in, what is this, pack 8, pick 8 at this point?
So how many cards here can go towards Ninja if he does end up?
So it seems that he is hedged. Oh, and he takes the cut deep. So it seems like Noah is still
Ninja is
very much in the warrior lane.
Yeah, wow. Ninja's not his choice. And this feels like kind of a hard commitment into warrior. Blue block 3, kind of going against what I said about the yellow base. But of course, it being a block 3 is where you can sort of get that 3 value out of the card.
So at this point, Noah has 2 unplayables in the Leapfrog Gloves and the Lair of the Spider for Warrior. He must have seen something in that pack that at least convinced him enough that he is not going to have a whole lot of competition. And here's a really important pack right here, because this was Noah's first pack.
The wheel.
This is the first of the wheeled packs. This is going to give Noah a ton of information going into pack 2 about whether he chose right or perhaps wrong.
We do see some pretty good resource cards here for Warrior.
And this could be the reason, this could be the exact reason that Noah is deciding to stick to the warrior lane, because he knew that a ton of good wheels were going to be coming back around to him. And boy, Michael, Ninja is still looking wide open to me, because the fact that a Lava Vein Loyalty makes its way all the way around the table is quite impressive.
That's
for
a
the
red
Ninja
block 3 go again. So versatile in the Draconic Ninja class.
Noah closing his eyes, looking for inspiration for from the Fab gods above.
Get just a little bit of a break here as Noah gets to wait for his opponent.
I love looking at Noah's face here, because you can see him waffling. He's making decisions in his head and weighing what's in his pool and what's not. The hardest thing about the in-person draft is the fact that you don't have a graphic up in front of you like this, like you do on the Runaways drafting queues, where you can see your entire pool. And I'm sure in his head, especially with those open picks, he's like, how many defense reactions did I take? How many reds do I have? How many blues do I have?
I also imagine some of the emotion that we're seeing is some kind of, I think he might not be thrilled. I think he's okay, but I don't think he's thrilled about his picks so far.
He's definitely not extremely excited, and I think that's told, case in point, on his face. But if he's found his way into an open lane, that's the thing about staying open, Michael, is by the end of pack 1, you have some dud cards in your hand. But if you've done the research right, if you have read the table correctly, you are rewarded immensely in pack 2 and 3.
That's exactly it. And I think that the sort of, it's like jostling for your position pack 1. It's not about getting the best cards, the best bombs. It's about making sure to gain your seat and hold it for the rest of the draft.
Another resource card makes its way into Noah Bagelman's pool, making it 2 blues. Oh boy, and 2 Ninja wheels.
Wow.
Boy, howdy, Michael, is Ninja open in this pod?
That's not what I'm used to seeing. Most of what I was doing last week at the draft was seeing Ninja dry up quickly.
So, yeah, it definitely feels in general, unless you've got a really amazing Ninja pool in the packs overall, that Syndra tends to be the 2 of in the pod. And oftentimes that can still mean that she doesn't do super well. Noah, however, finding a lot of Ninja wheels here, and he's almost out of collateral as far as his dead picks go. He's gonna have to start finding cards that he can actually play.
I expect in the beginning of this next pick, he will go straight for the bombs. No more flexibility, as you mentioned. I am curious to see what kinds of cards he has passed. Obviously, we saw a couple warrior cards wheel around, but they weren't exactly the highest quality. So if he's unlucky and a couple warriors are seated directly to his left, maybe because he didn't send strong warrior signals, he could have a bit of a desert looking ahead at the warrior cards.
Now, we saw this situation last month with Clark Moore. He had a bit of a dud of pack 1, but because he stuck to his guns, those cards started coming around his way, and he opened up several bombs just straight out of the pack.
That's the thing. This pack 1, pick 1 can change everything depending on what you rip. That's what's so exciting about these randomized cards.
And here we go. Pack 2, Noah is hoping to open up some bombs. And we see a role player in the form of Blistering Blade. Also not a bad pickup of Drop of the Dragon Blood.
Yeah,
Maybe not the best Fang card because you need to get to Draconic Link 2, but also a Blaze Headlong, which is not a bad addition.
0 for 4s. That's what we like to see.
They tend to be good. Honestly, what I love most about Blaze Headlong is it's a way to keep fealty up with one card in your hand.
Yeah.
You send a very efficient 4, and you also save your fealties for next turn if you were forced to block a lot on the previous turn.
Absolutely. And if you get some red openers that are front pumps, you have the option to make your first dagger your Chain Link 2, which really enables a lot of these fealty creators if he is fortunate enough to get them.
I really like the Scar Tissue, but honestly, it's probably going to have to be this Blistering Blade. That's just a very necessary role player in the Fang deck, and Noah is deficient on them for sure. He's just got the Tooth of the Dragon so far to be a Draconic card that he can play in the Link step, or excuse me, in the reaction step to give his daggers go again.
And Blistering Blade it is.
And now we have 2 role players for that Fang deck.
Yeah, he's really going to want to get as many Draconic reactions as possible, especially if they cost 0 or have the ability to cause 0 through reduction effects, as that is the engine of this deck.
Okay, we've got a really good equipment piece in the Red Alert boots, but was that another Tooth of the Dragon behind those boots?
I missed it. It could have been.
It is.
Okay.
I would imagine that's going to be the snap pickup here. Unfortunately, Noah not able to find any equipment pieces that he can actually wear legally in Pack 1. So he is not only going to be having to find bombs and role players, he's also got to find his clothes.
Yep. Definitely going to be hoping that everyone else prioritized equipment and that it can wheel over to him.
And yes, here we go. Tooth of the Dragon is the pickup. Noah finding himself sitting pretty after 2 picks out of Pack 2.
Yeah, 2 Tooth of the Dragons is a fantastic thing for your Fang deck. The evasive reaction that tempts the blocks and then dodges them.
Yeah, allows you to do that sidestep thing that we love so much.
Bit of a Draconic Twinning Blade, I've heard it called.
Okay, we've got 2 resource cards pulled to the front immediately. Not a whole lot else for Noah in this pack, unfortunately.
I did see Red Alert gloves, but he doesn't seem interested in those.
It is time to start picking up equipment for sure. Honestly, I would be pulling that to the front of the pack, considering
personally I would too.
Right now he is he's going naked into battle, and that's never where you want to be.
I definitely think that he's a better drafter than I am, though. So seeing what he does here, actually, I think I'm learning a little bit about where the priorities lie.
Yeah, because if we take a look at his blue base right now, ultimately he's got only 2 blues that he can actually play, and he's got 3 yellows. So he's got some resource cards, but I'm sure he's hurting for him at this point.
Sure.
But he's kind of hurting for everything in this Fang deck.
Yeah. Still needing to find all the glue to put these cards together, and he goes for that blue Hunt a Killer. Strong, it blocks 3 and it can mark, so it's definitely playable.
It is a resource card and it is a safety. You would tend to want your blues, I think, to be more like cut deeps or point of engagement because they also have that 3 block value, but they can be played for 0 in the second phase of the game when all of your daggers are free.
It is nice, I think, to have blues that cost, because if you ever do end up with double resources in your hand, one of them can kind of go over rate because of that cost. So
we've got some good picks here. We've got an Incision at the back of the pack, which is a 0 for 3 dagger pump reaction. We've also got a Blaze Headlong at the front of the pack for Noah. Red Alert Vest. There's a lot of good options here for him. He's probably looking at what could possibly wheel for him, and the Blaze Headlong is the pick.
Just too much value printed on that lower left corner to ignore it. But again, no equipment.
And honestly, some of the best art, in my opinion, out of Uprising.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we've got another reaction at Noah's disposal.
Wow.
Ooh, 2 reactions.
So maybe the Warriors on his left are not there.
And excuse me, I have been saying that Noah has no equipment pieces, but he did find a Vow of Vengeance in Pack 1 that I'm just remembering. So he at least has a hat. He's going to have to find something for his torso, his arms, and his legs, though.
That's right.
Sizzling Steel is the pickup here, which I absolutely love. That is a card that can be a game closer because it doesn't fit the mold of what the Fang deck is doing from turn to turn.
Anytime you get the ability to do +4, nobody's expecting that.
Comedy comes in 3s, and so do these attack reactions, but not in the case of Sizzling Steel. Noah's pulling a resource, yet another resource card, to the front of the pack.
And I think just the fact that this can mark and it can sort of be the engine that you need it to be. When you have a bunch of blues early on, you really need to be getting online with those fealties. So having blues that fill that role is really nice.
We're up to 4 playable blues now. Interesting. He finds himself a Sharpened Senses. I don't know if that is quite a limited bomb in this set.
Yeah, I mean, I like yellow block 3s. I'm not going to lie. I think Fang is kind of happy to play something like that. And, you know, it comes in for 2 value when you play it.
You would certainly take it over that Hunt a Killer. I'm kind of eyeing the Public Bounty here just because it is an uninteractable source of marking for which to generate the fealty tokens and get into that second phase of the Fang game.
I do really like the Public Bounty cards. I definitely prefer them in red just because, you know, they're a little underrate in yellow and they block 2.
And Noah valuing the foil knife through butter here.
Yeah.
A curious pickup. What do you think of that?
Well, the front pumps are just very high value. You know, it's a 0 for 4. It's kind of like a Blaze Headlong.
Ah, and a Pledge Fealty.
Ooh.
This is a card that is really fun because it allows you to do the sidestep thing, but it also just accelerates your game plan. Uninteractable Fealty for the Fang deck is a premium.
Yeah, absolutely. It comes in the form of Pledge Fealty as well as a few other reactions that say if it's the second chain link, but this is by far the easiest way to make fealties. So I really like that he's able to pick that one up. And it says once again to me that there's likely not very many warriors in this pod. I'm very surprised to see some of these passed his way.
We did see some commons drying up, so I definitely don't think that Noah is the only warrior in this pod.
Yeah.
Probably hovering around 3 would be my guess.
They're probably seated directly to his right, if that's the case.
Because this is Noah's original pack from pack 2. We see the Scalding Iron sitting there, which is not a surprise to me. That is definitely the most lackluster of the Fang reactions.
And he goes for the drop instead.
Yeah, the fact that the drop made it back over is pretty interesting to me. I mean, honestly, I think that is kind of a ninja card in this limited format, but the ninjas are, we've already talked about, the ninja lane is pretty open at the moment, at least if what we saw from pack 1 is indicative of the rest of the pod.
Look at that. Blood drop.
I like the lay low here.
Yeah.
Honestly, lay low for me personally has been a card that has performed admirably well.
I don't think I've gotten to play with it, so I don't have a very reliable valuation of that card. But of course, a yellow defense reaction that blocks 3 and potentially 4. I mean, that's great. It's so flexible in being able to pay resources. But knife. Oh no, he goes for the lay low. Kind of juked us there. Already getting his Fang chops up and running.
We'll have to get that corrected on the pack pool.
We have to the point now. So looking at the resource cards as the packs dwindle in their options. And there it is, lay low, corrected.
Nice and corrected.
Oh, look at that.
He's found himself a chess piece. How about that, Michael?
What a fantastic with 2 picks left, being able to get another piece of equipment.
I definitely think that those draconic pieces are the ones that are valued the lowest,
right?
By and large, just because their maximum value is derived only by facing an Arachne, which you can kind of only expect 2 to 3 to be in the pod. 4 if the assassin players are incredibly unlucky. But taking a quick review here, we've got pack 2 pulled up for Noah, sitting on a good number of resource cards here.
Yeah.
We've got 5 in the blue that are playable, and we've got only 5 that are playable in the yellow. So honestly, I think he's feeling pretty good about his resource base at this point. He's got to find some power in this last pack.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think if he could get another, 8, 9 red cards, good ones, that would be great.
And of course, 2 more equipment pieces. He is still naked on his hands and his feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are some really good ones that he could pick up. Honestly, besides those red alert pieces that we saw making their rounds in Pack 2, equipment has kind of been pretty dry. So
Yeah.
I tend to think that this pod has been valuing equipment very highly, and it's entirely possible that Noah will have his pick of the litter in Pack 3 because everybody's already suited up.
Yeah, that's the hope. And the review is done as we go into the final pack of the draft.
I love watching good players go through their review period because it's the piece of the puzzle that has been missing for me in draft for so long. Just because, like, you get to that minute and you're like, I have a minute to look at what I've got, but I don't know what to look for. Like, the fact that he is just dialed into exactly what he needs is so cool to see.
Loyalty Beyond the Grave, once again, really valuing those defense reactions as it goes straight to the front. Although, maybe it's a Sisters of Fire.
I like the Sisters of Fire here just because Noah is definitely lacking role players at this point. But Loyalty to the Grave is a great defense reaction. That being said, it's not going to reach...
It's an okay defense reaction, but if he's lucky enough to be past another one, then it becomes phenomenal.
Yeah,
but
and the likelihood is very low. So
is.
the chances of it actually reaching its max potential in Limited is very, very low. Honestly, that makes me value it a lot lower.
Right, of course. Maybe you could pick it Pack 1 if you...
that would be interesting. That would be an interesting Pack 1 pick one. Sisters of Fire devoted to the card pool of Noah Bagelman.
Good choice there.
Yep.
Just a block 3
I
defense
don't fault him at all.
Or attack reaction.
Let's see if we can figure out what was taken from this pack. I immediately see Warrior Common, Assassin. Oh, that was a foil Assassin Common. 2 Warrior Commons. Okay, so...
Wow. Yep, so the Warriors are seated directly to his right. Or you said you saw 2?
No, I saw 2.
Okay, excuse me.
3 actually.
Okay.
So this is one of those 3 class card packs. I think what we're lacking is an Assassin Common.
Okay.
Oh, there's 1. No, never mind. There's 2. It might have been a rare out of that first pack that was taken. So not quite able to tell what is on Noah's right at this point. But he's got his pick of the litter of good, solid Warrior Commons. Honestly, I like that cut deep. I'm glad he's reaching for that card.
Just a front pump 4 +4, 3 block, 0 cost.
And if you're in the second phase of the game where your daggers are free because you have made your loyalty to the Emperor nice and clear, then it's just a straight up 0 for 4.
And we see another defense reaction. So I'm not sure if Noah just got all the defense reactions. Obviously not, but there's a lot in this pool. I think more than I'm used to seeing on average.
Yeah, I wonder if the pod is valuing them somewhat lower than we'd be expected, or
Noah's not. I'll say that much.
Yeah, Noah is certainly not.
He is getting a ton of these.
And because he has so many of them, he doesn't need to rely on his reactions doing the heavy lifting as far as marking goes. Honestly, he can kind of just sit pretty and mark his opponent on the defense and then just chip in little by little to get those fealty tokens and then let all of his non-attack front pumps get all of his damage through.
And the value of these defense reactions into other Fangs and Arachnes is so high because it really lets you sort of wait until they present their attack. But into Syndra, it's actually, I think, not that great. And there might be one Syndra floating around with the absolute nuts. So that's going to be interesting if he ends up sitting across the table from that.
Just dodge him, Michael. Just dodge him until the finals of the pod and take the 2-1 all the way to the bank. So we got a red Public Bounty and a red Incision.
One thing I will say about Public Bounty in this spot is that because he has so many defense reactions that already mark, it might not be all that important to mark at the beginning of your turn. And as it blocks 2 as well and costs a resource, maybe Noah's kind of not valuing it as highly as... Because I love that card, but I understand the logic of, how about just a 0 for 3 reaction that blocks 3?
And you have to consider that if you find yourself with a surplus of fealty, all of a sudden that 0 for 3 becomes a 0 for 4 because of the way it interacts with Obsidian Firevein.
Yeah, 0 for 4, go again.
Playing back in her boots!
How can you get that? What is this, pack 4, pack 5? That's an insane pull. Noah is happy to see that.
Unfortunately, he's lined it up in the same pack as the other boots that he probably most wants to see in the pod, which is starting point. Probably the most synergistic.
Ones, right?
Yes, exactly. The most synergistic with Fang.
But he already gets his go. I think you got to take the Guardwell here.
I think you do too. The only argument for starting point is Fang uses them the best because popping a fealty meets its condition. So you can do a very cute sidestep where you go dagger, especially in the later stages of the game, your opponent overblocks
Wow,
it.
I
You
didn't know
activate
that
a
at
fealty,
all.
give it go again,
No
and then
wonder
just
I
put
lost.
all of your reactions on the second dagger.
That's awesome. Wow, cool tech to learn about just now.
Oh, we see another good role player in Blistering Blade at the ready for Noah Bagelman. He's thumbing through that March of Loyalty and a Calming Breeze as well, though. How do you feel about Calming Breeze in the limited format?
You know what? I think it's a block 3 that sometimes isn't.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that great. Of course, the ability to sort of make sure that Flick Knives doesn't hit is phenomenal, but it's really sort of, you got to line it up.
Yeah, and because the best case scenario for Assassins in limited is that they just have the one-time use of Flick Knives and not the every single turn like they do in CC. I tend to value Calming Breeze a little bit lower in limited.
Exactly. And I'm there with you, especially with, I think, we were just talking about how powerful these Draconic 4 power cards are when you go down to a single card hand. And, a block 3 version of it in March of Loyalty is definitely a contender. But going for the Blistering Blade, just continuing to pile on those Draconic attack reactions, so important for the engine, as we see Noah starting to really get the pieces together of this deck that are going to allow him to not only have good defensive capabilities in the form of defense reactions, but really strong offensive, as we see even another one pulled to the front, Sisters of Fire.
And I love watching this because last month, Michael, we saw 3 pods, or all 3 of our feature drafters pretty much forced from the get-go. So I love watching somebody also do the opposite plan really well. Stay open and find his way.
Rewarded. Look at the number of red reactions and just bomb Fang cards that are being passed this way. It's like he really read the table right.
He's in a situation, because he stayed open, though, where he can't snap pick the Fire and Brimstone because he's still kind of lacking on role players, ultimately. And Fire and Brimstone is not quite the bomb that it is in CC.
Sure.
Because it's like, if you don't have the role player base already set, the chance of you actually going 4 links wide and making the Fire and Brimstone that worth it is pretty low.
And it looks like Noah might have that same opinion as he brings the Sizzling Steel up to the front. Of course, Fire and Brimstone is such a cool card. It can be tempting.
Yeah, whoever spoiled that card did a fantastic job.
But this is another one of those cards that, as you mentioned, 1 for 4 is a breakpoint that a lot of people aren't going to be able to respect.
Ooh, and pulling a point of engagement to the front. That is one of the best front pump non-attacks that Fang can get.
Yep.
Especially in the later stages of the game.
Yeah.
And if your opponent is already marked, say they're at 1 and they're going to be perpetually marked until they die.
That's a 0 for 5 in that situation.
Yes, it is. A lot of snap picks here for Noah. Looks like this deck is really coming together.
Brothers of Flame.
Honestly, I might consider the yellow scar tissue at this point.
Yeah.
He's now sitting pretty when it comes to role players and reactions. Noah says, no, I'm going to go with this Brothers of Flame. So it's important to mention that now he has 3 of these reactions that must be played on Draconic Link 2 or greater.
Right. And I think he's going to need to fill out the rest of this with resources, considering a lot of those cards are also 1 costs. And we see him pull that blue up.
So currently he's sitting on 6 blues total and 7 yellows with which to work. Honestly, that's not a bad resource base for a Fang deck in limited.
Yellow block 3, agility stance.
That being said, you're always running the risk of drawing an all-red hand. In this case, he's also at the risk of drawing a hand that is comprised 75% of reactions that can only be played on the second Draconic Chainlink.
Ooh,
he also doesn't have any Draconic attack starters. It's important to mention.
I think sort of, counter picking here.
Interesting.
I think he must just feel he has enough resources, and nice. That's
and
a really, he's very happy with that final card.
1 more safety resource card on the back end there.
Okay.
All right, we are going to populate our draft overview. Looks like producer Justin is coaching all these players. Noah Bagelman thumbing through what I think is at least going to be a 2-0 deck in the hands of a world champion competitor.
Yeah, I think that he put together something pretty spicy.
And it was case in point what we were talking about, Michael. He stayed open, and even though his deck looked very lackluster, it looked really dicey at the beginning or at the end of pack 1, he was really rewarded with a lot of
Yeah.
red cards toward the end.
He definitely, and I think the real signal was the wheel on pack 1. His ability to kind of read that and go, hey, there's still warrior cards in here. That means that nobody took them, which, to be fair, they were yellows, but I mean, he picked a yellow pack 2.
And
Or
it
pick
also
2, rather.
it also means that when everybody else is clamoring to fill out their resource base in pack 3, Noah's already got it settled. So everybody else has to weigh reds against
Right.
actually being able to play all the
Sure,
cards in their deck,
sure.
and he's getting all the bombs as they come back around.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, we saw a ton of red warrior cards get passed in pack 3. So, I mean, I think we just got a little bit of a masterclass in how to stay open. That was really cool to watch.
Let's see. So let's talk about what the scarier cards that we saw for other classes going around the table. We saw that Wrath of Retribution.
Yep.
We saw a good number of role player plus assassin cards. We really didn't see a lot of Majestics.
True.
So I tend to think that there is a really scary deck out there that we just don't have a lot of information about because we didn't see those cards going around.
Yeah, no, it's very likely that somebody somewhere got a couple bombs. Maybe they were spread out. Maybe they all landed on one person. And also just noticing how sort of open Ninja was. I think if anyone was able to sniff that out early enough and decide to hard commit to Ninja, they probably have a very scary deck.
Only time will tell, and we are going to shift on over to our draft overview and take a better look at this deck that Noah Bagelman has put together. Here it is, the illustrious pool of our 5th place from Worlds in Osaka.
Yeah.
So the first thing we want to look at, Michael, is all of these role players. We're going to talk about
draconic cards.
Yeah, 17 ain't bad, Michael. It
Nah.
fills up over half your deck.
That's great.
So the ones we mainly want to look towards as role players in Fang are these draconic reactions, like Blistering Blade, which is honestly one of the best that you can hope for. It's great if you have to play it on the first draconic chain link. It's even better if you have to play it on the second. We've got those. We've got a healthy smattering of these Brothers of Flame and Sisters of Fire,
Right.
which are great, but can be a bit of a contingency. They've got a risk handle attached to them because they can only be played on Draconic Chainlink 2 or greater.
Yeah, I find that these cards can be very powerful if you have a lot of starters in the form of Draconic attack action with Go Again, but the only one I see that he has a bunch of is Blaze Headlong, which does not fill that role as it also needs a red card. So, I mean, you can do front pump into Blaze Headlong, into Dagger Swing, then you sort of get it online, but that's a lot to ask. And I think the one thing that he needs to be really careful about, or just sort of cross his fingers and hope doesn't happen, is there is potential for clunk. The good news, though, is that he has so many defense reactions and cards that block 3 that he will have the option to sort of play a defensive game plan as long as his hand doesn't line up and sort of wait for the moment that it does. So he has that sort of out or the flexibility here of being a really defensive deck.
And defense reactions, like you said, are an absolute premium in this deck or in this limited format because so many of the heroes have access to really tricky sources of true damage. So anytime you can hold cards back and use them for their maximum defensive value and also help your offensive game plan by marking, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah.
So 4 playable defense reactions for Noah Bagelman. You better believe that all 4 of those are going to be in his deck and at the ready to stop any tricksy stealth attacks that are coming his way.
He's ready for the assassin.
Which I definitely think that there are a healthy number of assassins because, like we said, we didn't see any huge assassin bombs. We also like the role player pluses, the mark of the Black Widow, the mark of the funnel webs, the plunge the prospects dried up pretty darn quick.
Yeah, I mean, and as they should. I think picking a Mark of the Black Widow, just having one in your deck already improves your assassin deck so much.
Let's take a look at the threads that we were so worried about Noah picking up all throughout this draft. Looks like only 3 of them are going to be playable, so he's walking into a fight without any gloves on. But that being said, he did find himself one of the best pieces of equipment he possibly could in Blade Beckoner boots. The Blade Beckoner series is the series in the Hunted Limited.
And being able to pick that one up, I think it was pick 5 or 6. So cool to see him, have that sort of sneak into his pool when he needed it so much. So definitely a little bit lucky, but also, as you mentioned earlier, it seemed like people were picking equipment early. So if he sniffed that out and was like, look, something's going to show up, then it just goes to show how, smart of a drafter Noah really is.
Listen, there were some points where I really would have liked him to see him gravitate towards one of those red alert pieces.
Right.
But that being said, you're right. He ended up with a suite that is totally usable.
And I would never, ever suggest that somebody wait for pack 3, pick 5 to grab their Blade Beckoner boots, but it's possible.
It's possible. And not only possible, also very skilled in the hands of Noah Bagelman, I have to say. What else we got here, Michael? Let's take a look at all of our Draconic pieces here. So I want to talk about a turn cycle that I really hope we see out of Noah. So he's got 2 of these copies of Tooth of the Dragon, which while they're not a reaction, they are absolutely essential to the Fang deck, because when you play them in conjunction with the Obsidian Fire Vein, you give the dagger go again, just a teeny little bit of extra power, and then you pump the crap out of that next attack.
Absolutely.
But it just has to be Draconic. So I really hope what we see is a big old Tooth of the Dragon into, of course, Blaze Headlong, which would then come in for 7 at a break point. And then, hey, let's assume that our daggers are free. And we finish off with, an Obsidian Fire Vein, followed up by a Sisters of Fire.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a big old, that's a 3-card, 2, 7, 9, 5. No, 4.
3.
Oh, no,
4,
you're right. I'm so sorry. You know how to count. I don't. That is
3-card 14.
That is a 3-card 14.
That's like pretty typical of limited, right?
Yeah. No, there are some incredible turn cycles that can happen in this limited format.
No, it's very cool.
He's also got himself a couple of Draconic attacks. We've already mentioned Blaze Headlong, but he does indeed have a For the Realm, which can be instrumental. I'm sorry, For the Emperor, which is probably even better at 1 cost and 5 power. This can be instrumental in enacting his game plan and pledging enough fealty to where a turn cycle like what we've just described is actually possible.
Yeah, this card almost feels like it gives you 1.5 fealties, just because if they're already marked and it comes in, you sort of just automatically generate that fealty, and you kind of know that you're going to get one when it hits, or you're going to continue to have the option to get one if they do decide to block it out. So, obviously I say 1.5 because, you already marked them. That one sort of like you had to put the work in already, but I love these cards. It just feels like the moment you play it, it accelerates your ability to get online so quickly.
And furthermore, if we drift back to the equipment, if he finds himself against an Arachne, this is one of those cards that can be so useful with Heart of Vengeance.
Instant resource. I mean, we were just talking about all those 1-cost reactions. This will, nope. They're actually 0. So good.
And let's live in a world real quick, Michael, where Noah is able to mark an opposing Arachne hero with one of those 4 defense reactions that he has in his arsenal on their turn. Let's say he has to do a lot of blocking. He pops Heart of Vengeance on his turn and Blaze for the Emperor. That's a 0-card 5 that creates a fealty and also threatens another one.
Wow. That sounds good.
It sounds
that one
right.
resource is so powerful. And maybe the fact that, because I think he got that chess piece fairly early on, could have been part of the reason he was valuing the 1 costs a little bit higher.
Drifting on over to his marking capability, which is another important part of this Fang deck. If you can't just cheat out fealties, like with Pledge Fealty and For the Emperor, you might as well be able to mark your opponent and get it on the dagger swings. So we've got these premium defense reactions in Den of the Spider. This is probably the most useful one, I'd say. In
it's really good,
Smokeout.
but it doesn't. Well, the thing is, I would say that Smokeout really isn't good into Fang, and Den of the Spider really isn't good into Syndra. So it depends on your matchup. But that being said, I think what we saw is that there's not a lot of ninja, or at the very least, there's one really scary ninja. So if there is that, and I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, if there's a really scary ninja out there, I think this deck would like to dodge it if possible. The Smokeout, of course, being super versatile into the Assassin and the Ninja, not so much into the Fang.
It'll do some heavy lifting. Let's talk about his, I believe it was pack 1, pick 2 or 3, which was a yellow cut from the same cloth. Only a 2-block, and it's a front pump.
Right.
But I think Noah really values the first sentence on this card. Target opposing hero reveals their hand.
Yeah, it's
There's-
so good.
There's something so incredible that a tier player can do with information like that.
Yeah. The moment you see what their turn looks like, you just get to kind of take a deep exhale and relax because you know exactly what's going to be headed your way.
No more feigning a bunch of attack reactions on the
Sure.
Arachne side of the
Yeah.
board. He knows what's in that hand.
Especially in a set like you just mentioned with so many reactions. It's like, cool, I know all of it.
The Vow of Vengeance is an interesting piece here, Michael. I tend to view it as a Blade Break 1, even in the Arachne matchup. I've seen it pop, don't get me wrong,
Sure.
but I kind of tend to think that it's one of the weaker of this Draconic set,
Yeah.
especially when you factor in that if and when Noah goes up against that really horrible Syndra deck that is certainly lurking in this pod, it's only going to be a Blade Break 1.
Right.
We talked about how important it is that your equipment get 2 points of defensive value in this set. Going to be super easy for those Blade Beckoner boots, but not so much for the Vengeance series.
Yeah, no, the Vow of Vengeance, I agree with you. Of course, there is that sort of use case of, I've got 2 fealties and I'm swinging in and they say no blocks, and it's actually, I have 3 fealties. If you get into that situation and you can turn this into, yeah, I'm online now, it's very powerful, but it's not all that common to, for it to line up exactly like that. And sometimes just being able to block one at critical juncture is more useful.
I want to drift over to the 3 blocks, Michael. And the reason for that is because I think that Fang is the hero that can most easily fatigue out anyone else in this limited format. The reason is because all of their offensive capability is coming from those daggers, from the weapons, which means that anytime they're attacking with them, even if they're not online with 3 fealty, they're not using cards out of their deck, which means that they're inherently going to have a lot more towards the end of the game.
Right.
Both the other heroes, Syndra and Arachne, they spend their weapons. Their weapons go to the bin, and unless they have retrieve effects or Syndra is able to extend her turn super wide, they're not getting them back, which means that fatigue always goes to Warrior.
Yeah, no, I think you made a really good point. Every time you attack with your weapons, you sort of gain a little bit of an inch towards the fatigue game plan. And so if that's all you're doing all game long, it really starts to add up.
Which means, so Noah has 21 block 3s in his pool, 2 of which are unusable, which means that well over half of his deck blocks for 3.
Yep.
And that is a highway to being able to really defend your opponent out. We talked about the risk of Brothers of Flame and Sisters of Fire just because sometimes they're unplayables in your hand or arsenal, but they always block 3, Michael, which makes them very versatile.
Yeah, they have the flexibility. If you don't have the resource base to support it, just block with it. No big deal.
Now, Noah is forced into some block 2s and some pearls. Those Tooth of the Dragons that are so powerful on offense, and also the Pledge of Fealty could be a bit of a clunker on defense.
You don't want to draw those late game when you really need to defend something important.
We hope for our hero that he never is put in that position. However, it's entirely possible that it's going to happen. At some point, he's going to have to throw one of these so powerful cards in front of a scary stealth attack or the like. A lot of these also were kind of picked somewhat early, if I'm not mistaken, or taken over other red cards that we kind of liked. Equipment pieces. I think I remember properly that the Take a Stab was taken over a Red Alert piece.
Yeah. I think the idea here that at least what I'm assuming is going on is that Noah wants to have an even spread of yellow and blue. I was talking about how valuable yellow cards are as resources, but it seems like he also wants to have some blue base as well, especially, again, going back to those 1 costs. You need to go 1/1, which is 3 with a 1 cost reaction, whereas all the 0 cost reactions, you just have to pay for 2 daggers, and the yellows fill that role. So having the spread, I think, gives him the flexibility to kind of do both.
I could talk about that deck all day, Michael, but soon we have to see it in practice. So we are going to take a short break as our players register their pools. It is important to mention that it's open deck list. Because we have streamed one of our players' drafts, we have to keep competitive integrity, which means that it's going to take a little bit longer to register these pools. And also, we're going to get to see players review their opponent's deck list before we go live. Hopefully, that will tell us where these bombs actually ended up in the pod.
Yep.
And it also means that Noah is going to be aware of it, even though he didn't see the cards passed around the table.
Yeah.
So we are going to take a short break, and then we will get into our first games of AGE East with Noah Bagelman and an unnamed opponent. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be more Michael Murray, more below freezing temperatures, and more Arcane games and events after this. little chilly on the eastern seaboard at the moment, but things are about to heat up because we've got Cindering Syndra at the ready with her flaming kunai of retribution, and we also have Dr. Fang dipping his blades into kerosene and ready to light them ablaze. Are you excited, Michael?
I am, and we were just talking about how we thought that Syndra was pretty open. Turns out there is a 3-3-2 split, 3 Syndra, 3 Arachne, 2 Fang. So really called it right there. Noah Bagelman getting that open lane in the Fang. Of course, these Syndra decks could be really scary if the person who decided to, say, force it early is sitting in front of him. There were a lot of really good picks, so we'll see what kind of deck this Fang is up against.
So we, of course, have Noah Bagelman, who was our feature drafter. He's going to be going up against Hazel Hensley, who is another one of the players that we have featured with player profiles throughout the week. And she's going to be piloting that Syndra deck. Noah's on Fang. It's going to be a courtyard duel in the Draconic Palace when these two are very young and preparing for battle. It's going to be a fierce, fierce one for sure. I wonder if that Wrath of Retribution made its way all the way over 4 seats away from Noah after he saw it.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
That could be the linchpin in this game. But Noah's going to have to do some very bread and butter things and probably bide his time quite a bit. Really lean on those 3 blocks, especially if that Syndra comes out swinging.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a look at that draft overview as the players get ready? Beforehand, however, I want to touch on what's going on here in the West. We've got the Arcane Games and Events March Open already scheduled at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, which has been our de facto home here in 2025. Like I said, March 15th. Tickets and details are available at www.age.events. Get there, get your tickets, and see all of the familiar competitive faces next month.
Yeah. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Keep them coming.
Yeah, and we will keep doing it every single month, Michael. We've got to get our March Open for the East scheduled up here real soon. We're hoping to do that by the end of the day today, so stay tuned for more information there. But let's go ahead and take a look at the stakes here before we move into match 1 of the day. So it's a normal Road to Nationals event today at Great Stories Comics and Gaming in Whitensville, Massachusetts, which means all of the standard RTN prizing is on the table at the ready. We've got a Nats invite for places 1 through 4, but of course the winner has taken home a very special playmat, one of the 7 Arachnes, which is at random.
Really?
For my understanding.
Cool.
Also a gold cold foil. Second place is going to get that Nats invite and either a Syndra or Fang mat.
Okay.
All players in the top 8 are going to get that rainbow foil hero, either Fang, Syndra, or Arachne, Marionette. And then 3rd and 4th are going to get their Nats invite plus the RF hero, of course. Have you ever been in top 8 of a Road to Nationals, Michael?
Yes, actually, I have. I remember now. It was the Bright Lights draft, and I made it to 2nd place. Played against Chris Iali.
Daggum, that was a hard format.
Yeah. I was playing Dash IO, and he was on Max. Believe it or not, no Tekla Vossen in the top there. Yeah, Max versus Dash IO for first place.
In the entirety of the pod, not a single Tekla?
Well, no, I mean, they got kicked out by us. Is my point, right? They lost.
Oh, I got you.
Believe it or not, Tekla lost.
Paul Selinsky was also in that top 8, wasn't he?
I think so. Yeah. But it was really interesting because I think it was one of those, no cameras, just kind of playing at the game store. And I do remember, I think Chris might have, maybe he didn't have his invitation yet. But I offered to prize split with him as one does. And he laughed at me. He was like, I think I'll take it all. And he did.
Wow. Turns out that 2nd place at the first ever World's Flesh and Blood Championship kind of gives you a bit of an edge against your
To be fair, he is a nicer person. He didn't technically laugh, but I could tell he was like,
it was a little tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no to the prize split, which respect, and he earned it. He really took me down.
You made him earn it, Michael.
True.
Well, we have some players to introduce. The best thing about starting an entire new circuit on a different seaboard is that we have a fresh slate of stories to tell. So we've got Noah Bagelman, who is not new to Flesh and Blood streams by any means, but he is definitely new as an AGE competitor. So let's go ahead and take a look at Noah Bagelman's player profile. Coming up in just a moment.
There it is.
There's Noah Bagelman. He's incredibly excited to be playing in a new competitive circuit on the eastern side. He also thinks that Brian Gottlieb is the solo angel investor in the Arcane startup, and that's because Brian is very much a fan of the assassin class.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
Am I hearing that we are ready down at the player area?
I think so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, without further ado, we're going to take a pause on introducing these players, and we're going to let the talking be done in the arena. Let's go ahead and proceed down to the match area where the music is swelling, the stage is set, and we are ready for this, the first match on the AG East quest for the Players' Championship.
Looking forward to it.
Here is Noah Bagelman, the feature drafter on the left side of your screen, and we've got Hazel Hensley on the right. From Team Salt the Wound, if I'm not mistaken, Noah Bagelman, of course, representing Team Runaways.
As we saw in the draft, Noah only coming up with 3 pieces of equipment, with Hazel, however, coming up with 4, and one of the most powerful ones in the form of that Danger Digits.
I'm sure they're not super stoked about the bunker beard in the head slot, but that being said, you'd rather have something there than nothing.
I have to agree with you.
Could be very influential in the later stages of this game when they're holding on to the last dregs of their life total.
As we see that dagger coming in, turn 0.
So turn 0, Obsidian Firevein is on the combat chain. Dragon Power in the yellow, devoted to the block. Even though it's a yellow card, could definitely be influential as a bomb. Tooth of the Dragon confers go again to the Obsidian Firevein, one of the 2 in Noah's deck, and here comes the second Firevein for 4.
Utilizing that Tooth of the Dragon early on, trying to push some damage in this turn 0, as Hazel is now committing 2 blocks to that second chain link, coming in for 4.
And both of so Noah is floating 0 resources, but he is able to play out that Blistering Blade because it costs 0, pushing this dagger to a big bad 8. Noah is trying to push as much damage as humanly possible on this turn 0, which makes me think that he made the decision to go first.
Yep. And so Hazel taking 3 damage over the top, 8 minus 5 is 3. And Noah getting to get 3 damage through and an arsenal. Really great start.
Definitely using a lot of role players very early on in this game, though. So even though he has slipped 3 points of life through into closing this game, he might have a little bit of difficulty in the mid to late game finding those role players that he needs to consistently put pressure.
Yep. Spending those really good cards when Hazel can just block it out pretty effectively leaves them out of his deck for the remainder of the game.
Hazel Hensley coming in swinging with a Kunai of Retribution, which connects directly to Noah Bagelman's dome. 1 damage taken there. Followed up by a Burning Blade Dance, threatening a flick effect on hit. Noah says, I don't want any part of that. So here is a yellow point of engagement devoted to the blocks. Follow-up, of course, is Silver Talons in the yellow, not Draconic in this case. So no flick on the Kunai that was on the first chain link of this chain.
That's right. Hazel only committing 1 kunai here as the chain ends. Really smart, even though she had the 2 resources and could have swung that second one. Valuing not putting both in the bin early on just to kind of get that kunai engine rolling.
And Noah blocking with a Sisters of Fire, which may imply that he's not, what he arsenaled on turn 0 was not a Draconic reaction. So he might not be able to get to Draconic Chainlink 2. And here we go, red cut deep. So conferring +4 to this Obsidian Firevein. And yeah, he's pitching a red, unfortunately, which is going to be great in the pitch stack if he can get to it. But in this case, just a 5 power attack from the Obsidian Firevein. And honestly, even though cut deep has 0 for 4 written on it, it's a little bit under rate when you have to pay 1 for that Obsidian Firevein. Still no fealty to speak of.
Yep. As Noah just kind of sending a little bit back here, asking Hazel if she would like to block.
2 are devoted to the blocks, and there is the lay low coming from Hazel's arsenal. What an all-star card. Unfortunately, it's only going to be a 0 for 3 here, but she's fine with that because it covers up all the damage that Noah was offering.
Bit of an overblock, but Hazel probably happy to get rid of that card before it's too late, and she does get marked.
It looks like Hazel's got a a pretty solid turn here. It's going to be started off with Fire Tenet Strike first. 0 for 3 go again. Also going to pump the next Draconic attack by 1. I would expect to see that she's going to pitch that blue, send the Kunai of Retribution, also the Cinder Skin Devotion, and then be able to buy back the Kunai that's already in the bin.
Yep, and that's that sort of engine that Syndra likes to do, sort of swapping out the daggers each turn. It can be so detrimental to have no daggers at the start of your turn. So I've found that this play pattern of 1 dagger per turn and just continuing to sort of exchange them is really the efficient way to play this out when you're not trying to go over the top or push for lethal.
Noah covers up the Fire Tenant with the second Sisters of Fire in his deck. We won't see that card anymore. Takes another Kunai of Retribution to bring the life totals to perfect parity, and then Cinder Skin Devotion is on the combat chain, which is going to be 4 go again coming at Noah. Let's see how he responds.
Just doing a little bit of math here, making sure that he can in fact use his entire hand for more value than if he were to block with it.
In terms of the life totals conferred by the equipment, even though Hazel has a full wardrobe at their disposal, Noah does have more life points than her when it comes down to the equipment in his suite. So he's got at least 4 points of defensive value if he chooses to use it. Hazel has 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, and a knife through butter, red, committed to blocks. So taking 1 point over the top there. And Noah coming back now with a 3-card hand, 2 in the hand, 1 in the arsenal.
For the first time, Hazel has the lead in this game by 1 life. But here comes Noah with an Obsidian Fire Vein, pitching a yellow, 1 resource floating, a card in hand, and 1 in arsenal.
So far, Noah hasn't actually connected or marked. Sorry, hasn't connected with anything that could make fealties. So his game plan has not gone anywhere yet, and he's still kind of playing this underrate Fang deck at the moment as he pumps this first dagger up to looks like 5 using the, I think that's a Sizzling Steel.
That is a Sizzling Steel. So 5, and look, we found where that Loyalty Beyond the Grave ended up. It ended up in the pool of Hazel Hensley.
So Hazel playing a measured mid-range game as her turn now begins, and she has 3 cards in hand.
Unfortunately, Noah finding himself resource deficient, so he's unable to pitch to that second Obsidian Fire Vein. He does, however, take the lead by 1 life once again. This is a very close game so far.
Yeah, and the lack of resources there, you know, pitching a yellow instead of a blue, he wants to pair the blues with the 1 costs, I guess is my point there. Taking no damage off of this first attack as the Kunai comes in now for 1.
So that first attack was, of course, tag the target, which is one of the few on-hits that Syndra can present. But she's got another one coming Noah's way. It's Mark with Magma, which is going to be much harder to block. Same on-hit as the tag the target at this point, but it comes in at a break point.
That's
Noah eyeing his clothes, seeing if this is the time to throw them in.
Yep, 1 for 4 on-hit Mark is really dangerous. I think with the right cards in your deck, a Mark can be worth up to 2 values. So this might be, you know, mathematically a 1 for 6 if he does allow that to hit. And it looks like Noah's reaching over for the life.
He must really like this hand.
That hit. So, yeah.
Noah is now marked, and he is now holding a grip of gas. He's got himself a Blistering Blade, a resource card, and a Blaze Headlong. So it seems like he's going to be able to go 3 wide, depending on what landed in that arsenal. Ooh, and it's at a point of engagement. Unfortunately, Hazel remains unmarked, so we're not going to get any extra value there. However, point of engagement is indeed a red card, so it's going to give Blaze Headlong go again.
And importantly, this makes it so that his first dagger attack is the second Draconic Chain Link, so anything that he could play in reaction step at this point is now online.
Which means that Blistering Blade is going to be worth 3 value instead of just the 2 that's printed on the first clause of its text.
And with 1 resource floating, literally anything could follow.
So here we go. Obsidian Fire Vein gets pumped up to 5, and then an additional 3, so 8 total with go again. And Noah's got the extra resource at the ready for the second Obsidian Fire Vein. Wow. Hazel is just reaching immediately over to the life total and falling to the last points of her life. She must really like what she's got in her hand.
Yeah, dropping down to 3 with 1 more on the chain. Of course, that she knows at this point that she can't die this turn, but man, she just took a wallop.
Looks like Hazel drops to 2 life, taking that second Obsidian Fire Vein on the chin. We pass back over to Hazel Hensley, and she has a 9 life gap to overcome on this turn. Can she put enough pressure with all these cards that she held? She starts off with a Kunai of Retribution with a blue in the pitch.
Noah, do you say no blocks and try to close it out?
He's got so much life still just sitting in his equipment suite. He's at an effective 15. He might as well see what else this turn has to offer.
4-card 15. Could Hazel pull that off?
He could be thinking about blocking with a piece of equipment here because he is marked. He's got to be wondering how important the fealty is to the rest of Hazel's turn.
Right, and goes ahead and takes it. So,
he
fealty
is not scared.
now online.
He's not scared of her loyalty to the Emperor. The follow-up is hot on their heels, threatening a remarking of Noah. 3 go again.
Okay, yeah. Coming in for 3, like you said. Easy block, in my opinion. Of course, with the fealty already there, I think the subsequent value of each fealty goes down. It's really the first one that, says whether or not your chain enders are online.
Noah blocks 3. The follow-up is Burning Blade Dance from Hazel Hensley.
This one has a really meaningful on-hit as well. It can destroy the kunai and do an extra point of damage. So really, it's kind of threatening a 0 for 4. Noah, of course, at this life disparity, may sort of want to keep a few cards and use that life total as a resource to just make sure to grab the tempo and the backswing.
Hazel perhaps saying, yeah, I'll throw an on-hit as the second attack on this chain. I might mark you again. Aren't you scared of my fealty? Noah says, yeah, I guess I kind of am. And then she throws a more meaningful on-hit on chain link 3. Noah really in the tank. Let's see what he's working with. He's got a 4 the Emperor. He's got cut from the same cloth and a blue. He's got to be thinking about probably just...
Doesn't have a very good offensive turn.
He really doesn't.
I think he just has to sort of keep his life total high and give it back. So tempo squarely in Hazel's favor right now.
He could be thinking about the efficacy of holding on to a card to bluff a reaction perhaps and force Hazel to overblock. But alas, 3 devoted to the combat chain to block out the Burning Blade Dance. A 2-block and his Heart of Vengeance. Hazel is activating Danger Digits, which is flicking that dagger, which is on the combat chain, right at Noah's face and going to the bin. She's activating Syndra to get both of those daggers back because they are both in the bin thanks to Danger Digits, and she's immediately swinging with one of them again. Chipping Noah down, down, down.
Wow, this is a big commitment. Both kunais now on the chain means that she will not... Wow.
Both kunais on the chain, but then here comes the Burning Blade Dance, threatening the flick effect once again. And Noah is paying for wanting to hold on to these cards, but For the Emperor finds its way onto the combat chain to block out that Burning Blade Dance. And even though Hazel is still at a 5-life deficit, Noah doesn't have much of a clapback.
Yep. He is basically going to just Arsenal pass, I have to imagine. And Hazel maintaining that tempo. Oh, no.
Hazel unfortunately finds the really amazing piece, the bomb in the Cinder deck in this limited format, Wrath of Retribution, but she doesn't have the Draconic chain links or even the daggers to get wide enough to make it free.
Yeah, 2 blues in the hand, though. Did I see that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so at the very least has the ability to buy them back, but buying them back to start your turn is so inefficient, and it makes it so you can't buy them back at the end of the turn when it becomes efficient.
It also means that you have to use them to get wide enough to discount Wrath of Retribution, and then you can't actually utilize them for Wrath of Retribution's effect.
Yeah.
So popping Fealty is Hazel Hensley. Looks like she's going to turn a Poison Blade in the blue into a Draconic piece. She's also popped her Code of Allegiance, which means that this Poison Blade is free. She can only play Draconic cards for the rest of the turn. Looks like, she's going to be able to play Hot on Their Heels and then go into Wrath of Retribution after that, which means she'll be able to buy those daggers back and make use of it after all.
Okay.
She has found the line.
Wow, starting with that Poison Blade is actually kind of combos really well with those daggers. Now they're coming in for effectively 3.
Oh, way to go, Hazel. She might have found a way to really make Noah hurt.
Yeah, I can only imagine she wished she had like some daggers left, but finding that line, being able to utilize the card anyway, with Noah now on 6 life, is a huge deal.
We see Hazel just double checking the math, making sure she's got the exact amount of pitch that she needs.
A little bit of a shrug.
She's going to have to pay at least 1 for this Wrath of Retribution, I think.
Okay, so opting to do that rather than...
She pays 2 because this is only the second Draconic Chain Link, and Wrath of Retribution is discounted for each Draconic Chain Link Syndra controls.
Which it works this way as well as the Syndra ability, because there are 2 Draconic Chain Links on the table, will cost 1, and she has 1 floating.
Which is incredible because now that last resource is going to be able to buy both the kunai back, and then of course they're free because of Wrath of Retribution's text.
Free with a poisoned dagger.
And also coming in for +1. Noah devotes a Den of the Spider to the combat chain to block out Wrath of Retribution. No mark on play right there.
Ooh.
Kunai of Retribution coming down to the combat chain, blocked out by Blade Beckoner Boots, which means no extra loss of life from Poison Blade. And quickly, Kunai of Retribution is followed up a second time, this time from the right hand, threatening 2, 3 if it hits. Noah blocks 3 here. And then hot on their heels is the follow-up from Hazel Hensley. Boy, does she have a lot of role players from this ninja deck.
Yeah.
Noah in the tank. About this 3 go again on hit mark from Hazel Hensley.
Still has 3 cards in hand, blocking out very effectively, but now his equipment is committed. He decides to take that last hit, going down to 3.
Okay, and these life totals are much more even at this point. Noah, however, was able to take quite a licking and still keep 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. And Hazel is at 2. That is such a scary place to be when you're facing down a Fang.
Oh no, and Noah gets to see the hand. This is the card we were talking about earlier, cut from the same cloth, revealing everything that Hazel has to work with.
However, no reactions in the hand, so no marking of Hazel. The follow-up is Obsidian Fire Vein, which is going to come in for 4 because cut from the same cloth also confers a little bit of a buff to the next dagger
importantly
attack.
though, no defense reactions means that if Hazel doesn't want to die right here, right now, an overblock might be pragmatic.
They do have a good number of 3 blocks, and they've also got the Leapfrog Leggings at the ready, which means that if Noah does find the attack reaction, she's going to be able to throw them in front of the dagger and hopefully cover up the last bit of damage that's going to come her way. Oh, and it's a Sizzling Steel, which is going to pump by 3, 4 if you count the Obsidian Fire Vein itself. So this is 8. Oh, thumbing the Leapfrog Leggings is Hazel Hensley, but it's just not enough. And Noah takes away the last couple points of life from our Syndra player. Wow, we were really scared of that Syndra deck, Michael, but Noah handled it pretty handsomely.
Absolutely. And I got to say, that 1 for 4, putting in work, just ending the game on the spot, because Hazel kind of had to play around what Fang usually does, which is +3, and, did the math and realized she lives with 1 with her boots if he does that, and it's just not that card. It's a 1 for 4, and it gets over the top.
Sizzling Steel is one of those cards that can absolutely sizzlingly steal games.
Yeah, I actually rated that card pretty low when I was drafting Fang, and I think I'll go back to the drawing board. That looked really impressive.
There might be some egg on your face, Michael, as conferred by Noah Bagelman, the 5th place at Worlds in Osaka.
I was thinking, why would I want to pay for a reaction? And the answer is because it can kill people.
Killing is often good in a game where that is your main objective, isn't it? So Noah Bagelman moving on in round 1. I guess he's showing why he is one of the best in the world. And there's no question in my mind that he can go the distance here at a local RTN in Massachusetts. So he's proving himself to be worth his salt. And we are going to take a small break before we come back with more Noah Bagelman, more Massachusetts, and more Flesh and Blood after this. A big fat power card is nothing to a world championship contender like Noah Bagelman, but he is about to face off with the third point of our triangle in this hunted limited format. It's Arcane Web of Deceit, piloted by Arthur Stevens, an unknown player to us as of yet.
Yeah. It's so exciting for me meeting all these players for the first time.
And it's so weird for us to be meeting them, but also not be in the same room.
Yeah, they're
as
not
them.
meeting us.
It's definitely
just
quiet
meeting them.
every time that Michael or I stops talking. We're used to like local game store noise going on behind us, but instead it's just the crickets here at Arcane Games and Events Studios. So the players are reviewing deck lists, but it is just about time to proceed back to Whitensville, Massachusetts to see how it all plays out here in round 2 of Pod 1 at Arcane Games and Events East. We can't wait to head on down to the match area. In the meantime, we're just going to be vamping for a second because we got a little bit of time. We're ready to start. Let's head on down, Christine. Take us there. Transport us back to the East Coast. Swell the music. And let's take a look. Oh, Arthur Stevens is sporting an LA Dodgers hat. That's making me feel quite at home.
Wow, look at that. It looks like, is that an Aracne mat on the table there?
Yeah, that's the Arachne Black Widow mat.
Yeah,
I think that implies that Arthur has already won a road to nationals.
Possibly. Normally, I don't think we allow the mats. It's just a little bit loud, but in this case, maybe
a little loud
because
is
of
a little good.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Arachne. Oh, man. So cool. Love to see that.
Wow, very, very awesome for Arthur, and cool that he is coming back to see if he can do a victory lap.
No, he just wanted to let us know. Like, look, guys, I got the mat. Don't mean to brag.
He says, Noah, you got a 5th place at Worlds, but I've got a Black Widow mat.
Yeah,
so,
coming out with the swag.
Both players are just fanning these cards out after taking a look at each other's lists. Once more, it is open deck list, so the tricks are going to be harder to hide here for both of these players, which rely so heavily on attack reactions.
Yep, and I'm seeing the both weapons on one side of the hero meta seems to be pretty established here in the East Coast.
This matchup here reminds me very much of like a Old West saloon duel, Michael. It's like both players are sitting down to play a game of poker, but each one has a 6-shooter loaded, cocked, and ready underneath the table, and they're just waiting for the right moment to pull the trigger.
Uh-huh.
So even though we're in the East, it's feeling like the Old West.
Mm-hmm.
Each one trying to find the silver bullet to take out the last dregs of each other's life totals.
And I think that those 2 cards upside down on the bottom of the screen might be equipment. And if they are, that's not a lot of equipment.
Yeah, I wonder if there are a couple hiding underneath.
Possible.
You're right. It's entirely possible that only 2 equipment pieces come out for Arthur Stevens. There were a ton of red alert pieces going around the pod, so you have to imagine that they were picked up by some lucky assassin or warrior. Honestly, I tend to think that those are some of the better common pieces in this matchup, just because attack reactions are going to be flying this way and that. And you can, if you are an astute player, you can really detect the moment at which they will get their 2 points of value.
And you were correct. There was a bit of hidden information there as we see 3 pieces coming out. And the so important danger digits, arguably the most important equipment piece for Assassin, being shown here.
It's certainly nice to be able to mark on demand if you really need it. It's also really nice to be able to save it for the end game and effectively make your opponent at 1 life when they're really at 2.
Yeah, both of those very powerful use cases.
Fanning out the equipment suite for Noah, as we've seen already, it's those 2 vengeance pieces, which have a little bit of modality in this matchup because they have extra effects if your opponent is Arachne. So Noah is going to be able to choose whether or not they are worth +1 life on his side of the board or a powerful effect.
We see it starting out. Mark of the Huntsman coming through. 1 damage being presented.
Looks like Arthur Stevens is on the play here. Noah Bagelman in the tank about blocks already. Yeah, he wants to throw a card in front of this immediately. You don't want to be marked on turn 0 if you can help it, but it's a really important card. Blistering Blade devoted to the blocks, unfortunately, on this turn 0.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like Arthur has got one of those hero-specific contract cards, but it's the wrong one. He plays out Extinguish the Flames, which has a bonus effect against Syndra, but in this case, Noah is indeed not Syndra.
Yeah, just kind of probably playing it out to get it out of his hand, out of his deck. Don't ever want to see that card again. Not very effective into this hero.
Blocking 3 is Noah Bagelman, saying, I don't want to take any damage on turn 0, and Arthur Stevens was able to pocket a defense reaction. Den of the Spider.
Yeah, really powerful. Although Den of the Spider, is this the one that cares about power on an attack being greater?
Does.
So this is a good one into Fang.
Mm-hmm. Cut from the same cloth coming out from Noah Bagelman. This is our pack 1, pick 2 or 3. He's going to show exactly what Arthur Stevens is working with. And he found a pain in the backside.
Wow.
I knew there were some assassin bombs roaming around this table.
That is a Majestic that can essentially do all that flicking without needing to flick.
Without needing to destroy the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
So Noah is going to know exactly what's coming his way next turn. Unfortunately, no attack reaction, so no marking of Arachne Web of Deceit.
Yeah. And also the defense reaction sort of being hidden information in the arsenal. So Noah may or may not suspect anything.
Noah really in the tank here about how to proceed. I think he was banking on seeing an attack reaction there and being able to generate a fealty token. That being said, he showed that Fang can get by just fine without proving his loyalty to the Emperor. I don't believe a single one was generated last game against Hazel.
Correct. Yeah, and it did not seem to bother him. Now we see
That is Hunt a Killer in the blue. So it's just going to confer an additional +1 to an Obsidian Fire Vein. So this one is going to be coming in for 5, 6.
3, 4, 5, 6. Hunt a Killer blue is +2, which is why it's one of the more effective blues.
Oh, of course. You are so right, Michael.
Costing 1, giving +2, utilizing the resources.
The math is mathing.
Yep.
Without a doubt. Looks like, yep, we found that defense reaction in the Den of the Spider. Arthur is thanking his lucky stars that he was able to arsenal that. And now Fang is the one who is marked. But alas, here comes the red incision from the hand of Noah Bagelman, pushing this over by 3 points. Arthur has no further defense reactions, takes 3. First blood has been drawn in this game. And Arthur goes down to 17, gets a mark of his own.
Yeah. And getting that mark is the beginning of the engine that Noah is really going to try to pull through. I think it's more important probably to get that engine online against an Arachne than a Syndra, because these games can go long, and the sooner you can get that online, the sooner you can have a outvalue engine game plan.
Pain in the backside, a Majestic worth its weight in gold coming Noah Bagelman's way. 3 go again. On hit, Arthur is going to be able to pseudo-flick one of his daggers, but he doesn't have to destroy it if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, this feels like a must block because he will continue to stay marked, and being marked is really, really important, or rather, keeping that mark up is important for the assassin player.
And that being said, Arthur, if it does flick, which it's not because Noah is going to block out with the defense reaction, but if it had, he might have been interested in flicking one of those daggers just so that he could equip a Graphene Callistra with Whittle from Bone, which is in his hand. But that being said, he's going to take another shot at it, pitching a blue up 6 and run to swing the mark of the Huntsman, potentially to destroy the dagger and do exactly what I just described.
Yep, Noah going to have to decide how important it is to block this out. Of course, Noah is currently marked, so the threat of being marked is very low.
So no reactions, no blocks on Noah Bagelman's side. He descends to 19 life. And yes, indeed, we are destroying the mark of the Huntsman to reconfirm the mark and also send Whittle from Bone, which now, on attack, because Noah is marked, it's going to equip a Graphene Callistra token in Arthur Stephens' hand.
Yeah, and that mark is so important as it allows the Graphene Callistra to be the one to swing, which only costs 1, which is exactly how many resources Arthur has floating. So this is an efficiently played turn.
It also means that because Noah Bagelman said no blocks, that attack would get go again, and he should have been able to swing that Graphene Callistra, a missed point of value on Arthur Stephens' side of the board. Oh, unfortunate. So passing back over to Noah, he's already got a card in the pitch, 2 in the grip, and Obsidian Fire Vein is on the combat chain. Currently coming in for 1. He's at a 3 life deficit, 14 plays 17 on his side of the board. Arthur tanking on blocks real quick. It looks like he's thrown out 3 in the form of a red Reaper's Call. There's more, says Noah. It's Tooth of the Dragon. It's the perfect sidestep. Arthur has lost 1 point of value on his defense, and Noah is just paying it forward to the next Obsidian Fire Vein, which has just hit the combat chain, currently coming in for a big bad 4.
Big bad 4 with a mark, threatening a fealty if it hits.
Block 3, says Arthur Stephens. And Noah has something to follow it up. It's a Sisters of Fire, which I love that he's not saving this for Arsenal. You've got to deploy this when you have the opportunity, when you've reached 2 Draconic chain links or more.
Yeah, not only that, but Assassin has so much Arsenal disruption that I've seen a lot of players really just favor playing out all 4 cards every single turn.
So 8 is the total offensive value on the Obsidian Fire Vein, but Arthur Stephens had a trick up his sleeve with Hunted or Hunter. And because Noah has played a attack reaction on this chain link, unfortunately, he's going to lose a point of life for his trouble. So it's 13 to 17 passing back over to Arthur Stephens, but Noah's got himself a fealty token. Looks like a pick up the point is the last card left in Arthur's hand. He's just going to pocket it, save it for later, and draw back up. Noah Bagelman has got a full grip. Unfortunately, no Arsenal, and also, unfortunately, a D-React in hand. Looks like we're redlocked, Michael.
Yeah, this is the difficult thing about Fang decks. If you don't have all the fealties online, you really, really value those reds, but they're not that useful until you get to your 3rd fealty.
And it also seems like he does not have a single attack reaction that he can play on this first chain link with Obsidian Firevein.
Oh, that makes that
He's got a
Blaze
zero cost, but
Headlong
it's a Sisters of
so-
Fire. You can only play it on
Ugh,
Draconic Chain Link 2 or
what a
greater.
clunker. So Arthur just defending out and Noah bricking hard.
He does have the Path of Vengeance at his disposal, so he can get an extra resource, which might help declunk this hand a little bit. He's also got a defense reaction in hand. He's perfectly happy pitching that because he's got the full tempo. And yes, we're popping the Heart of Vengeance, gaining a resource, which means that this Obsidian Firevein, because it attacks an Arachne, is going to be free.
Coming in for 1.
In the hand of Arthur Stevens, he goes ahead and throws that Red Alert Vest,
Yeah.
thinking that there's definitely an attack reaction in Noah Bagelman's hand. Good for him. He's right. Oh, and he blocks with an additional card. So for now, 4 is the block. Once Noah Bagelman activates an attack reaction, it will be a total of 5.
Disrespecting the potential for a Tooth and Claw. Or really any of these non-pumping reactions.
So Sizzling Steel is thrown out by Noah Bagelman, which means that Red Alert Vest is going to get its full value, and also that Arthur Stevens is perfectly blocking this first dagger.
Yeah.
But then the follow-up is Blaze Headlong. We've played a red card, so this is going to be 4 go again. And Noah has pitched the Sisters of Fire, which means that he's holding back the smoke out for his arsenal. Very interesting choice here, Michael.
I do like that choice a lot because of the arsenal disruption capabilities of Arachne. This kind of allows Noah to sort of bail out his arsenal before that action hits and makes him destroy it. So the safest arsenal you can have is a defense reaction into Arachne.
No blocks on that Blaze Headlong, which means that Noah Bagelman takes the lead for the first time in a while in this match. 13 to Arthur Stevens 11.
Of course, we're looking at Arthur Stevens with a 4-card hand, and 4 cards to work with on the side of Arachne is always scary.
The first action on Arthur's side of the board seems like it's going to be a Mark of the Huntsman, but something is giving Arthur pause. Here we go. He is committed at this point. Mark of the Huntsman is swinging Noah's way.
Could have just been making sure the resources lined up or some other mathematical thing.
Noah still has a headpiece, which is very handy for blocking out these daggers when you least want to deal with being marked.
Yeah, is this the time to commit that one?
It's a good question. You better believe that that smoke out is going to be played this turn because we do see some red cards, in at least one red card in the hand of Arthur Stevens. But I think the other one in his hand is a blue? Yeah, it's a blue Reaper's Call. So he could be thinking about discarding that, using the instant speed effect to mark Noah Bagelman in the reactions and maybe give that red Plunge the Prospect a hefty helping of buff.
That does make sense. Of course, not seeing a meaningful red attack means that Smokeout could lose value here. I'll have to see what's in his arsenal.
Noah Bagelman takes 1, and Arthur Stevens is going ahead and discarding that Mark of the Huntsman, blowing it up in order to mark Noah Bagelman, the most terrifying of all the biblical names. He's thumbing that Plunge the Prospect in his hand, and here it comes. Plunge the Prospect getting +1 just because the opponent is marked, but also because Arthur is Arachne Web of Seed at the moment, it's going to get an additional +1 just from the hero text, which means that this is a fearsome 5.
Looks like he pulled it back. Not sure what words were exchanged there as Noah seemed to make some kind of comment, and Arthur...
Noah just says, "No, you don't want to do that." And Arthur goes, "Okay, yeah, I guess you're right." Instead, he's going to come in with the Graphene Calistro, which is going to be 2 go again because it has stealth. Noah Bagelman happily takes it, removes that mark from his hero. Let's see what the follow-up is for Arthur. He's thumbing through these cards. He's still holding onto the blue Reaper's Call, so he is still able to instant speed mark Noah Bagelman if he wants to deploy this Plunge the Prospect and get the buff.
Arthur just really tanking this rest of his turn out. I don't know what's in his arsenal.
Nor do I. We've seen a lot of defense reactions deployed on his side of the board, so I would... of course, it's that pick up the point.
Makes sense. So he pitches that blue, hoping to pull that dagger back.
And meanwhile, it's a healthy head jab, which means, Michael, that he also has the opportunity to swing the Mark the Huntsman after the pick up the point connects or is blocked, which means that he can always send that plunge the prospect for a big bad 5.
Yep.
This is
Arthur Stevens probably realized that and asked politely if he could take the attack back. Unlike me, Noah said yes, and he continued their turn.
But here comes the smoke out from Noah Bagelman's arsenal. I'm wondering if he's going to regret that decision. Ultimately, it's just vanilla damage, even if plunge the prospect comes his way, which is, of course, known information for Noah at this point because we had that little indecision point.
Now, I wonder, well, no one knows what's in Arthur's hand, so blocking this dagger could potentially be worth 3 as we see him reach for that headpiece.
Vow of Vengeance devoted to the combat chain to block out that Mark of the Huntsman and say, no, sir, Arthur Stevens, you are not going to hit me for a 0 for 5. That being said, he's still got access to his danger digits. Arthur has a lot of options here.
But Arthur cleans it up.
Yep, decides to just pocket that, plunge the prospect for later, clean up the combat chain, and pass it back over to Noah, who now has 10 points of life and 4 cards in hand.
As tempting as it is to eke those extra 2 points of value out that turn, the danger digit staying alive means that there is potentially more on the table on future turns.
First action for Noah is a blue Hunt a Killer.
And seeing him play this card out as much as he does goes to show exactly why he chose this card. Doubling up the resources here means Hunt a Killer is a 1 for 2 that can mark. It's a powerful card.
Currently, this Obsidian Firebane on the combat chain is only 3. Looks like Arthur respects it in kind with a Mark the Prey. And then there's that Tooth of the Dragon coming through, threatening just 1 more point, leaking over the top. And unfortunately, Arthur can't put the Leapfrog Vocal Sack on the combat chain because Tooth of the Dragon isn't an attack reaction. It's an instant.
Okay, I'll have to read that card again. I thought you could play it just whenever a card was played, but you might be right there.
No, it has to be an attack reaction.
Okay.
So 1 leaks through, consumes the mark on Arthur Stevens' side of the board, also remarks him because of Hunt a Killer. 2 fealty tokens. The loyalty for his Emperor is getting ever stronger.
A breakpoint and a card in hand is really scary for Arthur Stevens, as this really threatens the possibility of free daggers for the rest of the game.
He's got the opportunity to throw the Leapfrog Vocal Sack at this point, but you really want to get 2 points of defensive value when you can, and Fang allows you to more often than not. Both copies of that Tooth of the Dragon are now gone out of the deck, so unless he hits that Pledge Fealty, you can assume that you're going to get more value from it if you wait.
And Arthur decides to commit the equipment here and hedge that the last card in Noah Bagelman's hand is not an attack reaction. If it is, this could just be a wishful block.
Looks like 4 meets 4. Noah passes and tucks away a mystery card, but at this point, Arthur is probably assuming it's not an attack reaction because you better believe that Noah would deploy it if he could in order to get those 3 fealty tokens and cheapen his daggers for the rest of the game.
He'll definitely have to pay for at least 1 more dagger as Arthur comes in now with the Mark of the Huntsman pitching a blue.
Relentless Pursuit goes to the pitch zone. 1 floating for Arthur Stevens after this Mark of the Huntsman. Let's see what he's working with. We've got... Is that a blue card, Michael?
I think
Honestly,
so.
I can't tell.
This compression is making it a little challenging to see.
It's a feature, not a bug, Michael. We like it, Blocky.
As we see that Mark go through, Mark the Huntsman destroyed on hit. Noah now marked.
Not John, not Joe, but Mark is coming over,
That was
coming the
stupid.
wayside to Noah. That was stupid. How dare you? Graphene Callister is the follow-up, which is 2 go again conferred because Noah is marked, and the +1 by Arachne Web of Deceit. Just a really annoying weapon.
It is. You know, it's interesting, though. I find that as strong as a 1 for 2 go again is, the fact that it destroys the mark can be a little bit annoying on the side of Arachne. So being able to sort of pilot and weave between marks and hits is quite the challenge, as we see the Graphene Callister consuming that mark as it makes a connection.
And here comes Plunge the Prospect. At this point, we don't think there's a way that Arthur can mark his opponent, unless, of course, that was another Reaper's Call in his hand and we couldn't quite make it out.
It could have been. We'll have to wait and see here.
If he's not able to mark Noah at attack reaction speed, I would have to imagine that he's really regretting not using the danger digits last turn because he's effectively just left 2 points of offensive value on the table.
Right, and now he doesn't have the option to do that.
Blocking 3 is Noah, and passing away is Arthur Stevens.
Right.
Unfortunate bit of missed value there. But back over to Noah, who has 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. One of those is a blue card going straight to the pitch zone to pay for this Obsidian Fire Vein. Arthur is still marked.
The question here is how long is Arthur going to attempt to block or overblock to prevent the fealty from coming online, as all it requires at this point in the game is a single point of damage to leak through.
At some point, it becomes too inefficient, right? At some point, you are at the behest of the warrior player who could fatigue you out if you continue to overblock. Arthur needs to find a way to line up the kill shot. He's got to load that 6-shooter from beneath the table. Noah's only at 7 life, which is definitely within range for these assassin decks. Okay, Sizzling Steel is going to confer a big bad +4 to this Obsidian Fire Vein.
Yeah.
And go again, which means that we're leaking 2 over the top for Arthur. Looks like there's no defense reaction this time. So he descends down to 8 life, consumes the mark, and now these daggers are free. Noah Bagelman is online. Ooh, but he doesn't even need the dagger, Michael. Instead, here comes a For the Emperor, which is not going to generate another fealty token, but I think Noah's just fine with that. He's really just wants the 5 points of offensive value.
Yeah, with that 1 extra floating resource, weaving in another 5 damage is powerful.
So in the tank is Arthur Stevens. He's got to be wondering if he can line up a significant amount of damage, and there's a card to do it, Michael. It's Razor's Edge.
Yeah, 7 life to 8. I can imagine Arthur is really thinking about the way that this ladder sort of falls, each person taking a little bit of damage here and there. You want to be the last one to end with the tempo as the life totals reach 1.
He also has a Scuttle the Canal. So he has an interesting line here where he can lead off with Scuttle the Canal and then discard the Reaper's Call in the reaction step in order to mark Noah and give Scuttle the Canal go again no matter what. And then potentially follow up with whatever hit that arsenal. Let's see if he'll show us. Oh, the transition, Michael. The transition got me.
A lot of thought being given here.
And yeah, this is one of the most pivotal points of this game because if he decides to go for that line, which he does not, he decides to go ahead and block 3.
And I like this decision. As cool as it is to sort of do a little sidestep, I think you basically end up doing a 2-card 3.
To do it. Exactly.
Which, while cute, is not really the kind of game plan that gets you to have the tempo at the end of the game.
Instead, he's just going to do the bread and butter thing that Assassin does so well, which is block with 2 cards, send 2 or 3, and chip away. Your opponent's life total and their sanity, because they're not, the Fang deck is not the only one that makes people agonize about blocking decisions.
Yeah, now Noah's kind of thumbing through the graveyard here, probably just wondering what kind of attack reactions he could spec. This is a very suspicious attack with a card in hand and a card in arsenal. It really sort of screams attack reaction.
I wonder if Noah has picked up a tell at all based on how long Arthur was in the tank about those blocks and the fact that it eventually ended up being a Reaper's Call. So Noah, if he has the perception and the omniscient eye that we do, he probably could have detected the line that Arthur was considering.
Right.
So Knife Through Butter is devoted to the blocks, which means 3 to 3 at this moment. Arthur, thinking about deploying that Razor's Edge or not? I love the fact that Danger Digits is still up here, though, because if Noah had said no blocks here whatsoever, he would have been dead. Because Arthur would have been able to go Razor's Edge, Danger Digits, flick that Graphene Callistra, and steal 7 points away from Noah Bagelman's life, which is all he's got left.
Wow, and that just highlights how scary it can be to face an assassin. You think you're safe with 7 life.
Ooh, and Noah's got the Den of the Spider in the arsenal. He's pretty much telegraphed it because he didn't play it on a second Draconic Chainlink earlier on, but it's really blowing out Arthur at that point, which means that he is marked going into Noah's turn, and Noah has not lost a single point.
Yeah, Noah's showing the value of these defense reactions. So what gives you the flexibility to, be able to say no blocks later on.
And here comes our first dagger. Our second dagger for free in this game. And he's holding on to a pledge fealty, which is going to confer go again very easily. And then, of course, we've got the Brothers of Flame in hand. Unfortunately, a 1 cost, which means that Noah's going to have to pitch regardless of the fact that his daggers are free now.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the downside and one of the reasons I have been undervaluing the 1 cost reactions. But, of course, there are upsides to them that I had not fully valued out.
Up to 4 fealty now is Noah Bagelman, because of the pledge fealty that is conferred go again to this Obsidian Firevein. Taking 2 is Arthur Stevens, down to 4, a very scary place against Fang, especially when he's holding on to a Brothers of Flame in hand, Michael.
Seeing no blocks on that first dagger makes me wonder if Arthur's feeling comfortable sitting on a defense reaction.
Perhaps it was a put in context that made its way into the arsenal.
Could be.
It sure seemed, he says no blocks?
Right. And so, again, I think that he must have some kind of defense reaction to
He's
just
got to.
feel safe. You can't just say no blocks it for life on a second dagger into Fang without some backup plan.
So Noah wondering if it's worth it to pitch a blue card here just to set up this Brothers of Flame. At this point, he's got to be expecting the same thing that you just said, Michael, which is that there's got to be a defense reaction in that arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
But that Brothers of Flame will get him up to 6, which means that pretty much any defense reaction in this game is only going to be for 3. Maybe he's thinking that there's 1 in the hand as well, and he doesn't want to be completely blown out. I wonder if he's considering popping a fealty to play out the blue in his hand. Was it a reaction, though? Maybe it was a... Let's take a look. Maybe it was that take a stab? Oh, no, it's a scar tissue. So he does have the option to pop one of those fealties and play the scar tissue instead, pocket that Brothers of Flame for later.
And I think that that's a good choice here. Just a more efficient line, knowing it's unlikely that he could kill Arthur.
And there it is, Hunter or Hunted, which means that Noah Bagelman is going to take 1 life. And instead of leaking any more points of value out of this turn, Arthur Stevens remains at 4.
Mm-hmm. And that also showcases why Arthur was waiting and not committing blocks, because he really wanted to force Noah to use a reaction in order to get the full value of that defense reaction.
Oh, this is a nail biter, Michael.
4-card hand is scary when you're at 6 life into an Arachne.
Scuttle the Canal is the first attack in the yellow, coming in for 2 currently.
Possible go again, currently not active as the Fang player, Noah, is not marked.
It looks like we do have a Stains of the Red back in hand for Arthur Stevens, so you have to imagine that this card is going to get go again almost no matter what. Noah has got to be considering Reaper's Call discards or other forms of instant speed marking.
Yeah, and you can just see he's thinking all these lines through.
And he's thumbing those Blade Beckoner boots. It's getting to the point in this game where you've got to get value on them. Otherwise, it's 2 points of life left on the table. Also, though, Scuttle the Canal is not an attack that threatens any scary on-hit. It's just going to get go again, which makes you wonder what is coming up next. And there it is, Stains of the Red back deployed by Arthur Stevens, pitching that put in to context, which means that Scuttle the Canal is only coming in for 3 now. Is that a blue Stains of the Red back, Michael?
Ooh, is it? It must be.
Oh, ouch. And Lay Low comes out of the hand of Noah Bagelman, which means that the next attack, this combat chain is going to have -1.
That's rough.
Oh, and Arthur sends a Graphene Calycera for 0. Michael, this was a 3-card 3?
Wow, what a blowout.
Yikes.
Yeah.
3 cards gets blocked out by Noah Bagelman's 1, and Arthur is sitting at 4. Makes me think we should have done a little bit more blocking on that last turn cycle.
Yeah, I mean, he really only took 2 points of damage, so...
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Man, that is not the time to draw a clunker, though.
Yeah, especially when your opponent is leading off with a cut deep and a free dagger, which means that cut deep is a 0 for 5.
Arthur Stevens staring down the barrel of defeat here.
Yeah, as an earthquake rumbles through great stories and our table shakes a little bit.
Oh, are they on the West Coast now?
We have tremors here. They have blizzards. Must have just been a player rifling by. Speaking of rifling, Arthur is thumbing through the cards in his hand. Looks like it's just a bunch of blues and yellows, unfortunately. So this might be the turn where he just throws a ton of cards in front of these Obsidian Fire Veins. But even so, when Noah is just starting with a 0 for 5, it's going to get scarier from here. We know there's a Sizzling Steel. I'm sorry, a Brothers of Flame in the arsenal as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of gas that Noah Bagelman has to work with here as he only committed 1 card. And it looks like he hasn't hit that second cycle yet. So still working with a ton of reds.
Oh my goodness, it's a point of engagement and a Blistering Blade as well. Yeah. Blistering Blade comes out, pumps this up to 8.
Oh,
and
wow.
then there's yet another defense reaction from the arsenal of Arthur Stevens. Honestly, he's doing his best Riptide cosplay.
Yeah.
If he's got 4 more of those Hunter or Hunted, then he's going to be able to kill Noah Bagelman on the defense.
Another dagger. 1 with 2 cards in hand, though. This could be it if Arthur doesn't block correctly.
Arthur looking to the sky, wondering if this is lights out on his journey through this first draft pod of AGE East. He's looking at a plethora of 3 blocks in the hand. I believe it's 9 defensive value total in this hand.
Playing to your outs is the right answer here. The question is, what are those outs?
At this point, I think using known information, Arthur can assume that it's not a 0-cost defense attack reaction in Noah's arsenal. So maybe he can assume that he's going to live. Oh, he found another Assassin Bomb, but it's on the combat chain as a blocking card.
As this gets pumped to 6, 3 over the top,
Oh.
and there's the fist bump.
And Arthur extends the fist bump as Noah Bagelman ascends once again. X and O moving into round 3 of pod 1. Oh, that was an amazing match, Michael. Unfortunately, our friend from the Assassin Depths found himself with 2 incredible Majestics, pain in the backside, and also take up the mantle, but not able to use them offensively.
Yep. Those cards really, really good if they've got the support and if they're being played offensively with the tempo. This case, they were not. I'm just, I think Arthur had his moment and he had an all blue and yellow hand. Now, it could have been that he got back to second cycle at that point and it was just like, sorry, you count your cards and anticipate that, but
there were a lot of interesting pain points here. It's important to mention that Arthur did lose, I think, 3 points of offensive value total that game. The first one was not attacking with the Graphene Calycera after he generated it from the Whittle from Bone, because that attack got go again because Noah Bagelman didn't block it. And then also not using the danger digits for the Plunge the Prospect. When he had the opportunity to flick the Mark the Huntsman and then send Plunge the Prospect, he instead arsenaled it and passed back over to Noah, and then eventually attacked with Plunge.
Just didn't get the value out of it. So a few things that, minor missteps or miscalculations. And when you're playing against some of the best players in the world, you can't afford to do that if you want to take the W.
It can mean all the difference, Michael. We're going to go to a short break, and then we will have a remote interview with the man himself, Noah Bagelman, after this. We promised some familiar faces coming out of the East Coast, and this match is going to be just that. So we
Yeah.
got Noah Bagelman, who you've seen on professional streams. You've also got, on the other side of the table, Pheno Black, who is an illustrious YouTuber in the Flesh and Blood scene, both of which are X and O, looking for that all-important 3-0 in the first pod of this, the first AGE Open Series in the East.
What an exciting pairing for our final round of the first pod.
And it looks like Pheno is piloting another Arachne Web of Deceit, making it, I mean, geez, if there was a take up the mantle and a pain in the backside in the hands of Arthur, it makes you wonder what made its way into Pheno's deck.
Yeah, these assassin decks can be so scary.
Assassin bombs right and left in this pod 1. Let's proceed on down to the match floor where the players are getting ready. Let's swell the music, Michael, and prepare for what is sure to be a showdown of the century.
There they are, prepping their decks.
Two
Getting
familiar
everything
faces, two of the biggest names in Flesh and Blood, ready to duke it out. At just a friendly Road to Nationals event on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Man, we thought we had killers on the West Coast.
Yeah, right. No big deal. Just a gold cold foil on the line, as well as those sweet, sweet invitations to nationals.
Yeah. Vegas this year is U.S. Nationals, so we'll get both of these players back out on the West.
There we go.
As soon as we've premiered them on the East. But standing in each other's way here in a very early portion of the RTN.
Yeah. Every win counts. Of course, going 5-1 is just as good as long as you can get into that top 8 bracket. That's what these two are fighting for.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that either of these players is out of contention for top 8. We do have 39 players here at the Road to Nationals, beating the February West Coast Open.
Yeah.
Notably, looks like equipment has been presented here. Pheno only has 2 pieces of equipment. And so for this Western saloon duel, he's going to have just a little bit less at his disposal.
Yeah.
When it comes to firing that 6-shooter.
Tree frog leggings, though, are so powerful into Fang. Very, very. Now, I won't say it's easy to get 2 value, but it's much easier against Fang than any of the other decks.
Extending the fist bump, and we are getting underway. Let's see who decided to go first in this matchup. Both players are drawing up. 4 cards each, as is tradition, unless, of course, you're cheating. Looks like that is not the strategy for either of these players here. Oh my gosh, and Pheno found a Savor Bloodshed. Did you see that, Michael?
I didn't, but I believe you. And also, I think you'd much rather see that a little bit later. Hopefully, he can keep it around and sort of, line it up. You need to have them marked, and you need to, be able to connect in order to get the full value out of that. So, could just be committed to blocks early, but very powerful card if you can use the full text.
Pheno dabbing, as is tradition, on the Arachne side of the board. I like to think that Arachne's a bit of a dabber.
Yeah.
I think Fang is the flosser of the group.
The flossing, dabbing, of course. 2 cards committed to the block. Interesting.
5 total block value, which means that
Wow.
Noah deploys both of the copies of Tooth of the Dragon in his deck to go again. And now Pheno has way overblocked this first attack. And the second is going to be coming in, for 7. And Pheno is going to have to throw that beautiful Majestic of Savor the
but
Bloodshed.
he did it so quickly. It seems like he wasn't all too worried about it. When it shows up in that starting hand, the fact that it says 3 on the bottom right-hand corner is good enough. And he just throws it out, taking only 1 point of the damage on the back end of that.
So we got to update these life totals, but it should be Noah Bagelman's 20 to Pheno's 19. Pheno went ahead and drew up a completely random 4 cards with which to proceed on his first turn of the game. It looks like it's a cuff in the same cloth. Unfortunately, a defense reaction. I believe that's a public bounty on the left side of his hand.
Yeah, a red one as well. So that's a powerful card.
Honestly, it doesn't. It seems pretty darn good considering he's got to plunge the prospect in hand as well.
True.
Honestly, I think things are coming up aces based on the way that first turn went for Pheno.
Yeah, and it should also allow him to open with a dagger and sort of ask for a card from hand. He doesn't do that, though.
I think what Fino was considering was whether or not he needs to hold the dagger back so that Plunge the Prospect has its buffed power.
Right.
But in this case, we're coming in at a break point, and he could always just decide to break that Mark of the Huntsman to remark his opponent and then send Plunge the Prospect for 5.
Yeah, and I think depending on how many Callisteras he has in his deck, this could be a very smart move to just get one of those daggers out of the way early as Fino decides to not to break the dagger as the mark goes away.
Well, we've taken damage here. Fino
Could still
could
be,
still be considering.
Cards in hand, dagger still on the chain link.
But bottom line, Noah has taken 5 damage very early on. So it's 15 to 19 in the favor of Fino Black.
Looks to me like he... Yeah, there's
there we go.
destruction. Remarked.
Which means that Plunge... Oh, it's a blue Plunge Prospect, which means it's only coming in for 3.
Still good for a blue.
Very good for a blue. And the reason he's kind of hedged into this game, this course of action here, is because he really wants to tuck that Lair of the Spider into Arsenal and get set up for whatever Noah has in store for him next turn.
And this feels like a bit of a win-win for Fino, because if it hits, that's 3 points of damage. And if it doesn't, he gets to flip. So asking for a full card, no breakpoint, makes it really easy for Noah to cover it up if he wants to. And of course, that means the mark stays.
You're damned if you do, and you damned if you don't, says Fino Black. As he leans back, no more decision points to make on this turn, gets to relax and watch his opponent fester as he decides on blocks.
He opts to take it. So right away, Fino coming up with a whopping 7-point lead. Life total, that is.
And oftentimes, I like to think that Web of Deceit is the Arachne that you want to be, by and large. But also, Fino is sitting on a Lair of the Spider, which means he's going to have no trouble remarking his opponent as we proceed through the rest of this turn.
Yeah. Noah going ahead and using his chess piece to gain that resource, starting things out, indicating a resource light, or maybe even, oh no, at least a yellow in his hand. So
Perhaps
hiding information here. I think he thinks he'll need 3 resources. So sort of.
Michael, that's 2 Sisters of Fire in his hand, which means that he's got 0 costs galore. Potentially even that he will utilize that. Oh, he can't utilize the point of engagement, because that would break the chain and make Sisters of Fire, of course, unplayable. But he's going to go ahead and use Pledge Fealty to confer go again on that Obsidian Fire Vein. 2 damage leaking through on Fino's side of the board. Curious that he doesn't deploy the Lair of the Spider here. I'm sure he's thinking that this next dagger is definitely going to receive a reaction and he'll be able to use it later.
Yeah, as long as a reaction is used, that dagger will get go again, even if there's not a follow-up. So safe bet that you're going to be able to get that mark off either way.
And here we go. Sizzling Steel, and then probably 2 Sisters of Fire coming out of the hand of Noah Bagelman.
Wow.
Fire is this hand, Michael. Currently at 9, and he's still holding a defense reaction back. Lair of the Spider comes out of the arsenal of Fino Black, covering up 3 of that 9. 6 is threatening to leak through as Noah Bagelman marks Fang.
And it looks like Noah's going to choose to keep that last reaction. Oh,
and a put in context coming out of the hand of Fino Black, showcasing just how important defense reactions are, even if they're blues.
Yep. Blocking 6 on 8, only taking 3, 6 on 9. From that exchange leaves Fino at 14 at the start of his turn with 3 cards in hand to Noah's 12.
Noah pockets that Sisters of Fire for later, which is a curious decision. I tend to think that you want to just huck those things out there the first chance you get, especially when assassins are known for arsenal disruption. Here comes 2 go again from Mark of the Huntsman, Fino Black's first action and last dagger in his equipment zones.
Noah Bagelman is already marked, which means that this Mark of the Huntsman could just take that mark away and sort of ruin the rest of Fino Black's turn, unless he's willing to break it and go down to 0 daggers. So starting with the dagger against a marked hero is always a bit of a question mark of how the assassin player is going to handle the rest of the turn, depending on how the blocks pan out.
It's an open deck list format for our feature pod, which means that Noah has access to how many sources of Graphene Calycera generation and retrieve are in Pheno's deck, which means that it's an interesting decision letting this dagger hit and basically saying, I dare you to remark me here and go daggerless if you know that Pheno just doesn't have access to any more daggers for the rest of the turn.
So Noah smartly saying no blocks and letting the mark fall off.
Bite is the follow-up here. It looks like Pheno has not elected to flick his Mark of the Huntsman, perhaps telegraphing the point that we just illustrated. And 3 is devoted to the combat chain for the block, which means that no further damage is taken on this turn, and Noah Bagelman sits at a comfortable 10 to Pheno Black's even more comfortable 14. Noah starts off the turn with a cut from the same cloth, which means that he's going to have perfect information about Pheno's turn.
No reactions in the hand, though, means no marking.
Which is probably why we saw Pheno beat his chest in derision at Noah's hand.
Dodged the mark.
No mark here. But we still have the +3 on the next dagger attack to contend with. Honestly, Pheno's hand is looking a little lackluster. We've got a yellow public bounty, a pick up the point, which I believe was off color as well.
And it doesn't block all that well either.
Not lackluster is Noah Bagelman's hand, which is followed up by a red cut deep, +4, +3, +1. It's a big bad 9.
Don't ask me those questions.
Excuse me, 8. I'm doing very poor math this morning.
Well, it could be 9 if there's a reaction on this.
Yes,
one.
absolutely.
No more tooth and claw means probably not.
But we know that his arsenal is the Sisters of Fire, and this is the exact point I was talking about last turn cycle. If you've got it, you got to flaunt it because he's not going to be able to deploy that attack reaction here. He can't get to Chainlink 2.
Yeah. Still has more turns in the future to utilize that card, so...
He has telegraphed to Pheno, based on the way he played out that last turn cycle, that this is one of those role player starters for Fang. Because I think Pheno would probably imagine that's the only reason he'd hold it back. Either it's a defense reaction, or it's something that he really needs to get to Chainlink 2 on a further turn. So could buy some overblocks from Pheno. Especially with a hand that's a bit of a clunker.
Yeah. I think at least 2 of his cards block for 2. So
the one he has face down, and of course the pick up the point. Also the public bounty.
Okay.
So honestly, this is a really low blocking hand for an assassin.
It's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I would just call this a bad hand across the board.
Pheno just confirming how much is coming through. 8 power. Thank you, Pheno, for helping us out on stream. No on hits here, but that doesn't mean it's not threatening. Over half your life total if you choose to take this. And it's not like you have anything great to offer in return.
Yep, and we're about halfway through each player's life totals at the moment, about halfway through the game. And Noah still only has 1 fealty on the board, so that mini game isn't progressing as quickly as I think he would like it. As Pheno commits 3 cards to the block.
2 card blocks galore. Oh, my mistake. It was not a Sisters of Fire. It was a Sizzling Steel, which is definitely going to confer that go again and allow Noah to go 1 link wider. So 12 is now the power of this measly little base 1 dagger, which means that 6 damage is leaking through.
Ouch.
Despite the fact that Pheno has donated the majority of his hand on defense.
Yep, and those 2 block resource cards sort of showing their weakness here.
And did we swing the second dagger, Michael?
Did that reaction cost 1? If it did, I think that it was committed to.
Yes, of course.
Yep, so no resources to swing the dagger.
So no additional tickle coming out of the hand of Noah Bagelman, but that does mean it's 10 to 8 in his favor. Pheno, however, is clapping back with a Mark the Prey, which is a pretty darn good role player in these assassin decks. Threatens a mark on hit no matter what.
Yeah, really sort of just like asks you to block, because if you don't, being able to transform and potentially hit a really powerful transformation.
Noah has found himself a defense reaction, and he is
just
throwing it right out of the combat chain, even though it's not going to mark his opponent. Noah's showing that he's very comfortable playing with 3 fealty or 1 or 2.
Yeah, his deck has looked just fine without his without his fealties online.
Thumbing his nose at the Emperor is Noah Bagelman as he pays for his dagger like a tax-paying citizen that he is.
Yeah. And playing his 3-card hand here and up 2 life, it looks to me like Noah Bagelman has a little bit of a lead in this game at this point. I think thanks to Fino Black's lackluster hand last turn, he's going to have to gain some value over the course of the next couple turns if he wants to sort of edge back into this game.
Fino's found himself some good cards, but no real reactions to speak of. He's got the yellow scar tissue, but you'd have to imagine that that's going to be a dagger swing in the end. He does have Pursuit to the Edge of Oblivion, which is a fine 1-card play. Noah Bagelman, however, is going wide here. Blistering Blade confers go again to Obsidian Firevein and also a cheeky +2. So that means currently Noah Bagelman is getting in by 1.
Fino thinking about the leapfrog, maybe? No on a hit makes it a little bit tough to make that call now as he decides not to do it, but takes a little bit of time to think about it. You can tell that it's on his mind.
Blaze Headlong is the follow-up here. Another 4, threatening to bring Fino Black down to 3.
And it looks like he's committing Mark of the Black Widow to the block here, which is such a powerful card. Of course, only if Noah Bagelman is marked. So easy choice, question mark, to put it down here. But man, he would really like to be playing that on offense with the tempo and a marked Fang.
It depends on what is in the arsenal here, because I could see a world where Fino pitches the scar tissue to send Mark of the Huntsman and then just sends Pursuit to the Edge of Oblivion after that.
Yeah.
Probably holding on to the dagger, making Noah at least think about blocking it. He doesn't even like the scar tissue. I like this here.
And a double block, yeah.
Double block and then an additional 1 coming from the Obsidian Firevein because, of course, Blaze Headlong had go again. His Blistering Blade is a red. So 1-card play from Fino Black here.
And this is a good 1-card play. 0 for 4, mark the opponent on a hit is good.
Yeah. And meanwhile, bring your opponent down to almost half their life total. Currently, Fino is sitting at a 4-life deficit. This would bring him to parity and also transforming him into one of those Agents of Chaos. Could be instrumental in crafting a victory here. Noah Bagelman, however, is sitting at an effective 13 points of life to Fino's effective 8 points of life based on the equipment suites in both of these players' hands and feet.
Well, I'll give him a 10. You know,
Fair.
Each of those leapfrog pieces could be worth 2 into a Fang deck.
And
likely
honestly,
not more.
it's very likely that they will be because we've seen all of Noah's pseudo reactions, all of his instants already played. All of the Tooth the Dragons, all of the pledge fealties are already gone. So anytime he's going to extend this turn, it's going to be with an attack reaction.
And we see that equipment now being committed, just keeping Fino off that mark, knowing how valuable it can be for all of his cards to sort of gain their +1 from that mark. Noah says, no thank you. Commits the armor.
Noah, thank you. Hunt a Killer is coming out and buffing this first Obsidian Firevein on Noah Bagelman's side of the board.
Yep, and that's, I think, a blue, so +2. Should be coming in for 3.
A cheeky 3 with maybe a little bit more coming at Fino. Looks like he's found his Orb Weaver Spinneret at long last. Probably going to try to hold on to that and see if he can put something else in his right hand, as unfortunately that Mark of the Huntsman has been gone for some time now. Is that a red Orb Weaver? No, it is a blue. He's got 2 blues at his... Oh, you know what card I think is in his arsenal, Michael, now that I think about it? I'm pretty sure it's a Defang the Dragon.
Oh.
So I think Fino is really trying to find a way to mark his opponent in order to threaten go again on that attack. He's also got a two sides of the blade, Michael. This could be the turn that really flips the tables for Fino Black.
Yeah, he just took no damage and kept a 4-card hand. So he's looking great at the moment.
All things considered, he has put himself in the position to win this game. He's also got a red plunge the prospect if he's able to confer mark over and over again. But you have to imagine that it's going to be Defang the Dragon coming out after this dagger hits.
Yep, and so this is maybe Noah his last chance not to be marked. Will he commit the armor?
So yeah, if Noah's spidey senses are tingling, that Vow of Vengeance is going to come right out in front of Mark the Huntsman.
It could also be the leggings. In fact, probably better.
And that would be better. You are absolutely right.
As it's his last chance to get the sort of extra value, the guard well value, as it goes up +1.
And if you hold back the Vow, then you always have the opportunity to mark your opponent at instant speed if you want.
Yeah, I expect the leggings here from Noah.
It's important to mention, too, that Noah lost his one fealty that he worked so hard to generate because he didn't play a Draconic card all chain.
Wishing that dagger was coming in for 2.
Unfortunate for Fino because the rest of this turn is really, really vital for assuming that Noah is marked, because it means that that really intimidating contract card would be coming in for 4 instead of 3. And also it would mean he could actually do something with the cards that it could generate.
Is Fino now out of ways to mark? It's not possible?
I don't believe so at this point. No, because he's holding on to 2 sides of the blade. So here he goes. He's going to use the attack reaction 2 sides of the blade in order to get
smart play
in
there
and mark his opponent. So taking 3 is Noah Bagelman down to 7. Life totals are within 1 point here, and Fino is not done yet.
2 cards in hand, no floating resources, but a mark on Noah Bagelman's side means that this stealth card coming in will have +1, plus all the effects.
I think Fino is wondering whether or not he should deploy Defang the Dragon, because even though it comes in at a breakpoint, Noah's still sitting on a 1 blade break piece. Right. He does commit to it, but this is going to be fairly easy for Noah to cover up.
Yeah.
Unless he is assuming that Fino is sitting on a 0-cost attack reaction.
Ooh, a 0-cost attack reaction would be amazing in this seat. Let's see how Noah sniffs it out, and if he commits to an overblock out of fear of drawing a card and go again.
We, of course, know that Fino is just sitting on another stealth attack. So he's really hoping that Noah decides to disrespect this and allow him to draw a big bad card.
That would be the dream.
But you got to believe that Noah is too smart for that as he reaches for the Vow of Vengeance, puts it right on the combat chain, and looks at a bunch of 3 blocks at his disposal. Oh, and it's a smoke out, even better.
Interesting choice to commit the defense reaction there. Kind of smelling that is not an attack reaction. So if it was an attack reaction, I think the safer play is, of course, to block with a 3 block and then wait to see, and then you can still cover it up. Noah just saying, nah, I don't think you have it.
I wonder if it was telegraphed by the fact that Fino was thinking so long
Could be that. Those are the subtle reads, I think, that some of these best players in the world are just like so good at making, where it's like, that spot, you can get so blown out by an attack reaction. It's crazy. And they're laughing right now because the tarantula being flipped with no daggers on the table.
Both players throwing their heads back in raucous laughter because the one agent of chaos that Fino Black can't really utilize right now is the one he transformed into. So Noah Bagelman starts off this turn with a red Knife Through Butter, which is a really good card at this point because no matter what, any attack he throws at Fino is going to have go again because he is marked. And as fate would have it, Noah finds a really good Draconic attack for the Emperor.
Now, is that only giving a plus to the weapon? So this would be coming in for 5, and then a follow-up weapon will get the pump.
That's correct. And if Fino blocks this out in its entirety, then that dagger will have go again no matter what.
Scary.
So even though Noah has lost 1 fealty throughout the course of this game, he's threatening another. He's already gotten 1, and he's threatening another on the back end of this. So his deck is not out of gas by any means.
Yeah, 1 for 5, create a fealty, go again. Quite the card. Knife Through Butter performing actually really well in this spot. Another card I tend to undervalue.
And seems to be no defense reactions in the hand or arsenal of Fino Black. We know the arsenal is a Plunge the Prospect. Oh, and he's found 3 2 blocks once again, Michael.
No.
This is the worst I've seen any of these assassin blocks in a really long time.
Yeah. And he's laughing, maybe out of pain. This might be an not a Not a funny haha.
Well, it's not all bad for Fino. Even if he takes this 2-1, he's still sitting very pretty for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that's true. This game, while he would love to take it and create that pad for him, he's certainly not out of it yet. Going 2-1 with your first loss being in game 3 is a fantastic seat to be in.
Looks like we've lined up 2 take-a-stabs, which is only going to block for 4, which means 1 leaks through. Both players laughing once again at the number of 2 blocks in Fino's hand. Just an unfortunate way in which these cards have been drawn this game. We've seen a Savor Bloodshed have to be devoted to the blocks on turn 0. We've seen 2 hands with 3 2 blocks from our Assassin player. Just not the way things normally shake out.
Yep, and Noah now sitting on 2 fealties, and everyone laughing about the 2 blocks here.
Both players having an amazing round of laughter as the third take-a-stab in all 3 colors, mind you,
Ouch.
Michael, hits the combat chain.
Well, an ambassador for take-a-stab here is Fino Black.
As he descends down to 2, however, at a 5 life deficit to Noah Bagelman's 7. That being said, is a great 1-card follow-up for Fino. Plunge the prospect for 5 because his opponent is marked.
I do love that card. Very strong.
Fino looks like he's... Oh, no. He's just explaining to somebody about his unfortunate transformation into Arachne Tarantula. Thought we were getting a judge call there for a second.
No, the judge just came over to laugh at him.
Oh, no. Noah has said no blocks.
Damage. Wow.
And Stains of the Redback came out. Fino tried to steal this game away from Noah, but alas, Den of the Spider was at the ready.
I kind of want to point out there, like, how sort of disengaged Fino was in that moment, looking over, laughing, really hiding that reaction well. Could have just stolen the game. So good thing Noah had that defense reaction and was ready for that possibility, because that was sneaky.
Fino ever the poker player, yeah.
That was cool. I liked that.
You almost believed there was nothing left in that hand,
I wasn't thinking. I was look at the judge. They're laughing. Oh, you're dead? Oh, no.
By the way, there's a Stains of the Redback.
So Noah just narrowly escaping that sudden assassin dagger coming to the face, coming for the throat.
You have to wonder if that's how he won some of those other games in this pod one.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha, we're all having fun here. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah, especially with the innocuous tarantula. It's the worst one. Oh, this is so bad. I'm losing so horrible. Lethal. Surprise lethal. Yeah, well done.
Which is maybe where this set gets its reputation as being a little bit swingy.
But now Fino is on the defensive and with only 2 life to work with, really has to think long and hard about how he's going to block these out. It is imperative for him. Oh, 1 card in deck as well.
Blistering Blade, the second copy in Noah's deck, comes out onto the combat chain, which means that this dagger should be leaking in for 1, unless Fino has something to say about it. And here come the Leapfrog Gloves, which means it's covered up perfectly. Oh, an Incision over the top, which means that Fino is currently dead on board unless he has a defense reaction in hand.
And doing a little math.
Oh, and the fist bump comes his way. Fino thought he could sneak in a victory with that Stains of the Redback, but Noah Bagelman says Incision just does it better.
Yeah. Well played on both players' sides.
Congratulations.
That was so cool. I love that hidden reaction from Fino. So cool.
That was a cheeky play for sure.
It was.
But you got to be up pretty early in the morning to get past a 5th place at the World Championship player.
Noah just acted like he knew that was coming the whole time. Like, I've got the reaction. What did you think I was going to do? Come on.
And this time, since we are moving on to a different pod entirely, we have a little bit of time, and so we can actually give you the interview that we promised with Mr. Noah Bagelman himself. Currently 3-0 in the first AGE East Open ever.
Yeah.
Which means that he is on the road to 30 AGE points and potentially a whole prize suite from a Road to Nationals event. So don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood, more Noah Bagelman, more the hunted blazing drafts after this. Welcome back, folks. We are back, as promised, with Noah Bagelman, our first 3-0 on screen of the day. Noah, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm super happy to escape with a 3-0. I felt like my deck was probably 2-1 material, but got a little bit lucky with the draw sequence. I got to pull off the neat knife through butter combo, getting my physical attack go again. So yeah, happy to be 3-0. Great start to the day.
And also, you very astutely dodged the kind of like tongue-in-cheek, maybe sandbagging kind of play from Pheno Black, where he was like, he's talking to somebody else off screen about like, oh yeah, I got Aracne Tarantula, that sucks. Oh no, I have no daggers, blah blah blah. And then he goes, stains the red back, and then you're like, oh, I got the smoke out anyway. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely panicked in the moment. I was like, oh wait, no, I have this reaction and we're fine. I'm marking him. Like, this is all according to plan.
Definitely
yeah.
Showcasing the way that Aracne can steal games away. A lot of heroes can steal games away in this format.
Yeah.
So Noah,
I'm hoping to do it myself with Fang.
Yeah, exactly. And you did handsomely. So Noah, you are at Great Stories Comics and Gaming in Massachusetts. Can you we're obviously casting remotely here. Can you give me a sense of the vibe? Can you put me in the room? How does it feel to be there? What are all the players saying? Are we excited about AGEs? Get me there.
Oh yeah, it's super hype in here. It's like quite an expansive store. They could even like host a much larger turnout. We had a huge turnout of I think 40 people. So yeah, so the energy is like super hype. There was like a kid's birthday party in the back room, and as they were letting out, they were all tuning in to like see what this whole stream setup was, what was going on. Maybe get some fresh faces in the community.
Oh, it sounds like we need to get a.
Super cool.
Sounds like we need to get a learn to play booth out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Is this normal for the East Coast for draft events to get this big of a turnout, or like what's the limited vibe overall?
I think people around this area are pretty hype about limited. We often host before majors. We being me, Pheno Black, James Silver. We often host for people going to like nationals or some big event. We'll host like a draft camp where we'll have a bunch of people come to either Great Stories or another local store and just kind of run some pods, like open face, where we're discussing about what we would choose given the position we are on the draft, and just kind of like using the community as a resource to help us all get better at draft. So yeah, I think we're pretty hype about limited in this area.
I would have to imagine that it's especially near and dear to your heart, especially because you've showcased that you are such an aficionado at draft, not only at this event that we're watching you at now, but also at Worlds, where you simply cannot place well unless you are good at draft.
Yep. Yeah, that is true. I think I'm definitely better at playing the games out than drafting. I'm sure I'll get some flack in watching back the comments of the stream, but yeah. All that matters is the result at the end of the day, right?
We were a little bit worried about you early on, especially at the end of Pack 1, maybe halfway through Pack 2. But when those equipment pieces came around, both Michael and I cheered when we saw the Blade Beckoner boots and all the red reacts coming your way in Pack 3. So, hey, man, we were really excited to see this because you kind of showcased a staying open strategy. And last month at our limited February AGE Open, we pretty much just saw 3 forcers back to back. So it was nice to actually put somebody on screen who is trying to read the table and find the open lane.
Yeah. The person passing into me ended up actually being Fang, but yeah, I was wavering between Fang and Arachne, so I guess we just probably had some different card evaluations that eventually ended up pushing me into the Fang seat.
Now, so you kind of were waffling between those lanes fairly early in that draft. How did it feel to see a ton of Syndra power cards coming your way?
I think I probably have a little bit of a bias towards not drafting Syndra. I just think that some of the power cards that I saw were the ones that take setup and weren't super high power impact of like a red dragon power or the red Art of the Dragon that just does 2 damage unpreventable. I think I saw one early on that was like a yellow dragon power. There was the yellow that is a 0 cost. Sorry, I don't know the names, but yellow 0 cost that throws the dagger if it becomes draconic, and then the 1 for 5 that blows up Arsenal, I think. So those are like decent cards and some other decent red ninja cards, but I don't know. Every deck in this format gets a lot of good red power cards, so I just yeah.
And that being said, Michael and I were both kind of assuming that Ninja was fairly open based on based on what we were reading coming your way. Was there any apprehension when you paired first into a Syndra? Like, were you maybe thinking like, oh, this deck might be pretty darn good based on what I saw?
Yeah, I was a little bit spooked, but I have a decent amount of equipment that can block. Right, I have the 2/1 blocks plus the Guardwell shoes, which means Syndra threatening a wide Poison Blade turn is not as threatening. I can just kind of leverage my armor on that turn, hopefully. And I think that there wasn't that many reacts that Syndra could have, so I felt I could cheese in a little bit of damage on turn 0, or just present an endgame where I just get damage that essentially can't be prevented. So yeah, I think the Syndra deck was a little bit spooky, but everyone's nervous at the first round of the day. I just attribute it to whatever. It's first round jitters.
It's nice to know that you're human despite your pedigree.
So they say, yeah.
Have you learned anything that you plan to take into Pod 2?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I need to be more disciplined on when I decide my lane. I think I probably wasted around 2 or 3 picks that I should have just decided on my lane earlier that could have made my deck a lot better. But yeah, in general, I'm probably just going to adopt a similar strategy and see how it pans out.
Well, awesome, Noah. We are very excited to see how you do. We are definitely going to be covering a different player because we got to give some other people some airtime, but I suspect that you will be lurking in the other in the pod, and I'm sure we'll see you on stream again later on today. Best of luck, Noah.
Yeah, thanks.
Alrighty, folks. We will be back with more Flesh and Blood, more Noah Bagelman, more great stories, comics, and games after this. We've seen our first 3-0 draft of the day, which means that we are 1-0 on picking the feature drafters, Michael.
All right.
If you'll remember, back when we did the MST limited event last year, every single person we had on coverage went 3-0.
Wow.
We unfortunately kind of broke that streak back in February. We had Colin go 3-0, and then unfortunately our last two didn't quite get there. But alas, we are going to redeem it all today. So the next person we've got coming up is one that a lot of you will recognize. We had Noah Bagelman, a big face in Flesh and Blood, on for our last stream draft, but this time it's Pierre-Nicolas Perrin, who is also quite an illustrious player in his own right.
Yeah, taking down an RTN, top aiding a calling, top aiding a battle hardened.
He is no stranger to the top 8 cuts of Tier 3 events, so we expect to see a very impressive draft from this gentleman here. And I do believe that because we're featuring him, it probably means that he is X and O. Haven't confirmed that yet, but hey, when you are at a 40-person draft event and you are knocking down 3-0 in that first pod, you better believe this is going to be a draft to remember.
Yeah, looking good for him.
We've had Pierre-Nicolas Perrin fill out a player profile for us. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's learn a little bit more about this illustrious player. He certainly seems to like Whoppers.
That Burger King hat on top of the beanie.
He's also one of the few East Coast players that submitted profiles that actually like to stay open. I know we just saw Noah Bagelman on stream, who very much seems to like to be open.
Really did that.
But the majority of these player profiles have said force and force hard.
Yeah. Just stay out of my lane. I'm playing Syndra. I'm playing Fang, whatever you're picking.
It also looks like he and our previously featured drafter are good friends, because it seems that Noah Bagelman has banned him from ever giving dinner advice again.
Oh.
He doesn't think it was deserved, but
Did he pick Burger King, you think?
it's a good question. Based on his crown right there, I would have to imagine so.
Yeah.
So a very fun person, even though he's a very skilled Flesh and Blood player. So are we ready to proceed back to the East Coast for another feature draft? Let's go ahead and
Flying
take a
off
flight
into our airplane. Yes.
via air. Where should we? Who should we fly with? American, Delta,
Not Spirit. That's all I'm saying.
not Spirit. Copy that. I think Frontier is the friend of all card game players. So let's go ahead and hop on Frontier. Let's pay $50 extra to choose our seat. Also, probably another $15 for water and the use of the facilities. And we will make our way over to Whitensville once again. Let's go ahead and proceed down to our draft view of Pierre-Nicolas Perrin. Okay, and looks like the first pack is already cracked, and we are thumbing our way through it. We found a compounding anger that has come to the fore, and it looks like a viable option because I don't think you're sending too many ninja signals with this pack. Alas, there is a defense reaction and also 2 other reds in the ninja spot. Maybe it would be risky to take a really good ninja rare here.
Sure. Mark of the Black Widow, also a very powerful card that could send signals to say, stay out of my lane.
Thumbing through, still holding that defense reaction at the 4. Does look like that Blistering Blade could indeed create a warrior on his left. Looks like Pierre is also going to opt to stay open, towing the line between the assassin and the ninja lanes.
Yep.
Second pack here. Let's see if we can identify what was taken out of here. We got a warrior common. Got a rare for assassin. Generic, another assassin.
Another
common.
mark. Whoever picks those up is going to be happy.
So no assassin commons have been taken out of this deck, as long as it wasn't that 3-2-2 split. Looks like ninja has not been sent as a signal. And did we see 2 rares, Michael?
There's one right there in the...
There's one, and then the diced. So it's curious. It's hard to tell what was taken from this pack. Perhaps a generic or one of those dual class cards, maybe a draconic card or an assassin
Maybe
ninja
it
or
was
assassin warrior.
Dual reaction. It seems like that's such a popular choice for pack one, pick one in this set so far.
So no viable signals received by Pierre. He still is not 100% sure which lane he should go in. He does know, however, that he passed a very strong ninja pack to his left. So it'll be harder to take that ninja lane knowing that you have probably created one to your left.
We now have an assassin warrior flex and an assassin ninja flex. The only class so far that uses both of those, obviously, is the assassin. So seeing a little bit of a signal. But this pack right here, another one of those sort of powerful assassin commons being passed over, this time targeting the arsenal, as well as a few other flexible pieces.
Yeah, I'm really liking the assassin cards that are going around right now, Michael.
I'm a little bit worried that if you go ahead and pick assassin now, that you've kind of sent enough signals that everyone's going to want to go assassin, but Mark of the Prey picked up. When this hits a hero, mark them. One of the more difficult things to do as an assassin is mark, because sometimes you have to commit your entire dagger, throw it in the bin. And so getting the Mark of the Prey early means that he will have at least one non-dagger option.
Mark the Prey is one of those spectacular role players in Assassin. It just does it better than most of the other stealth cards, because usually you can start off a chain with it.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes your opponent will already be marked, and you want to go wider. You want to be able to go 2 attacks wide, but you kind of have an issue because oftentimes you need the mark in order to have those powerful on hit effects. So you start off with a Mark the Prey, you threaten go again on hit, and also a remark, which can mean, Mark of the Black Widow, Mark of the Funnel Web coming up in the second chain link.
Yeah, and looking at this pack here, I'm seeing a lot of ninja cards as well as some really good equipment pieces. So the equipment coming to the front, likely going to be the choice here. But looking through this, it looks like assassin and ninja are sort of the outliers.
Leapfrog leggings is the choice here. Pierre secures his first piece of equipment.
And another
Mark of the Funnel Web.
Yep, piece. So far, none picked up.
Have we seen an assassin common taken at this point? It does look like it. I think. Oh no, not at all.
Wow.
Reaper's Call in the yellow, so assassin might very well still be open, Michael.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that if Pierre locks in assassin here, which it looks like he is, that at the very least he is the first assassin in this line of assassins that could be forming to his left.
So Pierre has found himself a lane. We'll see if it is wide open or not.
Yeah, we need to wait for that wheel to really understand.
And getting past the 2 sides of the blade sure feels like he's in the right seat, Michael.
Yep, he's feeling really good about that one.
We've also got his pick of the litter when it comes to equipment. He's also got Red Alert Visor, and he's seen more Red Alert pieces that could wheel back his way.
Yeah, so the premium attack reactions, this is kind of what allows assassins to close those games out, as they sort of tend to be the lowest value per card, although the slipperiest to prevent damage of the classes here.
And 2 sides of the blade goes straight to the pool. Pierre is starting off with nothing but gas in this pack one.
All reds and a premium equipment piece.
And I think we're really comfortable with the wheels based on that first pack, too.
Yep. So
what do you think about choosing Leapfrog leggings over Red Alert gloves, though?
I think that's correct. I really like a Leapfrog, and I think that in any slot, I would prefer Leapfrog. They're just a little bit easier to sort of get the extra value out of, because, and I think the thing I like about it is they have the potential to cover up 2 breakpoints.
I definitely feel like Leapfrog has like the higher ceiling, whereas Red Alert has the more reliable floor.
That's a good way to put it.
Or I guess it's a reliable ceiling.
Because,
the ceiling of the Red Alert is 2 rather than 1.
I'm wondering right now, because it's possible that we see some of those Mark of the Black Widows wheel back around, but that is such a juicy card. It's I'm curious to know where those end up, and if they end up wheeling, or if Pierre ends up setting up a table of 3 to 4 assassins by passing those all over to his left.
Well, let's take a look at this next pack, which was puzzled over quite a bit for the player to Pierre's right. I am seeing very few assassin cards here, Michael.
Yeah, but a Blue Reaper's Call is definitely a good choice here. I think your point though is that, maybe the assassins have locked in somewhere across the table and have now taken all of the goodies out of this pack.
Which might be okay, because that could mean we're starting to get to the point where these are the dregs of the packs. Pierre is about to see his first pack, which could mean that assassin player that has been locked in the pod is 4 seats to his left.
Yeah.
As long as he's like on the opposite side of the table from Pierre, he's feeling very good.
Yeah, I think the best place for him would be directly to his left, right? Because then he gets to look at every single pack in pack 3 first. Of course, that means the opposite for pack 2. But, getting to sort of have first choice twice is definitely better than one time. Although, again, all of those Mark of the Black Widows, whoever lapped those up is feeling pretty good about themselves.
And you have to imagine that there is a ninja to Pierre's left too, based on what he passed on pack 1.
Yeah, those were some power picks.
The question is, where are the warriors and how close are they to Pierre?
Yeah.
Pierre snap picking here, challenging his foe to his right to keep pace. We see a jagged edge. A lot of warrior cards here.
Yeah.
Looks like warrior may be the open seat in this pod, but still, there's pick of the litter of assassin cards here in this pack for Pierre, because he's not going to see it again.
Yellow Mark of the Black Widow, a nice resource card, extremely flexible, 3 block with an on hit if it's active. Of course, take a stab. That red attack reaction just giving more ability to kind of go over the top.
Only for daggers, though. So I tend to think that is more of a warrior card than assassin. However, Pierre is saying, I want reds and I want them now.
Yeah, I think he just maybe values the ability to instant speed. Oh, look at that.
A
Mark
wheel
of the Black Widow
Black
wheeled
Widow.
completely.
Holy, Michael.
So that's a huge signal that Pierre has read the
Are we in the
snot out
seat?
of this table. Yep.
I think we are in the seat, Michael.
And there it is.
Ooh, all right. This is fixing up to be a really solid deck here, Pierre.
Does that mean there's another one in here? No, but he does get that yellow orb weaver spinneret
And
wheeling back around.
Also a blue Mark the Prey. I think assassin is wide open here.
I think so too. These are both fantastic cards.
And this is a masterclass in putting yourself in a good position. You've got to believe that Pierre was looking at the wheels, possibly even more than the power cards in his first couple packs, because he knows what is actually going to make up the bulk of his deck.
I'm honestly shocked to see those cards make it back around. I sitting in his seat, I would have been too afraid that I would never see them again, and I would have snap picked them.
Speaking of which, the Red Alert vest and the Red Alert gloves have made their way back around the table. Pierre, this is a blessed draft if I've ever seen one.
And he goes for the stealth blue, just really needing to kind of cushion that resource curve a little bit more, thinking he has a better shot at getting equipment later on in the next coming packs.
You know, he's already got 2 pieces this early in pack 1. That is a great spot to be. You've got so much time to fill out the hand slot and the head slot. Pierre has got to be feeling good right here.
Yeah, I think he does need to make sure he has enough ways to mark. He's got a lot of the kind of power of the on hits and the reactions, but I think maybe where he might be looking for the next couple packs is making sure he has reliable ways to mark.
I tend to think that he's also going to want at least one source of retrieve,
right?
Perhaps maybe one more Orb Weaver Spinneret or Whittle from Bone, but already, like, I think this is one of the best pack 1 pools that I've seen in a very long time.
Wow, coming off of the back of oh no, we weren't watching Assassin last week. Yes. If you had been watching that one, I don't know that you'd be saying that.
Oh, Austin's,
yes,
you're saying?
Austin's pool was insane.
My co-caster is referring to the champion of the February AGE Open, Austin Chin, who drafted a banger of an Iraqi deck for that final pod.
But this one is looking to rival it, as we are only 1 pack in, and he's got quite the number of bombs. Oh, what is this? What do we got here? Doesn't show us. Probably just a...
Oh, was it an expansion slot?
It wasn't. It was a, didn't have a... It wasn't two-sided. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, gotcha.
Didn't get to see it.
Alas. So Pierre
Razor's Edge premium reaction here.
Scar tissue ain't bad either. Mark of the funnel web. How about that?
And I was just talking about the need for ways to mark, of course, scar tissue being one of those ways.
There are wheels galore here, Michael.
Looks
Pierre
like
is
he's going to
be
get
happy
to
no matter
see a
what comes
few
back to
more
him.
cards returning to him. Scar tissue, I think, much less likely to wheel. But of course, Razor's Edge being a little bit more flexible in that it targets all the stealth cards
Based on the fact that
and blocks 3.
based on the fact that Black Widow wheeled in pack 1, I
Uh-huh.
think he's probably pretty comfortable leaving Mark of the Funnel Web in this pack.
Right.
If there's one thing he's starving for here, it's good assassin attack reactions,
Yeah.
and that makes me think that Razor's Edge is going to be the choice here.
Sure. And why do you like Razor's Edge more than Scar Tissue in this spot?
Because it's a block 3. It's
Yeah.
more versatile.
Sure.
It's a safety pick as well as a role player pick.
Yep.
So I tend to want to take that over the Scar Tissue. You are right that we are deficient in marking, but he's gotten himself started off with a red Mark the Prey, and assassins are just so good at doing it anyway with their daggers.
Yeah. We also see a boots and a headpiece. I think the boots are not no, they are.
It's got to be the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
I was not looking closely enough at that card. Red Orb Weaver Spinneret.
I love Starting Point, and
Yeah.
you alluded to Austin Chin, who used Starting Point like a maniac in that
Uh-huh.
Arachne deck in the February Open. But in this case, Pierre opts for that red Orb Weaver Spinneret. I think that's a really
Sure.
heads-up play. Because
And you were just talking about the need for retrieval. You don't need to retrieve anything when you have those Calyceras online.
yeah, retrieval, generate a new dagger, A-OK.
Look
And
at that.
wow, we're looking at another great pack for Pierre. Another 2 sides of the blade. One of those premium assassin attack reactions at his disposal.
He's getting tons of power cards here. He's going to need to make sure to couple them with enough blues and yellows, of course. And
Currently, we're sitting on 2 playable yellows and 2 playable blues.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he's on his way to being all right. I think
Yeah.
you only need maybe 4 or 5 blues.
he
in
can
the
wait a
assassin
little bit
decks.
longer, and you definitely don't want to pass on a 2 sides of the blade.
Plus, we've seen, if Assassin is indeed as open as we think, we've seen plenty of resource cards that Pierre could pick up on the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And you better believe that he is taking note of that and very aware of what is going to be coming back to him.
Yeah. And so far, it looks like the players to his left are also not taking the really good assassin cards. So I don't know what's going on this table, but look at these assassin picks for Pierre.
It could just be that he is indeed as far away from the other assassin as humanly possible, which
Sure.
is the best case scenario for him, and will be a telltale sign when we finally see assassin commons start to go by the wayside.
Yep.
There is a rare missing from this pack, if I'm not mistaken, though. So it's entirely possible that we're not seeing the pain in the backsides or the take up the mantles once again, and that somebody else has picked them up on the way.
Yeah. And Pierre, I think this looks like an easy leapfrog gloves, as we only have the legs and chest chosen so far. So looking like 4 pieces of equipment is likely, as he's gotten 3 of the 4 now down halfway through pack 2.
Honestly, he's had almost no dead picks at this point. I think he has 1 unplayable in this entire pool. So I think he could have some sideboard pieces of equipment or specialty tools that he can bring in and send out depending on the matchup.
Yeah.
This is the exact spot you want to be in, and this is the value proposition for staying open. If you are immensely aware of your wheels, it just means that your entire pool is flexible. You have so many more playables than anybody else at the table, and you can flex cards in and out based on their power level rather than the fact that they're just not cracked baubles.
Yeah. And a blue Mark of the Black Widow, just such quality cards in the blue slot so far, only taking the premium cream of the crop stuff.
This pack might be the first time that we're a little bit starved for a snap pick. However, Michael, honestly, I think one of the best resource cards in this assassin deck is Yellow Plunge the Prospect.
Yeah.
Because when your opponent is marked, it still comes in for a breakpoint of 4.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a good card. Definitely a lot of value to that one. I think the only downside is if they aren't marked, it can be a bit of a clunker. So
Hey,
we'll
you
see
can
how
always pitch it to a
Pierre-
dagger.
It's true. No, that's what's nice about a card like that. And Scuttle the Canal ending up at the front of this pack.
I I don't hate Pits of Despair. That's
Yep.
awfully nice.
1 for 5, mark the hero on hit. Really powerful. Of course, marking so critical in the Arachne deck. As we see, wow, a red Public Bounty and a Razor's Edge.
Another Razor's Edge.
How, what, I have to know, what pack number is this? How many times have we passed? Because a Razor's Edge making it this far means...
we know that it's not his
it's
initial
not his
pack.
wheel. But is this like... Is his wheel coming up next? How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in the pack. 14?
Yeah, so it should be his next pack.
Okay. So that means that whoever the other assassin players are, either this had a ton of bombs
Or
in
they're
it,
not there.
or they aren't there. Exactly.
It's
And
entirely
looking
possible.
at this, the texture of this, I'm thinking there is a chance that Pierre might be the only assassin at this table.
And that's where you get to see a master drafter do their best work, because sure, you could be a player that has their pick of the litter of their cards, and honestly that sometimes makes drafting harder.
Yeah.
Because you simply don't have the oh, I know what's going on. There we go. We need to be in pack 2.
Aha.
A little overlay mishap.
There we
Michael and I
go.
were getting too excited, so we forgot to hit the button. The next pickup is Defang the Dragon, which, speaking of those sideboard pieces, that's one of the best you can possibly have.
Oh, yeah. When you get to play that into Fang, so powerful.
And if you're not forced to run it, because honestly, it's not that great of a card unless you're specifically facing off with Fang.
Yeah. And here we see pick up the point going to the front of the pack, although I can start to see that these blues and yellows are gaining value.
We're still only sitting on 5 resource cards total. But hey, I'll pick up the point, another source of retrieve. So that makes 2 possible Graphene Calistras we could generate, and also 1 source of retrieve. So I think Pierre is going to be feeling just fine about sacrificing those daggers. And starting point comes back around to him, along with some of those premium resource cards.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, Michael. So the point I was making earlier was that if you're a newer player, if you're a less skilled drafter, oftentimes when you have the full tableau of choices in front of you, you can often make the wrong decision because you just you're not as well versed in the draft format. In this case, Pierre has all of the choices in front of him, and he knows exactly which cards are going to fit best into his deck.
Looking at Poison Blade, maybe the first mid card and instead actually deciding to counterpick Proclaim Vengeance. I really like this because it is always going to be good into him. That 1 extra resource is very meaningful. And here we see the mark of the Black Widow wheeling back around in blue, of course.
This might be the best Arachne deck I have ever seen.
Certainly has a lot of options. Take a Stab blue and Scuttle the Canal blue. Both usable, both powerful as he goes for the 3 block. And he's just getting handed assassin cards to end this out.
And
I think
there's
a
that yellow
poison.
Plunge the Prospect.
Yep.
That's like
So,
the best
wow.
wheel ever.
That's incredible. A resource block 3 that can come in as a 0 for 4. So incredibly versatile. I think Pierre might be the only assassin at this table.
Yeah, I kind of think so too, Michael. Either that or he's facing off with another assassin who very much doesn't evaluate the cards the same way that Pierre does.
One thing I will say is I think he passed 2 red Mark of the Black Widows and only 1 wheeled around to him.
If there's
in
only
pack 1.
if there's only 1 assassin in this pod, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
But we've seen some amazing wheels.
Yeah.
It's also just been a really good couple assassin packs. And sometimes you run into this in draft where the box that you are drafting with just supports certain heroes way more than others. But you know, like that's just sometimes the way it goes when people pick their lanes.
Yeah.
And then it just happens that there's better cards for certain classes than others.
No, it makes sense. I remember my own draft, sort of seeing some good assassin cards early on and then thinking it was open. There were only 2 other Arachnes, so, it's 3 is what is supposed to be supported, but it was not. And I got a really bad deck as the other 2 packs unfolded with a ton of garbage. So we'll have to see how these ones unfold. And we are seeing early on some pretty powerful warrior and
This is a
ninja
draconic
cards.
pack
Yeah,
right here.
absolutely.
A little unfortunate for Pierre, but he's got the space to make hate picks if he wants
Yeah,
to.
and it looked like he was even thinking about it as he put some of those really powerful draconic cards to the front.
But there is an incision there, which is definitely a premium pickup for him. He could get his last equipment slot here, and he wouldn't be that sad if something redundant came around just because he has so many usable cards in his pool.
Right. It looks like he's currently looking for a headpiece.
There's also another copy of Defang the Dragon, which he may be considering as a premium sideboard slot. Maybe it's over-teching into Fang, but also, hey man, if you can send 2 cards that draw a card off of your opponent getting hit, why not?
Yep, and goes for the incision, +3, blocks 3. Nice all around.
And I think that makes a lot of sense here because he knows Assassin is wide open at this point. It's a foregone conclusion. So he takes the card that is dual class so that warriors can't take it against him, and probably he's just going to wheel that Defang the Dragon.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And the Razor's Edge, another one, just such a good card, although currently putting a blue at the front, it might just be time to get the resource curve up and running, and there it is.
And honestly, we are not starving for attack reactions anymore. We've
No.
got 2 incisions. We've got 2 Razor's Edge, two sides of the blade at this point. I think there's a world where Pierre takes too many of them, and he's identified that. Flipping through this one, there are another couple really good options to round out this deck. A red Plunge the Prospect really perks my interest, but also red Up Sticks and Run is a pretty dang good card.
Yeah. Up Sticks and Run, some of the most premier retrieval, as it has a 0 for 4 text printed on it.
Which, don't get me wrong, sometimes it can be a little clunky because if you're pitching 2 resources for your dagger, ultimately that ends up being a 2-card 5, which is not really where you want to be. But that being said, he can generate Graphene Calycera without much work, and that is an entirely different story.
We see a headpiece. Likely, this will be his last chance to pick one up. So I think putting that straight to the front and evaluating the rest of just to make sure no mistakes are made makes a lot of sense here.
It's just so funny to see him thumb through. Like, this is the exact opposite situation we saw for Noah. In pack 3, Noah was really trying to find the pieces that make the deck work at the outset. At this point, Pierre has got his pick of the litter. And
it looks like I was wrong there. The yellow mark of the Black Widow actually being chosen. So that sort of flexible yellow, still a resource, still blocks 3. And of course, the destructive on hit of banishing a card from hand is ultimately what Pierre decides to choose.
I'm really wanting him to take one of these red Plunge the Prospects. I just think that card can put so much damage on the table.
Yeah.
Where sometimes you can't control your opponent, but hey, as a 1-card 5 makes it so you kind of don't have to. You can control them by getting their life total down to the dregs.
Yeah, I do like that card a lot. He's thinking about a red Reaper's Call as well, maybe feeling like he's too light on marks at the moment. Currently only 6 in the deck that can mark. So I think Pierre probably identifying that as his weakness and really having some trouble here deciding between what is arguably a weak but necessary card and something that feels a little bit better.
I tend to think that they're going to wheel, though, so it's entirely possible that we see that red Plunge the Prospect once again. Perhaps he just feels like he doesn't need a whole lot of damage at his disposal because he's got so many controlling turn cycles in this pool. A red Throw Yourself at Them pulled to the 4. Kind of a curious pickup. I think that would be one of the few non-block 3s in this entire deck.
Yeah. I definitely get the feeling that although he seems to be one of the few assassins at this table, that this round is not quite as good for assassin as the other 2.
And Extinguish the Flames brought to the front of the pack.
Yeah.
Could Pierre get both perfect sideboard pieces for every single matchup?
One of each sounds good to me.
Yep, and Extinguish the Flames is the pick, which means that it's entirely possible that some contracts are going to be fulfilled here.
How are we feeling right now about Pierre's ability to mark? No danger digits, no like just not a lot, no public bounty, just really not a ton of ways a Blue Reaper's Call could be nice in this slot.
He's got he's got 6 in the deck,
Yeah.
but he's also, like, you just can't count out the daggers themselves.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to factor in that both forms of retrieve that he has 2. He has pick up the point and he has up 6 and run, kind of count as marking as well, because
Yeah.
they retrieve the dagger and then allow you to mark from then on.
And of course, Whittle from Bone, another way to make a Graphene Calicera. Just kind of, I think that having enough of these is sort of also what allows you to get those marks online, because you don't really need to worry so much about, whether or not you have a dagger to close the game out.
And it looks like Pierre was absolutely right not to take that Defang the Dragon in pack 1, because there it is. Came all the way back around to us. This might be a 1 Arachnipod.
Yeah, there's so many Arachne cards that are wheeling all the way back around. Premium blues, premium reds. Look at that.
Hello, another Mark of the Black Widow. And blue Mark of the Prey is picked up here.
It is interesting. I mean, I think he has enough yellow Mark of the Black Widows, so I don't hate that, but it's just interesting to see.
This is the amount of agency that you are allotted if you find the open lane.
Yep.
I mean, you can pass Mark of the Black Widows at will, because you don't need them to make the deck work in the first place. Yellow Trap and Release picked up here.
Yeah, probably just a bit of a counter pick. I don't think that either card is particularly interesting.
No, neither is enticing.
Neither makes it into his deck is probably a good way
That's
to put it.
absolutely true.
So counter picking the ninja card, saying, I'll give you a no block. You're welcome.
There it is. Another yellow Plunge the Prospect to round out the resource pool in this spectacular draft deck.
Prospects ended as the last card.
Oh, Pierre has got to be feeling good after that.
Calculated.
And here's the thing. He doesn't have any premium majestics. Like, there are no signpost cards here that says immediately that Assassin was open. It was just through good draft fundamentals that he found the open lane and got himself a deck that is going to be fearsome to contend with. Like, he doesn't have Take Up the Mantle. He doesn't have Pain in the Backside. Any of these cards that are just absolute bombs in Assassin. This deck is just going to do exactly what it is meant to do and do it really well.
Yeah, I am curious about how many Assassins did end up sort of being in this pod here.
I am too.
We can get that information, but yeah, wow. What a draft.
And we are switching over to the entire pod breakdown for Pierre-Nicolas Perrin. I assume he's French.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know for sure. So apologies for that terrible accent if you are not indeed French, Pierre. But let's go ahead and take a look at what a spectacular draft deck for Arachne Web of Deceit looks like, Michael. Where do you want to start?
I mean, I don't know where to start. Right away, we see the double Defang the Dragon and what's the other one?
Extinguish the Flames.
So 2 of the best when you're facing that hero. And if he really is the only Arachne in this pod, both of those cards are always going to have value. So really interesting that those landed the way they did. Honestly, I think the number of attack reactions is maybe the next place I want to go. 2 Razor's Edge, 2 Incision, 2 sides of the two sides to the blade. I mean, it's really going to be hard, especially as those life totals dwindle, to stay alive against a deck that has so much hidden explosive power in the form of attack reactions. Some target daggers, some target stealth, some do both.
So here's what I really liked about the way that Pierre navigated that draft when it comes to attack reactions. He was in a situation where he could have gotten flooded with attack reactions, but he had the patience and the wherewithal to know when enough was enough.
Yeah.
We saw another Razor's Edge that he ended up passing off to his left because he just didn't need it anymore. And it's entirely possible, especially for a newer drafter, to just see more and more attack reactions and say, yes, 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 yes. But ultimately, you can find yourself in a situation where they make up over 25% of your deck, and they clunk up hands
Yeah.
like nobody's business.
I remember the first time I drafted this, I tried to play a 30 Razor's Edge deck, and it didn't work very well. I know, it sounds like it would be so good.
You went 2-1 that pod, didn't you?
Yeah, no, totally.
Who did you lose to in the final?
No, in the Arcane pod, I obviously didn't have 30 Razor's Edges, but I went 1-2, and man, it was one of the worst decks I've ever played in my life.
Devastating. So let's go to somewhere that is a little bit less sexy, right? Like, because we know that he's got his share of power cards and ways to close out the game. But I would like to draw your attention to this filter, the block 3 filter.
Sure.
He is sitting on 31 block 3s, Michael. He doesn't have to play a single block 2 if he doesn't want to.
That's actually so good.
And you talk about the number of non-blocking or low-blocking cards in this
I mean, we
set.
saw Fino kind of like get hosed because of back-to-back 2-block majority hands.
Twice, Fino had to block for 6 with 3 cards. In this case, Pierre is going to be able to block 3 nonstop.
Yeah.
So fatigue potential is very likely. But moreover, it just means that he can throw any useless cards in his hand in front of whatever is coming his way and send the gas on his turn.
The quality of these blues is insane to me. And yellows. The resource base is cracked.
Now, that being said, he's definitely going to want to play some of these 2 blocks. Let's go over those because some of them are immensely powerful. First of all, pick up the point. We've talked about how important the retrieve mechanic and Graphene Callistra generation is for these assassin decks. And the reason for that is you never want to have to think about holding back a Market the Huntsman if it hits.
Yeah.
In this case, Pierre can blow those up at will, mark his opponent whenever it makes sense for his turn, and depend on the fact that that dagger will either come back to him in the form of a Graphene Callistra or a retrieval effect.
Yeah, if you follow that train of logic, it actually turns out that these retrieve effects are kind of like another way to mark effectively.
Exactly. And so you can kind of look at his pool of marking ability, which is now sitting at a comfortable 9 because those 2 Proclaim Vengeances are not playable for him.
Really cool counter picks there.
And yet, so we can kind of bump that 9 up to an effective 11 when it comes down to it.
So about a third of his deck can mark. And of course, having the daggers, there's always a starts in play, starts in play, doesn't always stay in play, a way to mark on the side of the Arachne.
Now, Michael, we've been talking up this pool like nobody's business, and that's because it is quite good.
Sure.
Let's talk about the one area where it's probably a little weak, and that is the number of defense reactions.
Yeah, only
we don't
one.
even get close to filling out this graphic.
Yep.
We've got a single one. Granted, it's playable, and that's great, but defense reactions are pretty key in this limited format.
We saw a few games come down to the player having a defense reaction. So without those defense reactions to sort of fall back on those question mark turns of do they have it, do they not? The thing that defense reactions really give you is a way to block efficiently in a situation where you don't know. Because if you go ahead and overblock, Arsenal pass, and you've just now committed a card that you didn't quote unquote have to, but if it was a defense reaction, you can always just wait and see.
The story of Pod 1 has a completely different ending if Noah Bagelman doesn't have 4 defense reactions in his deck against Fino Black. Instead, that moment that he was able to kind of shrug off where Fino was sandbagging about Arachne Tarantula becomes a very, very different outcome if he throws out that Stains to the Red back, and from 7 life, Noah has to go, all right, fist bump.
So the game plan of blocking will be more challenging for Pierre, as every single time he lays a card on the table, it will have to be before reactions are played, except for once per game.
Okay, let's sneak back over to the 2 blocks once more. Which of these do we think are actually played in this deck, which could go 3 blocks only?
Well, definitely not trap and release. That's easy. I think you have to play the retrieves. I think up sticks and run and pick up the point definitely make it into the deck. Take a stab, especially given how many reactions he's got available. I don't think makes it in, and throw yourself at them. Kind of similar, like he's going to have to destroy the dagger anyway. It costs 1, it blocks 2. It's not even a break point. I think that it's a pretty easy pick up the point, up sticks and run, and skip the rest. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The only argument I could make for take a stab is perhaps based on the number of cards he he has that generate Graphene Callistra. I think
Yeah.
that is the only thing that is going to potentially convince Pierre to get the take
So
a stab in the
attacking
deck.
a second time with that Callistra
Yeah.
gains a lot of equity.
Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, it's still up in the air. I
Right.
don't know if I
Right.
can.
I mean, it's the thing. I think what's also interesting is because of how many 3 blocks he has, it might actually just be that, you know, having 3 2 blocks that you were never going to block with in the first place sort of doesn't matter.
So Pierre is feeling great because
Yeah.
he's in this interesting situation where he has too many good cards.
Yep.
And again, this is where skill expression becomes vastly more important because it's easy to just throw all of your playables
Sure.
into a 30-card deck. It's much more difficult to choose the exact cards for the right scenario.
Yep. And I got to say, you still have to pilot your deck. And I've piloted horrible decks to 2-1s, and I've piloted great decks to 0-3s, believe it or not. Yeah, me. No, but it's really, I think, as important as the draft is, the gameplay is far more important. And we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Well, Michael, I think it is time for us to take a break before we proceed on to the next match in this pod. And boy, is it going to be a doozy because Pierre has got a deck that could easily 3-0.
Yeah, it could. We'll have to see what kinds of decks he's up against. And maybe there's a reason Assassin stayed open. Maybe the other decks have a ton of good cards in them as well. We'll just have to wait and see.
What do you think, bud? Do you take the bet? Is he
I'm,
going 3-0?
I'm betting on Pierre.
Yeah,
if
me
I
too.
had to. But yeah, well, again, you know, we'll have to see.
Well, folks, we are going to go to a break. And when we come back, we will have more Pierre Nicolas Perrin. We will have more Flesh and Blood and more AGE East after this.
We drafted two sides of the blade with 2 Arachnes in the pod for a fantastic Arachne draft. Back at you, Michael Murray. Joined here with Bryce Platt. Callum Platts. Looking forward to casting this next game with you, Callum. How are you feeling today? What was that? Well said. All right. Well, we do have an exciting game ahead of us. Arachne against... I actually don't think we've gotten the match information yet. So we'll have to wait and see what shows up. But soon, I would like to get my co-caster back in the booth so that I can actually do some casting without soloing this all by myself. Turns out having a team member in the booth is very helpful as you try to just talk to yourself until it feels awkward. Callum.
All right, I'm back out of diapers and ready to move down to the match that we have in store for you. It is indeed the Arachne Mirror. So we found 2 in the pod, Michael, and they were as far from each other as humanly possible.
2 3-0s as well, so I'm sure both of these Arachne players are looking at their deck and licking their lips, just so happy with the way the cards fell. And of course, studying the deck lists, they are at the moment so important, especially in the Assassin Mirror, to make sure that you know exactly what to expect from the reaction step of your opponent.
There's some serious gas in both of these decks, I am absolutely sure, based on the wheels that we were seeing all pod long. And it's kind of apropos that we start this way, because you would have to imagine that one of these players is going to make their way to the finals. So it kind of feels like the most intense matchup is happening first rather than in the finals.
Absolutely. As each player draws up to 4 cards.
A full equipment suite on the side of our challenger, Alex Romer. Unfortunately, Pierre was not able to find that last headpiece.
Passed on it, actually, I think, and decided a blue was more important.
Could be a deciding point in this game. Only time will tell. And it looks like Alex is on the play here as he lines up a pitch. Also holding on to some really solid generic cards is Alex. He's got a Pursuit at the Pits of Despair and a Sound the Alarm, which is probably going to be a really sweet card in this matchup in particular.
Now, Mark of the Huntsman.
First action of this game is a swing of the Mark of the Huntsman. Pierre in the tank about whether or not to block. You oftentimes feel like you want to block here, but it never feels good to be blocking a dagger for 0, but it also never feels good to be marked.
Yeah, especially turn 0. I mean, I think it's a pretty obvious put a card in front of it. Maybe Pierre's thinking, like, if you want to break the dagger, turn 0, I'm okay with that. But no, puts a card in.
Quick little earthquake as this turn 1 proceeds.
There it is.
Whittle from Bone goes down in front of the Mark of the Huntsman, which is one of those forms of, pseudo dagger retrieval in that it creates a dagger. Wow, and Alex is pitching Sound the Alarm for a second copy of Mark of the Huntsman. Probably detecting that he can strip more cards out of the hand of Pierre and maybe take a lead in deck damage if he expects this game to go a little longer.
And that could be just it, as Alex Romer now looking to play a card from hand.
It's Pursuit at the Pits of Despair, which means that 3 cards are in the pitch zone, and Pierre easily snap 2 blocks.
So I think,
card blocks there.
I think you made an interesting read there, as only 1 card hits the graveyard for Alex and 4 hit the graveyard for Pierre.
But that being said, Pierre, I mean, both of these decks have got to have a lot of gas. So I would imagine the card deficit in Pierre's deck so far is going to be made up in the sources of true damage that he can present, especially because he's light on defense reactions. This hand is all gas.
Yeah.
Pierre wants to go fast and he wants to close this game out quick.
He does. He does. I think based on that start, Alex might be thinking about fatigue as an option, but with the number of reaction cards in Pierre's deck, it will be really tough for Alex to play around that, unless, of course, he was the one that got all the defense reactions.
Looks like there's a couple blues in Pierre's hand. We're going to be very happy to swing daggers here, and we've also got threatening on hits from his stealth cards. He's found one of his copies of red Mark of the Black Widow. For now, it's just a Mark of the Huntsman on the combat chain and a blue in the pitch. Alex thumbing through his grip. The other thing about not or presenting all of his cards on turn 0 is that Alex didn't get to start with an arsenal, which is a curious trade-off when it makes me think that he is valuing deck damage much more highly in this case.
I think that was because it came down to 3 and 4 in the graveyard to 1 was the really big difference there. And sacrificing the arsenal to do so is quite the tell, I think, early on about what Alex Romer's game plan is here.
So Mark of the Huntsman has connected, and Pierre decided to go ahead and destroy that dagger, which means not only is Alex down to 19 and that first blood has been drawn, but he is also marked, which could be a huge factor based on Pierre's follow-up.
Pierre with an attack reaction in hand, I believe, in this form of two sides to the blade. And
and this is exactly what I was talking about, Michael. So Mark the Prey is such an amazing role player here because Pierre has already gotten that faded mark that he desperately needs to fuel Arachne Web of Deceit. But now he gets to go Mark the Prey, only for 2, just a cheeky 2. But if it connects, it's going to get go again, remark the opponent, and then he's still going to be able to follow up with a devastating on-hit effect.
Yeah, and Alex Romer just reaching for the equipment super early, that red alert equipment suite being committed.
And so the downside here is Pierre is kind of forced into using this attack reaction and giving his opponent maximum value on his red alert equipment.
Yeah, so probably Alex just saying, look, I want these equipment to say 2 on them. And this is a surefire way to do it because, of course, they're going to react. It's, you have 2 cards left in hand.
And here we go. Mark of the Black Widow in the red, now coming in for 4 because Alex Romer remains marked. Pierre is telling for 2 cards either way. There's also the potential for throwing that Leapfrog Vocal Sack in front of this. This might not be a bad time to throw it in. Cover up a breakpoint that is no way going to get bigger than 4 because there are no cards left in Pierre's hand or arsenal. And there we go.
Pierre eats 3 of the 4 pieces of equipment on Alex Romer's side.
Now, it might look like Pierre only did 2 damage on that entire turn, but in reality, he basically did 5 plus 2, 7, because he's taken away the effective life total that is presented by Alex Romer's equipment suite. So honestly, a massively successful turn, especially after you've thrown 4 cards in front of your opponent's turn 0.
Yeah, Pierre taking a bit of a lead there.
Into the pitch is a yellow Mark the Prey for Mark of the Huntsman. 1 damage on the combat chain and a potential mark. It bears mentioning that Pierre has transformed into Arachne Orb Weaver, another form of dagger retrieval in its own right.
Yeah, the ability to equip a Graphene Calycera with this one of the most powerful versions as long as you have that open dagger slot to utilize, which he does.
And furthermore, do your own version of Fang cosplay because those babies are going to be free if you're able to generate them.
Yeah.
Mark the Huntsman still on the combat chain. Pierre is thumbing his equipment, thinking about devoting a Leapfrog Leggings to the combat chain. The follow-up for Alex looks like it's just going to be a stealth attack. So if Leapfrog makes its way to the combat chain, there is going to be no leapfrogging onto the next chain link, unfortunately, for Pierre.
It's really interesting to see how quickly both players are committing their equipment here. As you were saying, blocking 1 with the Leapfrog Leggings. Pierre now down to 2 pieces of equipment.
And unfortunately for Alex, he's not able to find that mark. Honestly, at this point, I kind of want him to pitch that Mark of the Black Widow in his hand for another dagger swing.
He's definitely hesitating about this next attack as it loses so much value if it's not attacking a marked hero.
He still has danger digits at his disposal.
Mm-hmm. That would be all of his equipment already,
That would be all of his equipment in the first 2 turns of the game.
which
But hey, it does turn his 0 for 3 into a 0 for 5, and there's something to be said for that.
I think if he had a red Mark of the Black Widow in his hand, I would. Well, no, because the mark isn't going to stay regardless.
And also, that wouldn't really threaten Pierre too much because he could always just leapfrog those arms
Sure.
onto the combat chain
Yeah.
at the activation of danger digits. Blocking for 3 is Pierre.
Those blue block 3s filling up Pierre's deck.
Alex says, no, it's not time for the flicking. I'm just going to let that red plunge the prospect go straight to the bin. Arsenal, my Mark of the Black Widow, and pass it back over to Pierre with 3 cards to work with.
And still 20 life.
And still 20 life. Even though deck damage has been dealt by that turn 0 of Alex Romer, I definitely would give the edge to Pierre in this current position.
Yeah, really great start from him as he comes in with the Mark of the Huntsman, possibly deciding to go ahead and destroy this.
And it's entirely possible that even if Pierre drew a bit of a clunker, which kind of does... Oh, interesting. Defang the Dragon has made its way into this deck despite the fact that he's not facing Fang in this moment.
Yeah, maybe just kind of siding out those 2 blocks.
But it kind of doesn't matter because at this point, he can just discard it to Orb Weaver's ability.
True.
Turn it into a Graphene Callisto that swings for free.
Well, and this explains it, you know, having the dagger reaction, starting with the dagger is how you use that.
So Alex has played a Hunted or Hunter, which means that he's finally drawn blood on Pierre's side of the board. 19 to 16 are our current life totals, and we're activating Arachne Orb Weaver on Pierre's side of the table, which means that we get a Graphene Callisto token. It comes in for free and also gets +3. This is a big bad 4-go again.
Yeah. Nice use of only 3 cards.
So hey, whatever. The fact that you have a Defang the Dragon in your deck when it's not optimal, doesn't matter. You can transform it into an Agent of Chaos and turn it into something useful. Ooh, and a good block coming down if you're Pierre. You're not going to have to deal with a red Mark of the Funnel Web anytime soon.
With Pierre being off of an arsenal, I think that overall, you know, sure, it's nice to not have to face that down the line, but it could be just too clunky for Alex to hold on to that for many turns in a row.
Wow, and Alex finding hand after hand full of stealth attacks, which is not really how you want it to shake out.
And obviously, he's the recipient of all those black Mark of the Black Widows that got passed over to him. But without the reactions to support it or the ability to mark, this is just a 0 for 3. Who cares? I mean, of course, we have the danger digits, and that could be meaningful. But with the leapfrog leggings, you put a 3 block in front of that, and you're feeling pretty safe.
No, this is not a very threatening attack, but I think Alex is very astutely holding back an extra card in hand and arsenal, probably trying to telegraph to Pierre, like, hey, I also have an attack reaction on top of this. You'd better respect me.
And we know that Pierre is defense reaction light. So unless he drew his 1 copy this turn, he might be very concerned about the possibility of being hit by that disruption.
Pierre in the tank. It looks like he is thinking about throwing 1 card out there, at least onto the combat chain. He's not afraid of instant speed marking. He can cover up breakpoints with those leapfrog gloves. He's also seen a lot of Mark of the Black Widows at this point out of Alex Romer. Like, he's got to know that he's running low on threatening on hits.
Well, he knows how many he handed over, and so there's, you know, only the possibility of the copies that he never saw at the table at all, which could be a number, but... Oh, open deck list, of course.
Open
so
deck
he
list.
knows exactly how many he's working with. Excuse me.
Wow, one card block, and Alex takes an IP penalty to draw back up. Alex respects Pierre too much to know that danger digits is it's time to commit the danger digits because he's staring down those leapfrog gloves.
Not the time nor the place.
Wouldn't it have been amazing to be an agent of chaos in that situation?
Oh, absolutely. But of course, Pierre blocking out the mark the turn prior.
Let's see what Pierre is working with. We got a Reaper's Call, an Orb Weaver Spinneret, and a Mark of the Black Widow.
Yep.
I don't
Blue
think it's
on
red,
that
though.
one.
Yeah. He's thumbing a card for the combat chain. Instead, Mark of the Black Widow in the blue is going to the pitch to fund Mark of the Huntsman. Currently, just a 1 go again.
Now, if this hits, do we think Pierre's going to break it and mark?
It's a good question. We haven't seen either forms of retrieval at this point, so he could always buy back Mark of the Huntsman, and also...
Well, that answers that.
An Orb Weaver Spinneret. He decides not to break the Mark of the Huntsman. Instead, we're just coming in with Graphene Calycera
Wow.
for 4.
Huh. Valuing the ability to mark later on?
So it's curious because he could have been in a situation where he had 2 Graphene Calycera
Right.
and with a mark. So he could have swung both of them after that if he had the pitch in hand. However, I think it can get really difficult if you equip 2 Graphene Calycera and you don't find any flick effects. Pierre's deck does not have any unless he sided in that throw yourself at them. He decides to discard a Reaper's Mark. A Reaper's Call to mark Alex Romer, and he's going to transform into a new Agent of Chaos. But look, TLDR of what I just said, he might have pigeonholed himself into equipping 2 Graphene Calycera if he had popped that Mark of the Huntsman, and that can get really difficult to get yourself out of.
I've never played from that position. I would have just assumed that 2 is better than 1, but it looks like Pierre actually values 1 of each, having the flexibility of marking when he needs it in the future, as we see him roll into the Arachne Orb Weaver. So again, there's that Graphene Calycera transformation, which he may not utilize based on the way we saw him play that last turn out.
Maybe he doesn't need to, because if we think that he is valuing 1 of each dagger, then he's already there.
Yeah.
That being said, any dead card in his hand can still just be a +3 pump for that Calycera.
Sure. And it may just be that he kind of wants to eke as much value out of that mark as possible. So it's not enough to just destroy it for a Graphene Calycera. He would rather play a card that cares about it being marked at the same time.
So Pierre decides to block this Mark of the Huntsman.
Yep.
With Leapfrog Gloves, no less. So he no longer has any defense against breakpoints coming out of any of these stealth attacks. Which is maybe okay, because the stealth attack that Alex really wants to deploy is a yellow in his arsenal. It's a Mark of the Black Widow that we saw put there very early in this game, which means that it's not going to be able to threaten any breakpoints.
Yeah, and we see Pierre just playing around the mark, does not want to get marked, does not want to allow Alex to turn on any of these stealth cards that have on hits, committing armor and a card. And here we finally see the Flick Knives committed. I'm sorry, the Danger Digits committed. So
this is now an attack for 6, and we've already moved to reactions. Pierre has his 1 defense reaction, but alas, he only has 1.
Yeah. So just to cover that chain of events, it was Mark of the Black Widow, followed by Danger Digits and a Razor's Edge to pump that up to 6 and mark Pierre in the reaction step. So Alex committing a lot of, the rest of his equipment.
And Pierre gets to just banish that other piece of sideboard tech, Extinguish the Flames, which is kind of just burning a hole in his deck anyway. Honestly, the only thing he lost there was 6 points of life, which, hey, that's not without merit, but also I think from a disruption standpoint, he's really happy with how that turn cycle shook out.
Yeah, he was able to just kind of keep that as the fodder to the discard. Not a big loss.
And now we just have 1 point of free damage coming from the Graphene Calycera. It's free because Pierre is Arachne Orb Weaver. It does not have +1 because he is not Web of Deceit.
That's right. Just 1 go again.
Still incredibly annoying when it's free.
Make that 4.
Make it 4 because a red incision comes out of the hand of Pierre Nicholas Perrin, and Alex descends to 9 life, making the deficit 4. Arsenal Pass has Pierre Nicholas Perrin, and we know that is the 1 D-React in his entire deck. So Lair of the Spider goes to the Arsenal as we pass back over to Alex Romer, who has a full grip, but alas, no Arsenal.
Full grip can be scary, especially when you start the turn marked. Oh, and it looks like Transformed Back was caught.
Back to the Brood is Pierre. Oh, and here we go. A power card out of Alex Romer. Up, sticks, and run. Looks like we are... we are just clearing up the mark on Arachne Web of Deceit. Very good-mannered play from Pierre. Alex starts with an up sticks and run. Looks like he's not paying to retrieve a dagger, and I think that is because he is red-locked on his hand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. He'll still have to swing the dagger if he wants to. No, I think that is a blue.
It's a Scuttle the Canal, which means that this is going to be 4 go again no matter what. Does not need to hit because Pierre is marked, and Scuttle the Canal will gain that go again regardless of whether it hits. A little bit action point rich is Alex Romer because he's got a Stains of the Redback in hand as well. Might as well deploy it here, get some extra damage. Pierre, however, is sitting on defense reaction that cares about go again. And also, Alex is going to be following this up with a card that threatens the arsenal. Pierre's definitely going to play out this arsenal here. But how are we going to swing a dagger, Michael?
I feel like you have to.
But is that a red in his hand?
I thought it was a blue.
Okay. Hopefully I just saw the color strip wrong. Otherwise, this up sticks and run is not exactly going to be super beneficial for Alex.
Pierre blocking 3, taking 4.
Taking 4 down to 9. Life totals are at parity, and you are absolutely right. That was a blue in Alex's hand, which is A-OK, so this Mark of the Huntsman comes in for 5.
Interesting that the pickup sticks was not paid for.
Yeah, because he ends the turn with this 1 resource floating. Maybe Alex just valued that card in hand as a bluff. Maybe trying to get... Maybe he's identifying that he needs to get Pierre's hand stripped in order to claw his way back into this game.
So
That's
hiding
the only thing I can
information,
think of, yeah.
sure.
Alex, it bears mentioning, is 3-0, just like our feature drafter here, who is now descending down to 3 life.
And no more
4 life.
reactions in his deck. So starting to get a little bit scary.
Okay, this match is reaching a fever pitch as Alex thumbs his Mark of the Huntsman and does decide to destroy it. He goes daggerless on a turn where he could have bought one back.
Yeah, I really hope that doesn't go and bite him in the following turns as he turns into Arachne Black Widow.
Yeah, we hope
One
it
of the
doesn't bite him in
better-
the Black Widow, Michael.
Yes. One of the better transformations as it can allow the banishing from hand.
Potentially the best in this limited format, save for, of course, Trapdoor,
Right.
who essentially just generates a card.
Absolutely.
Oh, we found a Razor Reflex in Alex Romer's hand. We'll see if he's actually able to
Razors.
commit it to the offense.
Yep. Edge. Oh, Razor Reflex.
Yeah.
That's in this set.
That's in this set.
Huh.
Not just Welcome to Wraith anymore, folks. And Pierre Nicholas Perrin is holding a Pursuit of the Pits of Despair, Mark of the Funnel Web, and also a Razor's Edge. We've honestly seen him fairly deficient on attack reactions based on the number that he has in this deck.
we,
And
can
we're
s- we can see that Alex is thinking about blocking this dagger. And personally, I don't like this very much. I would rather sort of take the 1 and risk being reacted on here. I think it's so important at this stage in the game for Alex to try to close it out, and keeping 4 cards is the best way to do that, especially if he took a long look at Pierre's list and saw how few defense reactions he's on. He should know, if he was paying attention, that there are no more left.
It looks like my co-caster has incepted this concept into Alex Romer's mind as he declares no blocks, and Pierre destroys the Mark of the Huntsman to remark his opponent. And here we go. Mark of the Funnel Web is coming out after Alex Romer's arsenal that unfortunately doesn't exist here. But it is 4 damage that needs to be respected because lethal damage is in Pierre's hand.
Yeah, giving 1 card here, if those are 2 reactions, which they could be in theory.
We know that Alex Romer has 1. He's got a Hunter or Hunted. So here comes the Razor's Edge on the side of Pierre.
Nicely
Hunted
done.
or Hunter. Which means that the total damage taken here is 2 on the side of Alex Romer and 1 on Pierre. Life totals descend now 3 to 5 on Pierre's side of the board.
And 3 is such... Oh,
But this turn is not over because there was one resource floating after swinging that dagger and a card left in hand. That card, Pursuit of the Pits of Despair, which threatens lethal. Demands a card at least. And you know Alex would have loved to hold 2 cards here because he is Arachne Black Widow, and he could have used it as an attack reaction.
Yeah, really.
Forcing the overblock from Pierre.
Yep, really, really sad to see that he had to commit all 4 cards, and a little bit of a sigh on his side as he realizes he is on the back foot at 5 life.
Hey, there's still a little bit to work here on the side of Alex Romer as he waits for Pierre to say, I have no instant speed effects. You may draw up what may be your last hand of this game, and I get one more shot at proceeding to 4-0. The pass is good. Alex draws up 4 cards as Pierre stares down the kill shot. It's going to be a take a stab, which did make it into the deck after all. Mark the Prey, a blue, and the card that he's about to throw down onto the mat right now. Orb Weaver Spinneret. Looks like we are indeed going to go to Graphene Callistra, dual wielding his way to a potential finish.
Scary. And of course, the ability to mark, so crucial as you wield both of those. They need to be attacking a marked hero in order to gain that go again from the base Arachne.
Which is tough. Pierre is sitting on an attack action card that will mark. But also, did we see a way for him to mark in the reaction step? Oh, it's a take a step. So he doesn't have a way to go wide here. But what he does have is another kill shot in the form of an attack reaction. So he's going to see if he can either get Alex to overblock or underblock his way to victory.
In a spot like this, while an overblock would keep Alex alive, I find it so hard to justify because that is just going to lead to you stripping your hand every turn until you run out of cards.
I think you're safe to do 2 cards here because the Orb Weaver Spinneret is causing it to threaten.
Right. We know that it
At
doesn't
least
have
3.
go again.
Yeah.
So 2 cards here I'm on board with.
So it is going to be an overblock on the side of Alex Romer, which forces Pierre to just pass on back.
Yep. 1 reaction wouldn't have done anything, and so he says, okay, IP1.
It also means that Alex knows there is no marking capability in Pierre's arsenal. Because if it was, for example, like a Reaper's Call that he could discard at instant speed to give it go again, he absolutely would have there.
Right.
Scuttle of the Canal coming out from Alex Romer, who's sitting at a comfortable-ish 5 life. This one is going to have go again no matter what because Pierre remains marked. Currently 4 go again. And the last card in hand, ooh, I'm not sure. It's a Mark the Prey. So no attack reaction victory here for Alex Romer. But it does mean that Pierre is going to be in the tank about these blocks.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. The 4 breakpoint when you're sitting on 3 life and no defense reactions is every single question, or every single time Alex attacks, he asks the question, do I have the reaction?
It means that Pierre is safe to overblock with an extra card here, but it also means that if he does so, Alex is just going to send another 2 his way.
Yeah, and I think he has to. You just can't afford. Oh, but the red alert vest.
Coming in clutch there.
Really well timed.
Both from the attack, even though he's not getting the maximum 2 defense value out of it, he did cover up a lot of scary things.
And one thing that's kind of interesting here is that it's looking like we've entered the point of the game where Pierre will probably stay marked until this concludes because you just can't really afford to take any more damage. You can't really afford to unmark yourself.
Alex Romer's hands are empty, but we're seeing our 3rd transformation into Arachne Orb Weaver this game. This time, it's on our challenger side, which, if he's able to get the space, could really help him out.
Yeah, he would love a dagger.
The fact that his hands have been empty for a very long time has been a very relevant part of this game. So here comes Mark the Prey. Alas, Alex is not marked as of yet, so Pierre is not threatening go again. But I think he's going to have something to say about it. Here comes Razor's Edge.
And a defense reaction just in time.
Covers it up perfectly. Pierre has no other option but to arsenal and pass. Alex might have clawed his way back into this game. Very, very scrappy indeed, but he's got 2 cards and a dream. Discarding immediately to Arachne Orb Weaver to equip a Graphene Calycera and also swing with it for a big bad 4.
This is so nice because Pierre's marked.
Mm-hmm.
That Calycera has go again. It's he's in the warrior trap right now of like, do you have the reaction or?
And the
Okay.
reaction he does not have. Pierre knows he can't respect it here, so he devotes 1 card to the block, takes 1 down to 2, and the follow-up here is red Mark the Prey.
Surely that was a sigh of relief from Pierre. He was very vulnerable there.
Yeah, my head would be in my hands. I would have agonized over that decision longer than Pierre for sure. Back over to Pierre with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Still unable to mark Alex Romer and give these Graphene Calycera go again, but maybe that's about to change.
2 to 5, neither hero marked.
No marks here, just a Pierre and an Alex.
I'm done.
We've only just begun, Michael. So far, just 1 on the combat chain in this incredibly intense moment.
We know how many reactions Pierre has in his deck and how many of them target daggers. I'm sure Alex is thinking about that as well if he studied that deck list properly at the beginning. And we see 2 cards coming out.
Oh, alas. And that was the last card in Pierre's deck that just went back from the pitch zone. Oh, he has to block out entirely. This game has gone to fatigue. Alex
please show us how many cards you have left in deck. I need to know that. Is that possible to see?
Is that 1? Is that no? That's definitely more than 1. But Michael, his turn 0 play, stripping 4 cards out of Pierre's hand, it paid off in immense dividends.
If that's 3 cards right now, that was his turn 0 play.
What a masterful way to proceed through this game. Alex dealing deck damage, which turned out to be the kill blow on turn 0.
Can we get Justin to see how many cards are in Alex's deck?
While we wait on that, my co-caster and I are just going to reel at the incredible Flesh and Blood game that we just witnessed. Man, we thought for sure Pierre was going to go to the 3-0 with that Arachne list.
I mean, his list looks so good.
Honestly, even after seeing the contents of the entirety of Alex's deck, I still would say Pierre has the better deck. But ultimately, stripping 4 cards on turn 0 ended up being it.
Yeah, I mean, decking his opponent out with some fraction of a deck left himself. Oh, wow, what a nail biter of a game. It really felt like Pierre had it up until the final moments.
Honestly, he had tempo, but Alex was beyond patient and got there in the end. Well, I think we are going to have to take a break and take a couple breathers after that very intense match. But we will be back with more Flesh and Blood, more AGE East, and more amazing Arachne decks after this. Fate is a fickle mistress, but so are we, Michael, because Pierre, you're out. We're moving on with this new Arachne build in the hands of Alex. We're going to follow him for the rest of this pod as long as he stays winning, which means, unfortunately, we are now only 1 for 1 at picking our premier drafters.
Unlucky.
Oh, well.
However, I do want to point out that although Pierre is not going 3-0, it did come down to 3 cards in his deck as we got confirmation that Alex had only 3 cards left, which is exactly the number that he was able to pull out of Pierre's deck during that first turn. So really cool to see that it came down to a turn 0 play.
That has to be my favorite game of the day, Michael.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of, I mean, there's 2 sides of the blade in this set. Haha, we'll make that joke one more time. But there's 2 sides of drafting a really cracked deck. Because if you're getting a lot of amazing cards in your pool, that probably means your lane is wide open, which probably means there's only 2 of you in that class in the pod, which probably means that that other Arachne is equal opposite of you, and you're going to have to face it round 1.
Yep.
So, like I said, I think the most intense match of this pod just happened in round 1 of it. But hey, I could be wrong, and there could be a lot of really exciting flesh and blood today. That being said, definitely my favorite match of the day so far.
Absolutely. And I'm really excited to see what Alex can now do with the remainder of these 2 games here on this Arachne deck that was so powerful it was able to beat the one that we saw drafted on camera.
Well, Michael, let's digress no further and let's instead beam ourselves once again over to the East Coast where these players are ready. We've got Jacques Carlson and Alex Romer, who has yet to leave the right side of your screen since our last round. Both players are shuffling up. We've already got the fist bump which means that we are about to proceed. Once again, we've got a Fang versus Aracne matchup, the old Western Saloon shootout, where both players have a 6-shooter underneath the table, locked and loaded, ready to go. But boy, howdy, does Jacques have a lot of extra life in his equipment suite, Michael.
Yeah, wow. 3 pieces of red alert and 1 piece of the guard well. Total of possibly 8 extra life if he uses this well.
Move over, Valiant Dynamos. There's a new kid in town, and it's in a limited format. Jacques seems to be on the play here, and he's starting off with a very good turn 0 play. It's a public bounty, albeit in the yellow, pitching a blue. That means that Alex is immediately marked. Nothing he can say or do about it. The follow-up is, of course, the bread and butter cutter itself, Obsidian Firevein.
Yeah, and I just love going first on Fang. I think of all the heroes in this format that like want to go first or second. Fang just is kind of cool with both. Being able to mark early, get fealties online turn 0, and even strip cards as we're seeing here to potentially work towards an, oh my goodness, a fealty and a mark already.
2 cards thrown out immediately on Alex's side of the board, and it's followed up by Jacques with a pledge fealty, which means he's cheating fealty, cheating his loyalty to the Emperor straight out of the gate.
2 more cards committed here from Alex Romer, realizing how important it is not to allow that second fealty to come online this early, but also important to note that Jacques has committed 2 cards to this, and Alex has committed 4. So once again, we see kind of a turn 0 start where one player inches out ahead of the other in terms of deck damage.
I think Alex is astutely aware that he's not going to be able to deck out this Fang deck the same way he did to Pierre. So instead, he's going to be foot on the gas and therefore valuing his life total a lot more than the cards in his deck.
Absolutely. That being said, I do think that Fang can deck people out. So, ooh.
Boy, howdy, a snap block of the red alert boots from Jacques Carlson on the Mark of the Huntsman, but 2 attack reactions are pumping it up to a big, bad 7. So Incision plus Razor Reflex, going to get in for 5 damage, descending. First Blood is a big, whopping, gaping hole of 5 life in Jacques Carlson's chest. Followed up by a Mark of the Prey in the yellow, which is going to be 3, thanks to Jacques being marked by that Mark of the Huntsman, which has been destroyed by Alex Romer.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't as well, because Jacques is currently marked and will stay marked no matter how he decides to block this one out.
Jacques thumbing through his cards. Looks like he's got a couple 3 blocks at his disposal in the form of non-attack actions. But again, like you said, it doesn't matter a whole lot whether this hits or not as far as the marking goes, but Jacques only has his life total to consider here.
Already down to 15, likely seeing a block.
25% of your life just disappears in a flash.
And he says no blocks.
If that is not an indication that Alex wants to kill his opponent rather than deck them, I don't know what is.
And it looks to me like Jacques is on board with that because he says, yeah, I'll take the hit. Down to 12, 5-card hand coming back, a fealty and a mark. Looks like he wants to get this game on the road, get those fealties online as soon as possible, and 5 cards is the best way he can think to do that.
Aracne Orbweaver seems to be the agent of the day as Alex transforms into them for the 2nd time on stream. That's the 4th transformation into Orbweaver that we've seen on stream today.
Yeah, doing the math, I think that's like a 1 in 1,000 or something like that.
Ooh, those are good odds. I like those odds.
I just made that. It's rough. It's really rough. It goes 636 to 100 or something, and maybe 1,000. Maybe not that.
To tell you what's rough is the fact that Jacques has played out a cut from the same cloth, but not found any attack reactions. The caveat, of course, is that his opponent is already marked, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
And
0 for 4 pump on the front end. Ooh, lining up a twist and turn also in the red. So this dagger is getting pumped by 8. Coming in for 9 is this first Obsidian Firevein.
And he can attack an additional time if it hits because he's marked.
Wow,
So there's a lot of offensive power in this 5-card hand. We can see why Jacques chose not to block.
Yep, no block Jacques.
No block Jacques.
Is coming out swinging. Stabby, stabby, Bernie is the name of the game. Alex is luckily holding on to 2 defense reactions. Honestly, a hand that is not going to convert very well on offense, but on defense, where he is likely going to stay this turn, it's not so bad.
I wonder if he's just thinking about giving all 4 cards and sort of shipping it.
Looks like Red Alert Vest and Boots coming onto the combat chain. A curious choice.
I actually really like this because he knows a reaction must be coming. 2 more cards in Jacques' hand.
Yeah,
And-
I thought it was 1. You're right.
Yeah.
It's 2. It's on its way.
Oh, and the use of a fealty. So he didn't have the draconic reaction. So needing to use one of those kind of sets Jacques back a little bit in the game plan.
Both of our on-stream Fang players showing that you don't have to get 3 fealty in order to present an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, as the reaction comes out from Alex, really liking sort of waiting a little bit on this one to present that so that he gains the extra 1 damage if a reaction has been played this chain link on the hunter.
After this big bad 1-2 punch, Jacques takes 1 point of damage from that defense reaction, hunted or hunter, and Alex descends in his own right down to 15. But there's a follow-up. Jacques comes in with another Obsidian Fire Vein for 1. And of course, because that first one hit and his opponent was marked, it's entirely possible that there's another reaction in Jacques' hand, and he's going to be able to follow up with a 3rd Obsidian Fire Vein. And it is their Sisters of Fire coming down, conferring +4 and go again to this Obsidian Fire Vein, which means it's at a healthy 5. Alex Romer puts out a Den of the Spider in front of this in the reaction step, takes 2 damage, descends down to 13. Consumes another mark, which means that Jacques gets another fealty.
And a 3rd dagger because of the...
What the heck, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a hand you don't block with, Michael.
He's still marked.
Which, is that accurate? I don't think that's accurate.
I'm not sure.
I don't believe
May
that
have just
Alex
not
should
removed
remain
it. So he
marked.
didn't create the fealty, so probably just a incorrect
representation. Of the board
although
state,
he reached for it, moved it, and did not take it off the board. So maybe Alex needs to be reminded if that is caught.
We'll hope that our judges catch that, or the players do as well.
Yep.
Alex took a whopping amount of damage on that last turn. There we go. We have removed the mark token.
I think that was a 17 damage turn, maybe even 18. Was it 12 into 5 into 1?
It was 12 into 5 into 1. That is correct.
18 damage turn from the Fang player. Life total's even, though.
Discarding to Orb Weaver is Alex Romer, creating a Graphene Calistera. All of a sudden, both hands are full with daggers once again, and here comes the Graphene Calistera, for free, of course. 1 go again on the combat chain thanks to Orb Weaver.
And I think Jacques has proven that he's kind of happy to just take damage in order to send it back.
And Alex is holding on to a Mark of the Funnel Web, which if this Calistera hits, which it almost certainly will not really have any on-hit effect, not to mention the fact that Jacques is off Arsenal.
Yeah, no on-hit either way, and because we're not in the base Arachne, it's basically a wash.
So Blade Beckoner Plating coming out, blocking 2 rather than blocking 1 on an attack action card and then 1 on a weapon. Instead, Jacques just says, I'd like to save 2 life now, let you consume that mark. And I'm sorry, folks, it was coming in for 4, not 1.
Ah, right, of course.
Because of the discard to Orb Weaver.
So blocking 2 of 4, going down to 9. That's it.
Alex arsenals that last card, that Mark of the Funnel Web, takes his 12 life and passes it back over to Jacques and says, do your worst. And boy, howdy, it's a pledge fealty, cheating out that last fealty token, not in the reaction step, but before Jacques even swings that first dagger, which means it's free now.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Just sort of utilizing that as a resource card, get those daggers online. And 2 more cards in hand certainly could be reactions.
Hey, if you had to pitch a red anyway, you might as well just play it out.
Sure.
Let's see what is lurking. Oh, he doesn't even want to show us, Michael.
Yes, he does.
All right, fine. We'll go back to him. We got
3
a
cards
Stabbing Pain and a Searing Gaze as well. Yes. Jacques has no shortage of role players in this deck.
And the value that Jacques is now going to show us for the remainder of this game is going to be overwhelming. I'm a little bit worried for Alex Romer as he has to face down a Fang that is online with full tempo.
3 damage is drawn from Alex Romer's life total, and Jacques doing a very heads-up thing and closing the chain because he doesn't necessarily need 2 Draconic Chain Links in order to play out the rest of his cards. Sure, he would be able to mark his opponent once again with that Stabbing Pain, but instead he'd rather just close the chain and make it so that Leapfrog Vocal Sack can't come onto this next chain.
Yeah, who needs the 4th fealty?
Nobody. Sometimes.
It can come in handy.
It doesn't hurt to be too loyal, Michael.
True. But in the case of not closing the chain, it certainly proves to be more valuable to just go ahead and...
So there you go. If he had 4 fealty there, he could have...
+1 right there.
Yep, it
so
would have been +1.
-1, +1. It actually turned out to be a bit of a wash.
So To the Point was played on that second Obsidian Fire Vein, which means that Alex Romer descends to a very scary 5 life against this fiery Fang deck.
But he turns around and keeps a 5-card hand.
Up 6 and run is the first action. No retrieval because both hands are full.
No mark means the Graphene Calicera does not have a go again at the moment, although it would be nice to be able to send that one as it only costs 1. The Mark of the Huntsman still a viable option.
I believe, is there a blue in the hand,
There
Michael?
is.
I think that's Scuttle the Canal,
Yeah.
right? So we could always use that up 6 and run buff on the Mark of the Huntsman. Also holding on to a Sound the Alarm and another Scuttle the Canal. Yep, looks like Mark the Huntsman comes out 4/5. Buff conferred by the up 6 and run.
And with the possibility of a mark when this hits, I have to imagine Jacques is thinking about blocking.
It would be spectacular if this hits for Alex because then he can proceed with Scuttle the Canal, which would come in for 4 go again no matter what, and then finish the turn with a Sound the Alarm.
That would be
So
amazing.
not only is this an impressive amount of damage on offense, he would also set himself up incredibly well to defend the next turn.
And even if this dagger is fully blocked by Jacques, Danger Digits threatens to do that either way.
Jacques in the tank here. The pivotal moment of this game came a lot quicker than the last, Michael.
Yeah, they are throwing haymakers.
Blood for blood, dagger for dagger, pokey for pokey. Wow, Jacques is really expecting an attack reaction here.
It could just be a hedge. Either show me the attack reaction and I get value, or you just don't hit.
I've still blocked it out efficiently, yeah. That's a Mark of the Funnel. Okay, so Mark of the Funnel Web coming out. No on-hit here unless, of course, Alex decides to pop those Danger Digits. It's curious that we're proceeding with the Funnel Web here when Scuttle the Canal would have been go again no matter what with the Danger Digits. I guess he's thinking he really needs to threaten that on-hit.
Yeah, and Jacques doesn't have any more equipment to efficiently block against the Danger Digits, so 2 cards need to be put in front of this in order to stop it. But if he does do that, that's going to lead to effectively an IP from Alex. So I think this is a bit of a hedge, or rather I should say a bit of a greed.
Yeah, honestly, I tend to like the go wide line here and just threaten more of Jacques' life total. Because if we had gone Scuttle the Canal with the Flick Knives into Sound the Alarm, he would have been threatening lethal damage and also giving himself access to a defense reaction for next turn. In this case, he's presenting, yes, a potential on-hit, but the best case scenario is that he gets an extreme overblock from Jacques, and then he still has an IP penalty to contend with.
Yeah, seeing the way that Jacques has played this out so far, Jacques has really shown that he doesn't want to block. And that could be exactly what Alex is hoping for as we see Jacques say no blocks, takes the Danger Digits straight to the face, gets marked, destroys the arsenal, and then that card gets go again.
That's true. So Stabbing Pain goes to the Banished Zone.
So a bit of greed pays off here from Alex as he basically gets to do the same turn that you had suggested, except taking the arsenal along with him.
Good for Alex.
Yeah.
You know who it's not good for, Michael, is Shock Carlson on the other side of the board.
Yeah, as he has to show his hand, showing an attack reaction, allowing Alex now to go search for a defense reaction, put it on top of his deck as he sounds the alarm against those threats.
And take a look at this, Michael. None of those are draconic attack reactions, which means that Jacques at some point is going to have to pay for daggers next turn, which you could always go dagger for free into To the Point and then pitch that March of Loyalty, but
I mean, he could just play the March of Loyalty
and then pocket
block
a reaction.
Here, but I just makes me wonder. Makes me wonder why he didn't block. I suppose he was just thinking like, oh, the way he's playing this, he's got to have a pump, and I can't afford to put 3 cards in front of this because then it's 6 or 9 to 7, and just anyway.
So after all that, after Alex has revealed the fact that he is going to have a hunted or hunter on his next turn, on defense, Jacques is still facing down 5 points of physical damage and only 4 life points to speak of.
I got to say, Alex really, played a bit of a greedy line and was rewarded in spades with the way that turned out. I think properly reading, like, Jacques just doesn't block.
5 points still on the combat chain. Jacques' lips turn up to the corner of his mouth as he tries to figure out what is the correct line here. He's chuckling to himself a little bit. And taking 2? Down to 2 is Jacques Carlson. Alex Romer very happy with the way that turn cycle played out. He tucks that last card in Arsenal. Blue card goes to the bottom of his deck. It's over to Jacques to see if he can make these 2 cards work for him.
Swinging the dagger, I think that means he has to pop a fealty and react.
In order to give it go again, but maybe he doesn't necessarily want to give it go again.
Well, but he'll lose all his fealties if he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. So no, you're absolutely right. We're going to destroy a fealty token here. We're going to play out to the point, which is interesting because he knows that Alex is holding on to a defense reaction that is going to make him lose 1 life. So Jacques, with this play line, is damning himself to 1 life in order to figure out how to close this game.
It is interesting to see Alex committing a card on blocks here. He could have taken a little bit of damage in order to dish out that 1 extra more efficiently, but maybe this card just isn't doing anything in his hand, and fine, it's only 2 value when you block with it, but worth it in the end. We'll see how the rest of the chain link goes.
Jacques seems to be in the tank about whether or not he wants to use this fealty token, but to your point, he'd have to crack a fealty and use to the point in order to keep his fealty tokens around.
He took all that damage just to get online. I think he needs to do... He needs to make that play, or he's going to be so far behind.
Have we said no reactions? Oh, Michael. He said no reactions. Maybe he's just happy with the fact that his opponent definitely has a D-react in it, and he's losing all of the fealty.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I feel conflicted at best, Michael.
Yeah. I mean, I know that these are good players. I don't see the line there. I don't see why you wouldn't just commit 1 of the fealties and, maybe he wanted to avoid taking the 1 point of damage if he valued it that highly.
I mean, honestly, he is kind of being rewarded in a sense because his opponent is redlocked, but that Grayfin Calycera is going to allow him to go pretty wide no matter what. And because it has stealth, and because Alex Romer is currently Arachne Web of Deceit, this is 2 go again. 1 card in hand and 1 in arsenal remains for Alex Romer, sitting at a healthy 5 life to Jacques' much less healthy 2.
Yeah, and with the mark that Graphene Calycera, like you mentioned, does have go again. Such a tough spot. Reactions galore to worry about. Follow-up chain links. And I don't see any defense reactions in Jacques' hand, so he is playing completely heads up after the block phase is over. 2 cards committed.
2 cards committed to this Graphene Calycera, which is A-okay with Alex Romer because he's just following it up with a Scuttle the Canal, which is going to have go again no matter what, which means that he's going to be able to send another stealth attack at the end of this chain.
Blocking 3. Taking 1.
Down to 1. The last life point in Jacques' bank. And the follow-up, Mark of the Funnel Web from Alex Romer, which is able to be blocked out by Jacques Carlson, but with a March of Loyalty that has been in his hand for 2 turns. Could have been converted last turn for a lot more pressure.
Yep, and he just draws back up Alex Romer, complete tempo 4-card hand and 5 life
so
to
after
work with.
All that, Michael, if it was indeed the 1 life loss that we were worried about on Jacques' side of the board from the hunter or hunted, instead he ends up in the same place at 1 life, but no cards to speak of and no offensive capability.
Yeah.
I tend to think our line was a little bit better there.
It's hard, yeah. The players always have a little bit more information than we have. They get full access to their hand and
the deck list, of
deck
course.
list and all that. But yeah, it's really tough to kind of see Jacques now in a position that this is maybe 1 in a million winning lines.
But he may have found some breathing room. Here's a generic attack that can't be buffed by any of these attack reactions unless, of course, we find another Razor Reflex. But I think we've already seen that out of Alex's deck.
This is the brick of all bricks, Jacques.
In a position where he could potentially claw back into this game?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, 2 cards committed to the block. We've blocked out Pursuit of the Pits of Despair on the side of Alex Romer, and he's drawing back up.
3-card hand.
Careful, Alex. You're holding back 1 card. There we go. Almost drew up 5 cards, but didn't.
Wow. IP2 on that?
IP2 on that. Here comes Jacques Carlson. No longer fealty
and he's
rich.
Pitching a red, though.
And pitching a red non-attack pump at that.
Ugh.
Here comes Obsidian Firevein for 1. He's going to have to trick his way into a win here. But if Alex is paying attention, he knows what's in Jacques' arsenal. It's that to the point that was revealed originally off of the Sound the Alarm.
Mm-hmm.
I think Alex has the agency to block this properly. In Jacques, I think we caught a glimpse of it. He was thinking about putting into the pitch zone that yellow scar tissue, so I'm pretty sure that's what he's holding back.
And it looks like Alex has a pretty powerful hand here. If he can just keep cards.
A 2-card block here would mean that he blocks out the Obsidian Firevein perfectly if Jacques is able to play both the scar tissue in his hand and the to the point in his arsenal. And honestly, that's Assassin. They want to give 2 cards on the block. They want to give everything else on offense.
Yep, and we see Jacques just sort of clearing out that scar tissue out of his hand, getting it out because it blocks 2 probably. And Alex now able to keep an attack reaction in hand. This is getting really scary for Jacques.
Jacques finding an extremely expensive Majestic in his hand at long last, but probably not going to have the space to play it. That's Oath of Loyalty.
Is that another reaction in his arsenal? Is Alex potentially representing 7 on this dagger?
I missed it.
Okay.
But here we go. Graphene Callistra, Stains of the Red back.
And there it is.
And the fist bump is extended. Alex Romer showcasing that he is the penultimate assassin in this pod. No sirree, Bob, to you, Mr. Pierre. I know how to build the Arachne deck, despite what the casters say.
And he goes up from 4 to 5-0.
Congratulations to Alex Romer as we proceed back to Los Angeles and the caster deck and AGE Studios. That was one heck of a game. Honestly, I think the most pivotal moment was that what we would argue is a misplay on the side of Jacques, where he lost all of his fealty tokens out of fear of triggering that hunter.
You know what I will say, though, is actually it was the turn before that really put the pressure on, and we also called that a misplay, didn't we? But it was, in fact, a greedy play that ended up paying dividends as it did exactly what you wanted it to do, going wide, and it stripped an extra card from an arsenal. So it was a really interesting call, and I think Alex read it beautifully, recognizing that Jacques isn't here to block, even though it rhymes, and ended up taking that extra card, stripping it, and continuing his turn for a very wide and punishing play that ended up putting Jacques on the back foot and ultimately leading to his demise as he was forced into a position where he lost all his fealties.
So we're going to take a quick break as we let No Block Jacques think about new nicknames, and we will proceed on with match number 3 of this, Pod 2 of AGE East. We're going to go ahead and do an interview as well with our new Arachne aficionado, Alex. We will be back with that in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Congratulations, Alex, 5-0, winning in convincing fashion with this Arachne. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good. It's a little unbelievable. I think I got a little bit of luck on my side. I made some misplays, but it's all worked out in the end. Yeah, this is my first time in the top 8 of an Arcane.
Awesome, man. The two games that we watched. First of all, the first one coming down to 3 cards in your deck when you started the game out, turn 0, with basically going up 3 cards. What an incredible finish to that first game. What did you think about the just like the difference there? It was 3 at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that was kind of my intention going first to try to strip his whole hand, and so I was able to do that, get a little bit of card advantage. And then as the game kind of went on, my hands didn't line up super well, so I was just thinking, let's be a little bit defensive, try to bring this kind of team, try to insert some cards, and it worked out.
Awesome. Well, I'm really happy that it worked out for you. We were oohing and awing over the deck quality of your opponent there, Pierre, as we followed him through the draft. And it turned out that you, as the only other Arachne in the pod, had just as many looks and opportunities to build a fantastic deck as well. How did you feel at the end of that draft? Were you happy with the cards you got and feeling good about your deck overall?
Yeah, absolutely. I started with a few tricks. There were lots of wild assassin stuff going on, so it worked out well. Peter was opposite from me in the draft, so I think that was a good price. I got a little for it.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that. And moving on to the second game, we were sort of calling him No Block Jacques, but one of the turns that you did, we had identified a line where you could have played, I think, you marked him with the dagger or through some way, and then had the option to sort of play this 0 for 4 that had guaranteed go again. But instead, you opted to play Mark of the Funnel Web, targeting his arsenal and risking the possibility of him blocking that out and sort of giving you an IP penalty. Is the nickname No Block Jacques the reason that you sort of went for that? That you just kind of thought, no way he overblocks here? What were you thinking?
I could run myself, but I would have been marked.
Sure.
So it was kind of a win-win. Either way, I would have marked an arsenal and transport. So
Yeah.
It really worked out. I was able to push a lot of games there.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Cool, awesome. So this is obviously your first time. We're doing AG East for the first time ever. How is it over there in Maryland? Have you played in a lot of other Flesh and Blood stream tournaments or broadcasted tournaments before?
Massachusetts. This is my first time on stream.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, this is my first time on stream. I played in a calling once.
Uh-huh.
Did very well. I've done a couple of RTs, a couple of places, so this is by far the best result so far. It's really exciting. Really happy to be here. I was able to settle out with a couple of friends from the Boston area that people recognize. It's been a good afternoon so far.
Awesome. Well, I'm really glad to hear that. Do you play on any teams, or do you want to give any shout outs to the rest of the stream here?
I guess a shout out to Pandemonium and Columbus, Massachusetts. That's the story that the Mars World Cup. So I know the team. Shout out to
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for the interview. I think we'll go take a little bit of a break, wait for the rest of this round to dial down, and we'll get back to everyone else shortly. Don't go anywhere, and thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome back, folks. Alex's reign of terror is probably not over, but he is locked for
he's
top
sealed. Yeah, his
Yeah,
reign
he
of
is-
terror continues, confirmed.
but not in this next matchup. Instead, we are going to hold strong with no block Jacques and see if he can secure his own spot in the top 8. He is now X-1, and he's going to be going up against an X-2 Syndra, who may just tarnish his dreams.
Yeah, this is a losing out situation, at least for the Syndra for sure. Maybe for Jacques, although unlikely. I think he might still have it locked if he's only got one loss at this point.
No block Jacques is trying to turn into he's a lock Jacques.
Yeah, lock it in Jacqueline.
Are we having too much fun?
Yes.
That is the question of the day as we proceed on down to our match floor. But we're going to take a quick turn and we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on this side of the country, because we've got the Arcane Games and Events March Open coming up in March,
Yeah.
if you
Wow,
can imagine.
Believe it or not. What a coincidence.
It's going to be on March
Crazy.
15th at our new home on the West Coast, Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. Tickets and details available at www.age.events. And with that, the stage is set, the lights are dimmed, and the music will swell as we proceed on down to the match floor for the final round of Swiss at the Great Stories RTN and the first AGE Open in the East. It's no block Jacques Carlson, X-1 on Fang versus Jose Santos Martinez on Syndra. So I think Jacques is going to be feeling a lot happier about his game plan in general, just no stop gas on the Fang deck, now that he is not going to be facing any sort of disruptive effects or really any loaded 6-shooter attack reaction action on the other side of the board.
Yeah, we saw how painful it was for him to get that arsenal blown up at the last game, and not needing to worry too much about that. It looks like we've got a little bit of an issue with the life, fixing it. There it is, 20 to 20. It doesn't want to stay at 20. Oh, because he just snapped no block. Turn 0, no block Jacques. Sticking to the name. Going down to 18. As he likes the 4 cards in his hand.
And who can blame him, honestly, because he's just facing down 1 dagger. And I think that is telegraphing exactly what is about to happen. Jose just buys those daggers back, arsenals, and passes on over. These Syndra decks don't run a whole lot of blues, so maybe spelling a little bit of doom to come because we've already lost 2 blues, but boy howdy, we found an expensive card in the hand of Jose Santos Martinez.
Yeah.
That is a snap money draft shelter
Oh,
from
yeah.
the storm in his hand.
Jose winning before he even ends the day.
Unfortunately, though, it is a full red grip when he has 2 cards that require pitch.
True. So he will likely be looking to block. Luckily, one of them blocks for 4, so that can come in handy, especially as this front pump guarantees the very first dagger will come in for at least 5.
Honestly, I think it would behoove Jose to block with all cards except for the Blaze Headlong, perhaps, and
I
then
like
just
that.
an incredibly efficient 0 card 4 after a very successful block.
Yep. Just eking out that value. Although a couple of these block 2, they still are, they cost. You just can't play them. You got to kind of take what you have.
Jacques has himself a very efficient card in Cut from the Same Cloth, which even though it just revealed the hand of Jose, it also confers +4 to a dagger. And hey, so nice, do it twice. Let's get this Obsidian Fire Vein all the way up to 9 before we've even done any attack reactions.
Yeah, that feels nice on the side of Jacques as only 4 block comes out. And lots of defense reactions here on the side of Jose.
So a smoke out comes out from the arsenal. Scar Tissue comes out of the hand of Jacques Carlson. This is bread and butter, peak flesh and blood right here.
Yeah.
Attack reactions, defense reactions.
Jose just doing some quick math on his fingers there as he decides whether or not to commit this Shelter from the Storm to this. Currently blocking 4, +3 is 7 on 9, 10, 11. So 7 on 11.
You would think it's the perfect time to deploy it when there is an on-hit.
Opts instead to reach for the...
Leapfrog Equipment Suite. Looks like it has blocked it out, so no mark here off of that Scar Tissue. Jose proceeds on to his turn and doing exactly what my co-caster and I recommended, blocking with the majority of his hand. Instead of using that Shelter from the Storm in hand, he instead elects to throw out the Leapfrog stuff, but it's going to be a Blaze Headlong, the only action for the turn, and arsenaling the most powerful defense reaction in this set.
perhaps hoping to stop 4 damage and an on-hit with that shelter, valuing utilizing it in the arsenal instead of committing it to the blocks there.
Michael, we have found the compounding anger that was in our feature drafters first pack. But Jacques, in the meanwhile, is sending Oath of Loyalty as his first action of the turn, as is a prerequisite for this card. 4 go again on the combat chain. Jose descends immediately to 16 life. First blood is drawn on his side of the board. Jacques at 17 follows up with an Obsidian Fire Vein with 1 card in hand and 2 floating.
Interested to see what kinds of reactions. Actually, the thing I'm really interested to see is when does Jose commit that shelter to the storm? Currently having 2 opportune times to utilize all 4 of that block and passing on both of them, saying, nah, I'd rather take the damage. I want to keep this shelter for some other more critical moment.
Maybe he just doesn't have any other card that he would rather arsenal, so he says, oh, I'll just let it sit there. And
Sure.
he's immensely rewarded because that Obsidian Firevein didn't get any sort of a pump from No Block Jacques. Instead, just tickles Jose for 1 damage, gets him down to 15 to Jacques' 17. The first action on Jose's side of the board, pick up the point. Not paying at all because he's already equipped with both daggers in each hand.
And Jose, 15 life to 17 and a 5-card hand. Of course, we know one of them is a defense reaction, so only 4 can be committed to offense here. But a 4-card hand with a life parity means I think Jose is a little bit in the lead right now.
Here comes a friendly head jab. I'm curious what he's going to do with that compounding anger. Is that a... Oh, it's a yellow throw yourself at them.
Mm-hmm.
How is he going to get... Oh, he's probably going to send both daggers, perhaps? Yeah. And then, and then we'll also send the Lava Vein Loyalty and then finish off with a compounding anger. That is a lot of damage right there, Michael. And No
Sure.
Block Jacques sticking to his namesake all the way down to 10 already after pick up the point, a Kunai of Retribution, now Lava Vein Loyalty, now compounding anger for 5 is on the combat chain. And
Wow.
Jacques finally lines up a block.
Looking at it's a 3 block there, so getting some value out of it.
Jacques down to 8, looking to take 2 more. I'm sorry, he was at 10, down to 2 more. Yeah. We're dealing with a bit of a time delay on the video here, folks, because our players, as we mentioned before, are on the East Coast. We, however, are on the West. So those life totals update a little bit quicker than we see on camera. First up for Jacques, as we pass priority back over to his side of the board, is a cut deep. Cheeky little 0 for 4, and perhaps a lot more damage on the back of it. Pitching a red, unfortunately, to send Obsidian Fire Vein for 5.
Yeah, Jacques not setting up the fealties as quickly as he did last game means that these all red hands can be a little bit of a tax.
Our illustrious 3-0 drafter that started the day for us and our World Championship contender, Noah Bagelman, watches over the left shoulder of Jacques Carlson. Apparently, he just has not gotten enough flesh and blood today.
Is there such a thing?
No, not in my opinion, but we're preaching to the choir here, Michael. Jose is lining up a couple blocks here. Lots of throw yourselves at them in this Syndra deck. One of them devoted alongside a blood line, making a block for 5. Jacques throws out a Searing Gaze, just going to confer +3 and go again to this Obsidian Fire Vein.
Yep, pumping that one up to, it looks like 9. As Jose takes
I think it should be 8.
Oh,
yeah,
8?
there we go.
Okay.
Correction
Fix that.
on the die there. It is 8. So 3 connects to Jose's face and brings his life total down to 12. And unfortunately, Jacques just has to close the chain. Found himself a little bit red locked. Starting off for Jose is a Kunai of Retribution with 1 left over in the pitch. Looks like Grow Claws is in the hand in the yellow, which honestly I typically really like because it still comes in at a breakpoint.
Yeah, really like this card. 1 for 4. Fine
1
with
for 4
that.
go again. And the arsenal is still that $80 shelter from the storm.
Yeah, I think he just wants to keep it there so that he can take it home with him.
So honestly, the life total deficit on Jacques' side of the board is gaping.
Yeah.
We've got 5 life at a difference between these two players, but you have to also factor in that Jose sits on an extra 4. So in reality, the life deficit for Jacques is 9. He's got all of his equipment on board. Let's say that. Jose doesn't have any more blocking equipment, but Syndra is never going to use an attack reaction unless it's those danger digits. And oftentimes you can not telegraph that so much so that your opponent can't get maximum value out of red alert equipment.
We see Jacques giving up 1 equipment, finally, going down to 6 life. But I do remember him having an 18 damage turn last turn, so definitely cannot count him out, as this Fang deck has a lot of bite, a lot of power on the offensive side. There's probably a reason he's not blocking a lot.
Let's see if his bark is as good as his bite. As the Obsidian Fire Vein goes back onto the combat chain once again, Jose puts 1 card in front of it, and Jacques proceeds with a Pledge Fealty, cheating out that Fealty when Jacques has nothing to say about it, conferring go again, and following up with yet another dagger attack.
These players are playing at breakneck speed here.
Ooh,
as we
and
see.
It's Tooth of the Dragon giving
Wow.
going into the second dagger, followed up by a For the Emperor. Boy, howdy, Michael. This is 2 into 8, which is a big bad 12 damage turn
That was a lot of damage.
out of 3 cards.
Yeah, and
Sorry, 4 cards.
pulling a card for each dagger means that he essentially got the 3 block into a 2-power dagger twice. And then moving all of that damage to the end of the chain, 8 damage coming through, and Jose needing to commit 2 more cards to it, just passing it back. So now Jacques has all the tempo and a 4-card hand to work with, as it is 6 to 8 starting this turn.
Jose must not have liked the offensive potential of his hand, because he threw it in front of those Obsidian Fire Veins right quick, still sitting on that shelter from the storm, safely in Arsenal.
Another Pledge Fealty coming out. Second Fealty online here. 2 damage. Jose not making the mistake of putting a card in front of it, although that's a really scary choice to make at 6 life.
Without a doubt. Following up is Twist and Turn, closing the combat chain, so no extra buffs from 2 Draconic Chainlinks here, because the chain has long since been closed. Twist and Turn, however, still going to confer 4 points of extra power on this Obsidian Fire Vein, making it an attack for 5.
Jose has to think about whether or not a reaction's coming in here. If he blocks wrong, he can die in this spot with only 6 life and 5 on the board.
He's still got so much agency, though, because he's sitting on that shelter from the storm in his arsenal.
Yeah, this might be one of the moments where we kind of see like why he sat on it for so long. The question is he going to commit a card up front or not?
Looks very resource rich in the hand of Jose. I would have to imagine that one of these blues come down for the block, but unfortunately there are only 2 blocks, Michael. I think that's an entire grip of 2 blocks, in fact.
It's also important to note that Jose has no daggers on the board, so even if he does come back with a full grip, not having all of that explosive potential of when the kunais are alive, as we see Fealty committed to gain that extra point of value. Going to 9.
That is a lot of damage. Shelter from the Storm finally coming out of the arsenal of Jose as he drops dangerously to 1 life.
Jose playing with fire, saying, I got a 4 block, no big deal. What's the worst that can happen? And going to 1 is the answer.
Pick up the point is the first action on Jose's side of the board, which of course is going to buy back one of those Kunai of Retribution, which is going to work out very nicely with the rest of Jose's hand, which is a 1 cost and a 0 cost.
Throwing up one of those pieces of equipment, blocking it out cleanly.
Jacques blocks for 1, takes no damage. Tag the target is the follow-up. It's in the yellow, so only coming in for 2. Jacques still with a full grip, no arsenal, sitting at 6 life and 2 pieces of equipment still at his disposal. Looks like he might be lining up a block here, at least considering one of these cards to the block. Jose's follow-up is just going to be a Grow Claws, a Kunai of Retribution first, of course, and then a Grow Claws for 5.
And importantly, Jacques takes the hit, goes to 4, and gets marked.
Kunai of Retribution comes out on the combat chain, immediately blocked by red alert boots. Follow up with Grow Claws, which is coming in for 5. Go again. Jacques is marked. At this point, unfortunately, Jose is still not going to be able to buy those daggers back because he's only got 2 Draconic Chainlinks and 0 pitch to speak of.
That's right. So he will once again start his next turn with 0 daggers with the way that this turn fell, which could be a really tough spot, especially with only 1 life. He needs a way to get tempo back, and having 2 daggers in the graveyard makes it very challenging to do so.
There's a teeny bit of a skill check here for Jacques because danger digits are still up. Looks like we are blocking for 4 on Jacques' side of the board. He takes 1, which is well outside of danger digits range. And unfortunately, Jose is just going to have to put that blue on the bottom of the deck, come daggerless, and pass on back over to Jacques, who has 3 cards, 3 life points to Jose's 1. and he's starting off with a haymaker. It's cut deep, pumping up the Obsidian Fire Vein and bringing it up to a total of 5. Unfortunately for Jacques, he has had to pitch a red, which means only 1 card is left at his disposal, and Jose has the information he needs to make an informed block. That block, 3 cards. Looks like for a total of 8. Probably comfortably blocking this out. Jose does indeed survive to fight another day, but that card that threatened his life goes straight into Jacques' arsenal as we pass back over to Jacques, who has a 1-card play, which is a Lava Vein Loyalty, which, yeah, sure, threatens Jacques' life total, threatens lethal, but Jacques got a piece of equipment that he can just shove in front of it and keep a full 5-card hand.
Yeah, that piece of equipment actually has a -1, so that won't work here because that only gets +1 against a weapon. Plus,
Thank you, Michael.
If he did that, I mean, of course there are no daggers on the field, but we got to be really careful about going to 1 against a Syndra. So I like just giving a 3 block if he has it available. And then coming back with a 4-card hand, which, I mean, honestly, a 4-card hand into 1 life is Fang. You got to imagine that spells the end for Jose. He is in such a tough spot.
I am not currently seeing any draconic attack reactions on the side of in the hand of Jacques, but
And
it's
no
got to
field
be an
use.
arsenal.
Yeah. And he pitches a blue, which gives him a little bit more flexibility to...
One of the few times we've seen Jacques pitch a blue in
Yeah.
order to pay for one of these Obsidian Fire Veins. 2 cards devoted to the block on Jose's side of the board. Looks like it's Scar Tissue plus Incision, both in the yellow,
Yeah.
and Jose immediately extends the fist bump. Redeemed is no block Jacques Carlson as he moves directly into our top 8 at X and 1.
5-1, looking good. And we see our, I believe, did we confirm the score line here of player in the background?
The scoreline of player in the background, Noah Bagelman.
Noah Bagelman, thank you.
Not sure if Noah is ascending to the top 8 pod as well, but
Okay.
based on his play early on and the fact that he is helping Jacques find the best possible lines, I would imagine that he made his way into the top 8. Time
Yeah.
will tell, but I have faith in the Bagel Man.
Wow.
Michael, what do you think about that last match?
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Really happy to see Jacques make it through. Piloting that Fang deck, showing us just how aggressive that hero can be. Who needs to block when you are sending out that many attack reactions and raw damage? Really great to see Jacques move on forward. Looking forward to seeing his games in the next pod. Awesome stuff so far.
Welcome to the Hunted Limited, where we've got daggers on strings, we've got daggers that are on fire, and we've got daggers that turn your name into Mark. And that's the Hunted Limited in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to go ahead and take a quick break, announce our top 8 cut, and then proceed directly into the most intense draft pod of the day. That's, of course, our top 8 draft pod, where these players are fighting for Nationals invites and, of course, AGE points. Don't go anywhere. We've got more AGE, more flesh and blood, and more of the Bagel Man after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves an interview with our last round victor. That is Jacques Carlson, Mr. No Block himself. And we are very excited to transfer ourselves down to Whitensville, Massachusetts. So let's go ahead and hit that interview button and say what's up to our latest top 8 contender. How does that feel, Jacques?
What's up, guys? I don't know where this no block thing came from. These guys at Locals love roasting me for that. It's because it rhymes with my name or something. But I just want to put this out there. I do plenty of blocking. It's like an important part of my game.
Listen, Jacques, I have to take a little bit of credit for it. We kind of made it up for not the last match, but the one before it. But I saw very little blocking those last 2 games, my friend, and it worked out for you this last one. But I think it's gonna stick.
Hey, man, if the math lines up, like, I'll take the damage. But
I respect that. I'm an aggro player myself, Jacques. So if I had a name that rhymed with no block, it'd probably be my nickname as well.
all right.
Well, congratulations on that last victory. With that, I'm pretty darn certain you secure your place in the top 8 of this road to nationals. How you feeling?
That's what I'm hearing on the street right now. So I'm excited. I've never top 8'd one of these level events before. I just started playing in August, and pretty much the main 2 tournaments I've been to so far was ProQuest last season, and I was just in Prague for World Premiere. So I love this game, and I'm happy to be here.
Jacques, massive congratulations. The first time you top 8 one of these events is an incredibly momentous occasion, and I'm so excited that we got to witness it and have it solidified in the airwaves of the internet. It's on stream, man. Your first top 8 is right there for you to look at whenever you'd like.
Yes, and speaking of on the internet, like I just want to take a little chance to plug my YouTube channel, @Trey0. So if you guys like the personality, like the gameplay, head on over. I just started making Fab content, and I'll be sure to post some bangers, and I may or may not be blocking on it. Who knows?
Well, at this point, I think you're pigeonholed into never blocking once again, Jacques. You'll have to change that YouTube handle as well. I want to see No Block Jacques on there as soon as humanly possible.
It might happen. Who knows?
Well, congratulations, man. We're so stoked. How did you feel about your 2 drafts today? You 3-0'd the first pod, and now you went X and 1 in the second. What was your first draft deck?
So for the first pod, I ended up drafting Arcane. I think that deck is so much fun, but I was actually a little uncomfortable going into it. We've been practicing a lot on just drafting this set, and Arcane is one of the only heroes I haven't been able to actually secure a 3-0 with. So I was very pleased with my performance in the first pod. I had some pretty big turns where I was just able to put a bunch of pumps on one attack and overwhelm my opponents that way. And for the second draft, I was actually sitting across from Noah Bagelman on Fang, and I was one of the other 2 Fangs in the pod. And my pool ended up kind of leaning more towards this like play style of just pump up 1 dagger as much as you can with it's not called cut through, cut deep, the 0-4 pump, cards like that. And so yeah, I was just able to leverage that to my advantage and overwhelm Jose in our last game. I hate to do it to him. We drove here together, and I think I might have accidentally killed his dream for top 8, but it is what it is.
Oh, no, not a carpool team kill. You never like to see that, Jacques. That's going to be an awkward drive home. Speaking of Noah Bagelman, I noticed that he was looking very intently over your shoulder during that last match. Do you have a history of playtesting with him, or is this the first time you guys have been in the same room together?
No. So pretty much the only time I've ever interacted with Noah before this is when I beat him in round 1 of ProQuest. That was the first ProQuest I had went to. And other than that, no, I've never seen him around. But I mean, the greatest part about Flesh and Blood is to come to these events. People are so friendly. Like we're at this table, like on this pod, and you know everyone here is like, I'm making friends, like we're cracking jokes. It's a great time over here. It's not like the super competitive, sweaty experience you might expect. And yeah, part of that is Noah is giving a helping hand. He's just taking a little look at my deck list.
Well, you've chosen a good person to join swords with. Let me tell you that. I think you're already aware. But I also want you to bring me into the room. Tell me what it's like to be at Great Stories today. Are we having a good time or what?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Great Stories is such a nice store. Great people running it. It's a little bit of a drive, and especially with this snowstorm, it was kind of a hike to get here. But I mean, especially at this top pod, like it's electric over here. These first few drafts, like everyone got here. I mean, people are just excited to play, and I just love it when that happens so much. Everyone here is just having a good time. Like people are talking with their friends, like we're laughing, having a good time. People are getting hyped when they pull the good cards. Like it's great being here.
You're making my heart sore here, Jacques. That's all I want to hear, and you're speaking to me exactly as a massive fan of this game and somebody who has really benefited from the community that surrounds it. So why don't we take a minute? Let's let you get a little bit of a dinner break in. If you can manage it before your top 8 games, the best is yet to come, my friend, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacques, and don't go anywhere, folks. Before too long, we will have our top 8 cut after a short break. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more Jacques No Block, and more The Hunted Limited after this. Welcome back, folks. The sun is setting in the east. It's still got a little bit of time here in the west, but that means it's time for our top 8 announcement. We've seen a couple of the folks that have snuck in there, but let's announce the rest of them, shall we? We've got Alex Romer, who we've seen on stream with that nasty Arachne deck, and looks like his first pairing may be the man that he knocked out of Pod 2, Pierre Nicholas. Looks like his Arachne deck still stood the test of time if it didn't stand up to the mirror.
Yeah, first place must have been 6-0. Pierre Nicholas, third place, also fantastic score there. Really glad to see that rematch, although maybe they're a little bit sad that it's in the quarterfinals, as both players are very strong players.
Our 6th seed is William Perlman, who did submit a player profile for us, going up against Quinn Wong Q. Then we've got Joshua Tavares and Ricardo Rua. Joshua will be our feature drafter this time around. We're very excited to look over his shoulder and see how he's valuing these cards. Our last 2 are, of course, Jacques No Block Carlson and Fino Black, the YouTube extraordinaire himself, who we saw on stream earlier today in Pod 1.
Awesome. Really cool top 8 coming out here. Looking forward to it.
Michael, who do you like to take the whole thing?
I want to see Jacques. I was really his interview was great. I'm loving his going along with our little joke there. In terms of who do I think will take it? I mean, Alex is in first place right now, I think, for a reason, really showing his skill and knowledge in the format.
You know who is what am I trying to say? Notably missing from this pod.
Yeah, I was
is
thinking
our first drafter, Noah Bagelman, who went 3-0 in Pod 1.
Yeah, 3-0 into what I have to assume was an 0-3. Maybe a 1-2 wasn't good enough to get up, but either way, showing up with a astounding start and then not so great on the second pod means he didn't quite make it in. I don't know what he ended up placing overall, but kind of shocked not to see him.
When you live by that burning blade, you also die by it. And he was definitely a fang in the second pod, if Jacques is to be believed in his interview. And that could mean that he fell to a mirror to Mr. No Block Jacques.
Wow.
How about that? And we are just about ready to proceed back over to Whitensville, Massachusetts for our final top 8 pod. Again, we're going to be looking over the top right shoulder of Joshua Tavares. We have a player profile for him, so why don't we go ahead and pull that up. Let's learn a little bit more about the man, the myth, the legend, who hasn't been seen on stream yet. But that's Joshua Tavares, and we're really excited to meet him.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Christine, let's go ahead and pull up Joshua Tavares' player profile. Here it is. I promise you that there are forcers in the East, and Joshua Tavares is saying it loud and proud. Me force, no scout, no pivot, and assert your dominance. That's going to be his strategy moving into the top 8 pod.
Is this man possibly a brute main in Classic Constructed?
I would have to think so based on the vernacular there. I think he took drafting tips from Reinar, which, hey, he's in the top 8 pod. Who can say he's wrong?
Yeah, and I love the answer to that second question. Super excited for his girlfriend to see him play on stream, and here he gets to be featured. So congratulations, Destiny. I hope you're enjoying watching right now if you are tuned in.
I really hope Destiny got the word that Joshua is going to be our feature drafter, in which case we'd also like to say, hi, Destiny.
Yeah.
And welcome to the stream.
No, it's so exciting. It's my favorite thing about these streams is sort of being able to broadcast. It feels so cool to sort of be out and you know, we'll say like the tiniest sliver of fame. But here we are live nonetheless.
You know, Michael, play the game, see the world is an amazing mantra. But for 80% of the people that play this game, and I would say even for the vast majority of the time for the competitive players, it's more about playing the game and feeling at home, finding that sense of community in a hobby that combines such beautiful people together. And so that's what we are bringing to the internet airwaves today. And without further ado, let's go ahead and proceed down to the draft area where we are looking over the boyfriend of Destiny's shoulder, Joshua Tavares, as he tries to secure his Nationals invite in that illustrious gold cold foil. Let's go down there. Here is the left hand of Joshua Tavares himself. That beard is looking mighty fine. And on his left is William Perlman. So we'll see what kind of gas gets past William's way as we look at the first pack in Joshua Tavares' hand. Got a little bit of a focus issue. We're going to sort that out here, folks, and we're going to get these cards crystal clear for you. Thumbing through, No big hits on the commons to speak of, Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, I love how methodical Joshua is as he thumbs through this deck. I don't really see any bombs or
Yeah.
particular signpost cards.
For someone that likes to force, this isn't the best opening pack. Nothing that just screams pick me and stick with me. But that being said, it could also mean that being able to pull one of the few great cards out in the form of Mark the Prey just leaves Assassin wide open.
Joshua is indeed picking and sticking, forcing very early, sending a very strong assassin signal over to William Perlman on his left with a pack of 13 draftable cards sitting at the ready. I think his opponent had quite the opposite experience and had a snap pick on their pick one.
Yeah. And here we see another Mark of the Prey go straight to the front of that pack, but there's some other good assassin cards in this one, including equipment.
The great thing about forcing in that pack one for Josh is that there was not really any gas that he was passing to his left. So I don't think he's in danger of making William an assassin in his own right as well by passing powerful cards that way.
No, I think you're right about that. And he has the opportunity to kind of do that again. Mark the Prey, a card that I was actually pretty low on when I first was experiencing the set. Seeing the ability to basically guarantee that you end the turn with a mark if they're already marked is so powerful. And I actually really like the choice of this over the Arsenal Disruption, believe it or not.
Oftentimes it threatens a 0 for 4 go again in a class that really doesn't get to experience that all that often.
0 for 4 go again block 3. Sign me up.
Signing up is Joshua Tavares as he takes his second copy of Red Mark the Prey.
Yeah, I really like this.
Showing producer Justin and
the
people at home, Destiny especially, that it is indeed a Mark of the Prey picked up as the second choice. Moving on to pick number 3. Let's see if we can detect any signals coming from the player on our right here, Michael.
Yeah, let's take a look at these commons.
Assassin common, which is looking very spicy for Josh.
At
2
least-
assassin commons. His lane seems to be open for the
Yeah.
time being. 3 assassin commons. That's an even better signal.
Yeah.
So he hasn't really received a signal about what the player on his right is doing in particular.
Staying
However,
open is what it looks like.
we definitely have a sign of what they're not doing, and
Yeah.
what they're not doing is going assassin, which
And
works out great for Josh.
We see the fruits of that force strategy right now. 3 really strong cards, especially Razor's Edge being one of the premium attack reactions in Assassin. I like this. 2 Mark the Praise and a reaction to guarantee the hit on that. I think so far of all the Assassin decks, I've kind of felt like it was hard to get those marks off. And right now, Joshua doesn't have that issue at all.
No, indeed. And he's got a lot of choices left to kind of round out that strategy if indeed his deck does kind of hinge around the marking keyword.
Yeah. Well, it just gains so much value. +1. It's like an Ira hero ability. It's so good to have that online at all points in the game.
Drawing up for pack 1, pick 4. We got to pick up the point, which is never a bad choice. Reaper's Call. Okay, we've still got 2 assassin commons in this pack, which means that we can assume nobody has found that lane like Joshua has quite yet. And Joshua continues to just send assassin signal after assassin signal to his left.
Yeah, loud and clear. I'm sure everyone on his left can see that the assassin cards are missing and choosing accordingly.
Pick up the point. Not a viable signal target. However, it is a nice little piece for this assassin deck.
We talked about it a little bit in the last draft when we followed the assassin about how pick up the point is effectively another card that can mark because it can return that marking dagger back to your hand. So far we have 3 marking cards and a reaction.
A very different start than Pierre's deck in Pod 2.
Absolutely.
However, still a very strong start.
Yeah, I like it.
We have seen equipment drying up rather early as well, Michael. So those open players are probably taking equipment very early, as we saw Pierre do, and dipping their toes in 2 different lanes at once.
Yeah, this pack looks like it might be asking him to choose a resource card, as there aren't a ton of great red options.
A curious choice here, the yellow bite. Really valuing that flick effect that comes on the back of it.
Sure. I think it being a yellow block 3 is also good enough when the pack has that texture. But again, it's kind of a marking card once again. So really just up front, I want to mark you. And Josh valuing that a whole lot.
And it's also a potential game closer. It's like if you don't have danger digits on the board, you always have it in your deck at the ready. So your opponent simply can't go to 1, especially when that card is in your resource base and can be pitched, added to the pitch stack.
Yeah.
Looks like backstab is the pickup here. Joshua sees no reason to stop with his game plan. He no force. He send fully.
And while this card is kind of like a vanilla 0 for 3, the no defense reactions clause can sometimes be absolutely devastating, especially if it's paired with attack reactions, as it doesn't give the opponent and a format which has so many defense reactions the opportunity.
We've talked about the efficacy of defense reactions in general in this set, and when you can turn them off, that's going to be a fearsome effect. Defang the Dragon pulled straight to the front of this pack. However, there are a lot of other good options. Speaking of which, there's also a ton of amazing wheels in this pack.
Yeah. Choosing Defang the Dragon, most likely because Fang is feared a little bit more than Syndra, so I think that one has a little more value. That being said, passing on the equipment does run Joshua the risk of maybe not getting a full suite.
It's definitely still early. He's got time to pick up other equipment pieces, but right you are. It's always tough to pass those valuable pieces up when they rear their head. Oh, I love Yellow Plunge the Prospect here, Michael. You know I do.
Yeah. Choosing the blue instead, maybe because he has no blues so far, and sometimes you just need to have some of those blues. Even though a yellow can pay for a dagger, a blue can pay for a dagger and then one additional resource.
Especially if you end up with some of those one-cost generic attacks. I'm thinking of Pursue to the Pits of Despair. That one extra resource floating can be vital.
Yeah, and even with just like a pick up the point or other ways to re-equip daggers, blues are important when you're running that particular type of curve.
Josh drafting incredibly fast at lightning speed in comparison to some of our other featured drafters. Even has time to check his nails for any dirt that might have been stuck there.
Gotta stay clean.
Maybe give him a quick sniff.
A little clean and hygiene.
William Perlman seems to be in the same boat here as both players just kind of take a quiet moment of retrospection. Perhaps thinking about their pools or maybe even thinking about where to go to dinner after this.
I think Joshua is just thinking about that sweet gold cold foil.
What do you think it's going to be today, Michael?
I mean, can it be anything? Is it guaranteed a certain rarity?
I think it is guaranteed to be, I think it's a common.
Okay, it's
common
guaranteed a common.
Rare, maybe?
What would I want it to be at a common or rare?
Snapdragon Scalers, hands down.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Hands down.
Sure. Yeah, gold.
Joshua Lau just opened up one for winning a Road to Nationals earlier today, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. Okay, we finally got another pack in front of us. We got a starting point, good piece of equipment. Also, some premium resource cards. That yellow Mark of the Black Widow.
But starting point it is, as Joshua decides it's time to pick up some equipment. Got to make sure you're not entering that battlefield naked.
Joshua passes this pack to the left with one of his thread slots secured.
Yeah. May not show up with clothes, but at least he'll have his protective socks.
Okay, it looks like I believe this is his original pack. A Mark of the Funnel Web made its way back to him. That has got to be a good signal that at least for the time being, the assassin seat remains open and his lane is clear.
Once again on an equipment. So interesting. I mean, personally, I think I get a bit worried when it gets this late. We're still pack 1, so he's got plenty of time, but it's always hard to ensure that each slot lines up.
Looks like the snowplow came to this pod 3 and cleared the way for Joshua to draft his favorite deck in the pod. Looks like the pick was Throw Yourself at Them, I think is the card that I saw flash by.
Yeah.
Throw Yourself at Them in the red. That means we have 2 flick effects in the deck, that and the yellow bite that was pick 6 or 7, I believe.
And a snap pick blue Mark of the Black Widow. I like that. 3 block blue with a potentially dangerous on hit. He's flying through these before we can get the camera to adjust to his card-centered location. But more disruption, more marking.
Josh knows exactly what he wants to do in this pod, and he is not mincing any words in doing it.
Yeah. So 2 Mark of the Black Widows and a Reaper's Call there picked up.
Sitting on 2 blues, I don't believe any unusable cards at this point, Michael.
No.
If the amount of good, solid Role Player Plus cards that have been coming around is not the sign. The fact that you have no unusable cards on the wheel means that you're in the right seat.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the wheel, just like you mentioned, like some really high quality assassin resource cards coming around for like the last 2 and even 1 card in the deck means that while Joshua didn't wait to see what the table chose, may have forced the table into choosing around him.
Why not control it if you can? What we didn't see a lot of, though, Michael, is attack reactions.
True.
We've only got the 1 copy of Razor's Edge in Joshua's pool so far. We did see a couple assassin warrior reactions. However, that could be an indication that there were some in the rare slots that made their way into other assassin pools, other warrior pools.
That is a good point. I will say that if it does turn out that he ends up with a reaction light deck, the fact that he's so heavy on marking may just mean that his transformations take care of that for him.
And here we go. Into pack 2 is Joshua Tavares. Taking a look through this pool.
Seeing some really good warrior cards.
Oh, I thought this pack was bad for us, Michael, until we revealed that second rare. It's the Orb Weaver Spinneret, picked up at lightning speed by Joshua Tavares.
Easy choice. And yeah, getting the rare out means, well, if what you said is in fact true and it was rare cards that were picked, we'll have to wait and see what kind of assassin cards he's passed, as the passing goes in the opposite direction with the potential that the players on his left are now pulling all of the juice.
The onus is now on Joshua to try to figure out what his partner in crime, William Perlman, is drafting based on what he took out of this deck. It probably is an assassin based on the fact that we're staring at 2 sides of the blade.
As well as a bite in the rare slot.
We do have 2 Ninja Commons. I do believe we have 2 Warrior Commons. Yes, indeed. So we still don't know exactly what William is in on the left side. Looks like the pick is going to be 2 sides of the blade down into the pool of Joshua Tavares. He's got to be happy about that.
Yeah. Really, really flexible reaction. Costing 1 is a little bit pricey sometimes if you don't get the blue base to support it. We did see him with quite a few yellows, but that is kind of the difference, right, between pulling a mostly blue resource base versus a mostly yellow. It depends on how many 1 costs you get to round the curve out.
Pulling up for pack 3 of this pick 2. As a reminder, Joshua only has 1 equipment piece to speak of after pack 1, but looks like he's going to be really interested in just grabbing more gas out of this one. No usable equipment for Arachne, unfortunately, but we talked about his deficiency of attack reactions after pack 1. He's sure as heck finding them in pack 2.
Yeah, I think the dagger pumps, I would rather have a stealth card pump, especially with his current stealth pool having mark on a lot of them. But we take attack reactions, and a 0 for 3 red that blocks 3 is very flexible and it works quite well.
And it has the dual effect of taking it away from the 2 to 3 Fang decks that are assuredly at the pod, because it is assassin and warrior, and that can be a very fearsome card in the hands of Fang.
And we were just talking about a deficiency in reactions. That is no longer the case, as he stares at his second copy of 2 sides to the blade and very likely chooses it. Such a flexible card, as it can target both daggers and stealth attacks.
I do believe we are missing Warrior and Ninja Commons in this pack as well, Michael, which means that the lane, if it wasn't clear before, it is very clear now for Joshua Tavares. We could be in the exact same situation where we are sitting exactly 4 seats away from the other Arachne in the pod.
Sounds likely to me. So many good cards being passed his way that you would expect to be snapped up by any other Arachne player sitting to his left. We're now 4 picks in, though, so this pack would be the first one seen by that other Arachne if they are, in fact, sitting 4 seats away.
Another quiet moment of introspection as Joshua waits for the next pack. All of these players here seem to be very professional in the way that they draft. I think they've been to Tier 4 event drafts before where they're called by a judge, and your responsibility is to fan out the cards in the pack and make it very abundantly clear to the player that you're passing to how many cards remain in that pack.
Yep, and we are seeing a red alert gloves here. being lacking in equipment, I like this pickup, and he now has 2 of his 4 pieces. Gloves and boots acquired. He would love to see a danger digits if that shows up, but it looks like it will not happen unless he gets lucky in pack 3.
That is 2 pieces of equipment. We've got the gloves and, of course, the feet covered. The feet is the boots he's wearing are starting point at the moment. I could see a world where if he finds everything else he needs in this deck, he could definitely find some sideboard boots that would make him happy. Unfortunately, another copy of Red Alert gloves in this pack, but Josh isn't feeling bad about it at all because he's found himself another premium attack reaction in Razor's Edge.
Yeah, Razor's Edge means that if there is, in fact, another assassin sitting across the table, something better than Razor's Edge must have been in that pack.
I caught a wry look of Joshua Tavares to the left and to the right as he side-eyes his opponents and says, I think I'm in the seat.
Yeah, he got the assassin seat, and he's feeling good about it.
One of the things I do love about the Hunted is that because there are so many fewer cards that have full cycles of red, yellow, and blue, you often feel like your deck is good like no matter what is going on in the pod, unless of course you're getting a ton of unplayables and the like. But because so many cards only come at red, even in the common slot, it just kind of feels like you're getting gassed the entire time you're drafting. It's like this, like it's a set that feels good to draft and also feels good to play.
Yeah, the draconic keyword, making sure that more commons are red than average, which is exactly what you want to see in a powerful deck.
The antithesis of Part the Miss Fail. Which was much more a lake of blues.
Yep.
Made
powerful,
it a little bit
though.
more powerful, but it did make it a little bit more complicated in the draft setting. Just from an emotional standpoint, you know?
Sure.
Okay, we've got another pack now, folks. Another premium piece of equipment.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see that a chess piece, which he doesn't have yet.
Red Alert vest going straight into the pool, which means that Joshua, even though he came into pack 2 with only 1 piece of equipment, he's almost suited up.
Yep. And really not passing that much assassin gas over, although the lack of it in that pack does make me think that it's likely there's another assassin. But look at that Red Alert visor. Maybe just getting the full suite here unless he opts for the blue, although it seems like a great time to take it.
Josh is right now feeling like he's never punished. Look at those eyebrows. They are almost reaching his widow's peak.
Feeling like an office moment as he looks directly into the camera.
Doing his best Jim Halpert impression as he very excitedly picks up the next pack and looks at the wheels that have come back his way.
Okay, what do we have?
Looks like his choice of a lot of really good blue block threes.
Yeah. Just fill out that resource base.
I love Blue Mark the Prey here, Michael.
Yeah, when this hits your hero, mark him. He already has 2 in the red. Why not take 1 in the blue?
That makes 3 blue cards for Joshua and 3 yellow cards. A total of 6 resource cards to work with, but we're not done yet. These wheels are coming back his way, and they are definitely assassin.
I like Reaper's Call a lot. More marking, more just control over the ability to activate the other stealth cards, transform, and really unpreventable here.
What do you think of Anaphylactic Shock?
Anaphylactic Shock sucks. I wouldn't recommend anybody do it. Especially, the card. Yeah, honestly, I think it's a good card.
I thought you were talking about the card.
No, I was talking about the experience.
I'm reeling from my co-caster's antics as Joshua picks up a Red Reaper's Call.
Sure.
Just about rounding out pack 2.
I would much rather have that card in yellow or blue. Oh. And going for the Mark of the Black Widow yellow. This card, I mean, on the surface, it's like fantastic because, it can discard a card on hit. But the fact that it doesn't really like hit that breakpoint makes it notably worse than the red.
I would tend to agree, and maybe even less good than the blue.
Yeah, it just depends on how your curve is built out. I think that when you're building an assassin deck, you have to kind of make a decision and make it early about whether you're going to build a blue base or a yellow base, and then craft the rest of your deck around it. So, having had two sides of the blade in his deck and a few other 1 costs, I think the blues are the direction he's going to want to go. So these yellows, not bad, but maybe a little worse than their blue counterparts.
And pack 2 is finished up here. Joshua is reviewing his pool with the allotted 60 seconds. Still not a single unplayable here.
Looks like he's very excited about getting the full equipment suite of red alerts as he shakes it to the camera.
That is a very dependable source of extra life in the Hunted Limited, without a doubt. Probably the easiest of these split equipments that you can use, the dual class equipments.
And I think a well-used starting point can have so much value, especially in Assassin, where the opponent has to kind of not expect go again sometimes.
Okay, checking our resource cards here. We're currently at 9, 5 yellows and 4 blues. How do you feel about that, Michael? Do you think that Joshua has to pick up some more resource cards in this next pack based on what we've seen so far?
With the number of yellows he has, I would say yes, but I don't think it needs to be many. And I think that he can likely rely on the dregs of the pack, so to speak, to pick up the final blues and yellows. I think starting out picking reds is where we're going to see him.
He's really leaning into, so far, his deck looks very like a Cheerios deck.
Sure.
Except for those 2 copies of 2 sides of the blade and the pick up the point.
Yeah, I think his deck functions quite well with yellows, and you see him kind of showing us Hunted or Hunter. Having no defense reactions yet makes that a premium, although the scar tissue can also be really strong. More ability to mark and a reaction. It looks like he might be trying to be as aggressive as possible with his list at the moment.
Currently sitting at 6 attack reactions. That is it's a pretty healthy amount, although one of them is a yellow take a stab, which would likely find its way into the sideboard if he's able to help it.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the defense reaction in this spot, but I can see that Joshua disagrees. And I think it's the fact that this scar tissue says mark on it that makes it really valuable. Because you can swing in with the dagger, mark them, and not destroy it, which is really important.
Perhaps Josh, like his draft strategy, will go 100% force when it comes to his play strategy.
And we see another scar tissue. This is importantly a 2-block, so and another hunter or hunted. And you can see he's like, do I make the same choice?
Head to the hand for Joshua. Yeah, I really like the defense reaction here, Michael.
Yeah.
Either that or that red plunge the prospect, but he's also got his head in his hands because he's going to be passing some really powerful warrior and ninja cards. We've got a firm loyalty going, which is a signpost card for Fang, which means that there aren't any Fangs super close to his right, I would have to imagine, unless there was an amazing Majestic in that pack alongside that affirm loyalty.
Well, I think lucky for us, Josh almost rhymes with block, because we're looking at no blocks Josh here with 2 scar tissues, a 2-block, passing on the defense reactions.
I'm going to have to get out my chapstick because there's going to be a lot of enunciation if we're going to be doing no block Josh, and no block Jock.
If we can get the Jock versus Josh no block o'clock.
Oh, boy.
That'd be great.
You're asking too much of me here, Michael.
Where's Dr. Seuss when you need him?
He's dead, Michael.
Oh, awkward. How long has he been dead?
I think a good while now, actually.
Yikes, really?
Yeah, well. Yeah, such is the way when you live.
It's
Incision
true.
going to the pool of Joshua Tavares as we mourn the loss of a very beloved cartoon author.
Lots of reactions.
So currently sitting on 9 attack reactions, I tend to think that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think in both spots, I would have liked to see the defense reaction. But we'll have to see how he pilots this. You know, the game plan needs to match with the cards in the deck. And if you have a game plan of going aggressive, there's nothing better than an attack reaction.
Another copy of Defang the Dragon could be Josh's second pickup if he so chooses, but alas, no, it's the Scuttle, the Canal in red, which is a more assured source of go again than the standard Arachne hero text. So still pretty darn red line going into pick 5 of pack 3.
Yeah.
Not a single resource card picked up yet, but alas, the wheel does turn.
And it looks like he is contending with more assassins than we may have thought, as the content of this pack seems to be pretty assassin light.
That being said, it could also be that pack 3 is just going to be a little bit more skewed towards assassin or warrior. We have seen, I mean, that those first couple packs had, I believe we had a 3 assassin pack and also another assassin common in the foil. So that has a tendency to make you feel like there's just way more support for that
Right.
hero than there actually is. This just could be like we were seeing god packs for Josh in numbers 1 and 2, and now it's more down to earth.
Yep, opts for the yellow, pick up the point.
I don't hate it given what else he had to choose from.
And his 10th attack reaction.
That's a lot of attack reactions, and a lot of them rely solely on daggers. We've got
Yeah.
2 incisions so far, and a take, a stab, and a scar tissue, mind you. So
2.
this
Yeah.
might be a very dagger-centric build that we're looking at here.
The thing about the reactions on daggers compared to, say, the front pumps is that they're all 1 less value. I've heard of dagger builds essentially that play the 0 for 4s. Playing the 0 for 3s, I think is just it's a little less value. Of course, you know, you get the reaction speed of it, which can be nice for closing games out. But over the course of the game, it may be that we see just a little bit of a lack of offensive power when he's relying on these 0 for 3s.
And of course, the value proposition of those front pumps, for example, when you're playing in like Fang, is that eventually during the game, what you're working towards is making those daggers free, which then make those cards actually on rate or slightly above. In the case of Assassin, oftentimes you have to pay 2 resources into those daggers, which just means they're never going to be efficient resource-wise.
2 for 5 isn't the most efficient thing I've ever heard of, but it's not bad. And I think in a limited format, I've actually seen some pretty effective dagger builds.
Josh is unbelievably stoked that
It
Hunted
wheeled.
or Hunter wheeled.
Wow.
I think the apprehension we saw when he passed it to his left initially meant that he was really scared of not seeing it again.
Yep. Super excited that it shows up, and he gets another stab at it.
But Josh has not only forced very strong, he's also received incredibly powerful signals that his lane is open. So this is not a player that, even though he says that he likes to force, he's not doing it without smarts behind it.
Yeah.
He's received signals that the lane is open, and so he's committed doubly to it.
And he has so many reds and so few resource cards, only 4 blues, and he continues to play towards the red line. The thing I don't like about this right now is that he has so many dagger reactions and maybe doesn't have the resource base to support it. So hopefully the last couple cards he chooses here are going to be blue or yellow, because I get a little bit worried about what an all red hand looks like if it's filled with dagger pumps.
Luckily, the majority of the dagger pumps that he's got in this deck are 0 cost.
Yeah, but he
That's the
still
one
has to
thing that's
pay
going
2 for
for
the
him.
dagger.
Yes, absolutely.
So every hand that he has dagger pumps must be paired with at least 1 resource card.
The last pick for Joshua, I'm sorry, not the last pick, the second to last pick is wow, the last 2 cards are the first 2 unplayables that he's gotten this whole draft.
Yep.
Joshua puts his head in his hands because I think he is convinced that this could be the 3-0 deck.
Yeah, he's probably pretty happy with the way that the chips landed here. I am very curious to see him piloting this, because this is a little bit different from any assassin decks I've seen in the past. The way that he valued the marking stealth cards and sort of appears not to have valued resource cards very highly. I'm curious to see how he chains these cards together, because he's going to basically need to find a way to play his 5-card handout every time, since it looks like it doesn't really block all that well. 8 block 2s, I suppose, isn't the worst thing in the world with 29 block 3s. But I think that a lot of the 2 blocks that he chose are going to end up in his deck, whereas the block 3s may not be entirely filling every slot.
Now, I noticed something very curious from William Perlman sitting to Joshua's left. Immediately after the last cards were drafted, William pointed over to each person in the pod and was saying, okay, you're Arachne, you're X, you're Y. And I think that is such an amazing exercise for players that want to get into draft or perhaps want to level up their game in draft. Because if you are receiving signals properly, you can do it with some pretty good efficacy.
Yeah, you can kind of figure out through the clues exactly where each class is sitting, even though you might be across the table entirely from one or two of them.
All right, Michael, let's weave a tale. We saw this deck drafted. Where do we go first?
I mean, it's got to be the attack reactions. 12 attack reactions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can only target a dagger. We have to look at the second page before I can say that. 6. So 6 of them can only target a dagger.
Half of them.
Yep. And so that means the other 6, we actually have some flexibility in the form of 2 sides to the blade. 2 copies of that is nice to kind of fill that out. And then some of them, Razor's Edge, can only target stealth cards. So the ability to play all 5 cards out is going to hinge on the texture of his hand. And I think it has the potential to get kind of clunky, although it also has the potential to line up to some really bursty, scary turns if all he does is swing a dagger and then put 4 pumps into it. I mean, that would be really terrifying.
That's a game-stealing play right
Oh, yeah.
there.
I mean, imagine you're at 10 health, you're feeling good, they open with Mark of the Huntsman. Oh, you lose. I mean, that's a real possibility with this deck. So I like the train of thought. I also think that it's going to rely on some luck to line something that devastating up. But man, if it happens, I'm going to be eating my words and saying, you know, the scar tissue was the right choice.
Well, I know you're hungry, Michael, so maybe some words can be served up for dinner in just a moment here. Looking at the retrieve keyword in Joshua's deck, because if we're talking about dagger synergy, we might also want to consider how much we can recur or perhaps create new daggers. We've only got 2 copies of retrieve. That's a red pick up the point and a yellow one, which is mainly going to be used for resources if I had to guess. But so maybe the plus point of this dagger-centric build is that you're not going to be popping the daggers nearly as much in order to mark your opponent. Maybe it's not as important to the game plan. Furthermore, so we have 2 of those copies of the retrieve mechanic. We also have, I believe, 1 copy of Orb Weaver Spinneret, which means that at some point in the game, we're going to be able to pop one of those Marks of the Huntsman and generate a Graphene Calycera token, which honestly is probably the better dagger in a dagger-centric Arachne build.
Yeah, when you've got all these dagger pumps, a Graphene Calycera can do so much work. And also kind of helps with the resource base, which is maybe what we should take a look at next, because 7 yellows and 6 blues, and I think some of them are unplayable. In the yellow base, all of them are playable. And in the blue base, I think we have at least 1 warrior card. Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blues. What do you think about 5 blues in Assassin?
In general, I think it is a-okay.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, that goes for the stealth-centric builds because more often than not, your play pattern is if you're able to maintain enough cards for it, swing a dagger, send a stealth attack. Maybe with another stealth attack in Arsenal, maybe with a 0-cost pump in Arsenal. But we are holding on to a number of 1-cost plays. It's two sides of the blade and also those retrieve effects. That being said, you only need 4 blues to line up with those retrieve effects and the 1 costs in order to use all of them. Otherwise, you can always devote them to the block. Remember, Assassin, more often than not, wants to throw 2 cards on defense, play 2 cards or 3 on offense.
Yeah, very curious to see how this deck gets piloted because so many attack reactions means what I'm expecting to be a very offensive game plan, but it could be just like you said. You use the 3 block reactions to block out, and then the 2 blocks are committed on offense.
That's, of course, the dream, as long as your opponent doesn't force otherwise. So we've been harping a lot about the dagger synergy in this deck, but that being said, he's still got some really gas stealth cards with which to make use of. 2 backstabs in 1 pool is very interesting. Honestly, I haven't seen a situation in this limited format where backstab has been a bit of a blowout. It's not like playing a backstab with Azuri and then like swapping in a CNC or something like that we see in Classic Constructed all the time. You really have to get lucky with your opponent holding a grip of defense reactions in order to get maximum value off this card.
Yeah, but that being said, the thing that this does is it closes games. If you've got a backstab on the chain and they decide to block 3 or even maybe force an overblock, and you have 2 reactions to play into it. I mean, this card is really, really scary when the life totals get low. I'll tell you this, I've won a game with this card before.
Wow.
Yeah, I played it, and I got an overblock, and I had 2 reactions.
Well, I'm
So
sold.
it has the potential, and I'm pretty sure my opponent was sitting on a defense reaction at that time too. Sometimes, you don't line it up like that, but when it lines up, that card is lethal in a format with so many defense reactions.
So our red stealth attacks, besides the backstabs, and I would say the mark the praise and the plunge the prospect, we don't have a whole lot of super relevant controlling on hits in the red base. It's just a lot of damage, which honestly might lean even better into Josh's dagger synergy because it's just going to be pushing a lot of damage.
Yeah,
By and large.
yeah, I'm really excited to see if he can catch his opponents off guard. I think most people are playing around 1 reaction. The moment that 2 or even 3 come out, we might see some blowouts.
And even though we haven't found ourselves that little piece of inevitability in the arm slot, the danger digits, we do have a couple flick effects with which to work. We've got the yellow bite, and then, of course, the red throw yourself at them that made its way into our deck in pack 2. I'm sorry, 2 copies of throw yourself at them. Do you think it's likely that these make it into the deck? Because that could really change the way I feel about his resource base, honestly.
Yeah, no, I think that you are making a very good point here. The fact that this costs 1 is, well, it's not 2. It's cheaper than the dagger. So you get to throw this card and your dagger for only 1 resource.
But also, it's not like we have an overabundance of retrieve and graphene Calycera generation, unless, of course, we continue to see Arachne Orb Weaver being the weighted side of that die every time it's thrown. I don't know if 2 of these are going to make it into the deck because we just don't have that much dagger recursion. So if we end up seeing them early, it's entirely possible that they end up just being a 1-cost head jab that we don't want to make maximum use out of.
Yeah, no, if you're paying 1 and not flicking that dagger, throw yourself at them in a 2-block is a very lackluster card.
Yeah, throw yourself at them, more like throw yourself out a window, am I right?
Defend straight.
Okay, Michael, is there anything else we should talk about in this deck, or have we covered it?
Well, I maybe want to look at the ways he has to mark. I see that he has 10 mark cards. 2 of them mark on a hit. 2 of them are reactions that can mark when a stealth card is thrown, and 2 can mark on a dagger as a reaction. So lots of on-hit mark, as well as these Reaper's Calls with the instant ability to mark. How are we feeling about the ability to consistently mark the hero without spending resources and without alerting them to the fact that this is coming so that you can sort of take advantage of that extra value that Mark provides?
If we compare it to Pierre's deck from last pod, I think Pierre's deck cared way more about consistent marking than Joshua's deck does. I think because he's got so much damage in his dagger pumps and reactions, I think we're just not looking at 2 decks that want to do the same thing. We're looking at 2 completely different archetypes of Arachne, and this one does not care about consistent marking nearly as much.
I will argue that this deck might actually be here for the value mark. And so what I mean by that is because he has really consistent ways to mark without destroying the dagger, he might be leaning into that +1 and kind of playing this almost like an Ira. Not out here to mark and strip cards, but mark and increase the number 3 to a number 4 as much as possible.
And when we would choose between saying 3 or 4 in this game, we always say 4, don't we, Michael?
Yeah, 4 is a lot better than 3.
Well, this is a really interesting moment because we've seen what we thought was a 3-0 assassin deck earlier on in Pod 2, and now we might be staring at another one that is completely different by all intents and purposes.
I have to admit that this deck does not follow what I would have chosen for building an assassin deck, looking at the cards in front of me. So I'm really excited to see how this gets piloted, because if it does in fact get piloted to victories, I'm learning more about how to build assassin. I mean, this is kind of another kind of archetype and I guess, prioritization on cards that I wouldn't necessarily have chosen, but I can see the logic. I'm very, very excited to see how this logic kind of pieces together in the coming games.
Well, Destiny, if you're still with us, watching and cheering on Joshua Tavares, you've heard it here first. This caster sitting to my left is about to learn a thing or two thanks to your boyfriend. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more Joshua Tavares, and more dagger stabbies after this. We're coming back a little bit early, folks, because the top 8 has been paired, and it's a little bit different than the graphic that we showed before. So let's take a look now at our accurate matchups and also our pod breakdown. As we suspected, Michael, it's a 3-3-2 split going the way of the Assassins once again.
Yep, so Joshua sending those signals loud and clear, and only Pierre deciding to cross him. 2 Arachnes sitting on opposite sides of the bracket.
That means Pierre has had 2 pods in a row where he has been one of 2 Arachne.
Yeah, feels good.
So at the top part of our graphic, we've got Alex Romer, who we saw on stream as the other Arachne in pod 2 against Pierre, piloting Syndra. Then he's going up against Quinn Wong Q in the 8th seed against Fang. Next up, we've got Fino Black on Fang versus Joshua Tavares, our feature drafter, which will be our feature matchup. Then proceeding on, we've got Pierre Nicholas in 3rd seed going up against William Perlman, who we saw on camera on Joshua's left during the draft. William ended up on Fang, of course, because he was receiving strong signals from our feature drafter that the assassin lane was closed. And then finally, at the bottom there, we've got our 2nd seed, Jacques No Block Carlson on a ninja, of course.
Yeah, you can't block playing
No
ninja.
blocking there.
Good choice.
Versus Ricardo Rua. Shout out to Ricardo, who helped us quite a bit this morning to line up all of our shots and be our model. So thank you, Ricardo. We hope to see you on stream later. Good luck against Jacques No Block, though.
Yeah.
Because he is a fearsome competitor.
Yeah, he's terrifying. Aggro, all gas, no brakes. Watch out for him.
By his own word, he blocks plenty, but I still haven't seen it, so I don't believe it.
Yeah, I block plenty does not rhyme with Jacques.
So we'll be proceeding down to the match floor in just a moment. For now, you're stuck with us in sunny Los Angeles, where it is not getting late whatsoever. We're sitting at 5:14. How's that for?
It's great. I might get home in time for dinner here.
That might be nice. It's a little different than getting home at like 2 a.m. or midnight when we normally wrap out at Top Deck Keep.
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Drive, not really, only an hour.
Instead, we are in an incredibly quiet, unfinished garage, which is also the home of AGE Studios. We're very proud of it, even though it looks a little bit bare when it comes to insulation and the like. But hey, it's looking at like a pretty nice little punk rock centerpiece, wouldn't you say?
I don't know what you mean. These flesh and blood posters have been keeping me warm all day.
We've still got gloves next to you in case you need them. Michael was genuinely shivering this morning when we did our little bit. It was a bit cold for us Californians.
The irony is that I acted all bundled up because I'm freezing. I take it off. I'm like, can I put it back on? No.
Sorry, Eastern Seaboarders. We know it's warm here. We're not complaining, but it was cold for us this morning, which I believe was just
chilly 52.
Yeah, just south of 60 degrees essentially. But things are heating up here, especially because the competition is heating up all the way on the other coast, and I think we are getting ready to jaunt back on over to Massachusetts because our feature match is gearing up, and that is, of course, against our featured drafter, between our featured drafter, Joshua Tavares, and the YouTube sensation from Flesh and Blood himself, Fino Black, who we saw earlier on stream today, facing off against, that was against Noah Bagelman,
No,
actually.
that's right, Noah Bagelman.
In the finals of Pod 1.
Despite losing that game, ended up surpassing Noah, making it to the top 8.
The Bagel Man is no more. He has not made that top 8 cut,
Big
unfortunately.
old bagel for Noah.
So turns out that the Road to Nationals events in Massachusetts are harder than the World Championship in Osaka.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
And what a boon to East Coast players to be able to test their mettle against the best week after week. I love being in locals that have such all-star players because it hones you like a fine, like the two sides of a fine blade.
Ah, yes, of course.
See what I did there?
Yep.
Let's talk about what these players stand to win. So, like every other Road to Nationals event, the winner will get their Nationals invite, a very special playmat this time around. It's going to be one of those 7 Arachnes in the Hunted. Not Slippy, however. I think it's just Marionette and all of the Agents of Chaos. Then there's a gold cold foil. Second place, of course, is their Nats invite. Also a very special playmat, either Syndra or Fang. 3rd through 4th also get their Nats invites and that RF hero for making top 8. 5th through 8th, they're just going home with a rainbow foil hero. But that's not all, because this is an AGE Open. They're also going to get, for their troubles, AGE Open points, which they can use to qualify for the end-of-year Players' Championship. So let's stop talking about it, Michael. Let's be about it. Let's head on down to the match floor, shall we? Swell the music, set the stage, because it is time for a fearsome face-off.
Ooh, and Fino took the hair down, getting serious.
Oh, is that what that means?
I don't know. I just said it.
Hair down, no nonsense is Fino Black.
The intimidation main. The main of intimidation. I'm intimidated.
Today he is certainly maining Fang. That's not true. He was Arachne earlier on.
Joshua with a main of his own to contend. Two bearded, maned up men getting ready to face off.
This is the barbershop's worst nightmare as the players shuffle up. Take a look at the open deck list, of course. And looks like we've got a handsome spread of tokens here. Is that might be Fino's equipment presentation as he continues to sideboard up?
Likely.
Using an adult hero, Fang Drakaya of Blades. But alas, even though he's using the adult hero, he is not going to be able to start with 40 life. It's still going to be 20 on both sides of this board.
Joshua is starting with an effective 26. Red alert on 3 pieces.
That ain't bad at all. Starting point can certainly threaten some serious nonsense when it comes to the later stages of this game.
Yeah, despite not prioritizing equipment, I think Joshua made out like a bandit. Really, really solid gear.
Looks like Fino didn't do so bad himself, if indeed that is his equipment suite. We've got Blade Beckoner plating in the chest, Vow of Vengeance in the helm, Red Alert gloves, and then Path of Vengeance as well, which is going to serve him incredibly well here because he finds himself sitting across from an Arachne. He's going to have dual uses for all of those Vengeance pieces.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, the helmet, even into Arachne, is often just a block 1. Of course, the boots, I'm assuming give go again as long as you're sitting in front of an Arachne, which is incredibly powerful when it's unconditional, unlike the boots on Joshua's side, which must be paired with an attack reaction, or at the very least, an instant in order to activate.
So, Michael, every time we've had this matchup on screen today, I've likened it to an Old West saloon duel over a game of poker where both players have a loaded 6-shooter beneath the table, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Have you found that to be appropriate?
I think Joshua has at least 4.
4 revolvers?
Yeah, he's got 2 on each hip. Absolute slathering of attack reactions sitting in that deck.
How's he pulling the triggers of 4 revolvers?
Well, we kind of talked about how maybe he has too many attack reactions, and it might be unwieldy for him to be packing 4 revolvers. We'll have to see if he actually has the dexterity to wield them in this match. And that's kind of what it'll come down to, I think, whether those clunk up in his hand or if he's able to get all the shots off and put Fino in the coffin.
Okay, looks like we are finally underway. Both players have drawn up. The equipment has been presented, and 4 cards in the grip of each player. Looks like Joshua might be going first based on the way he's puzzling over those cards. Fino instead using his hands to thumb through that man main.
Interesting. I know that as a Fang player, I often find myself choosing first when given the option. I believe Fino has the higher seed, so he would have chosen and chose second in this case, which can also be good as it allows you to snag that tempo. Although with the number of reactions in Joshua's deck, he may have an opportunity to push some damage here as Fino head and hands already in turn 0, 1 dagger moving forward, and the potential of up to 3 reactions being played on it, depending on the texture of how Joshua's hand got pulled out. We see at least 2, I think.
Mark of the Huntsman is the first action in this, the quarterfinal of the first ever AGE East Open Series. Oh, I can't wait to see who's going to be the first Eastern champion. Mark of the Huntsman is blocked out, dismissed by a sworn vengeance. Joshua could go over the top of that. We know what he's got in hand. Fino waits for the answer, and it is indeed a take a stab, which is going to push this over by 1, unless Fino has anything to say about it.
This is one of those opportunities now, though, where we wish he had a blue because he would have been able to keep that card for Arsenal instead, needing to pitch it. And
two sides of the blade comes over on top of that take a step. Fino holds up his hands and says, wait, we can talk about this. I have a family. Can you chill out for a second, Josh? He's doing his best warrior cosplay, in this case, going first. Usually the assassin player is not the one who's going to be pushing a lot of damage over the top. In this case, Josh says, anything you can do, I can do better.
Pushing 4 damage turn 0. If he had that blue, though, oh, man, that would have been quite the opener. Lack of arsenal may hurt him a little bit, but certainly 4 damage, nothing to scoff at as Josh draws back up to 4 cards. Play goes over to Fino.
So we've got 2 of those attack reactions out of his total pool of 12, if we include the yellows, which means that we are ever closer to avoiding those hands that are clunked up by 4 attack reactions. So that turn 0 definitely went Josh's way, if I had to say so myself.
And we see a red pitch in Fino's... No,
No,
excuse
it is
me,
a
that
blue.
is a blue.
Pitches a blue cut deep, plays a red cut deep, and then donates Obsidian Fire Vein to the Combat Chain with a little flourish. And Red Alert Gloves come into play to block for Joshua Tavares, his first block of this game.
Getting that guaranteed value as Fino sits on 2 cards. If he wants to get go again here, he must commit an attack reaction or use the boots, meaning those Red Alert Gloves will come online and block for 2.
Looks like Fino does have 2 attack reactions. Alas, neither of them are Draconic, though. And with no fealties to spare, he's not going to be able to get that extra +1 and go again on the Obsidian Fire Vein.
I think he's happy enough. Wow, reaching for the boots already.
A curious choice here, probably because he wants to deploy that Diced in his hand for maximum value.
That does make sense as he plays both of the reactions on the first chain link.
Okay, folks, we are seeing a head cracker of a quarterfinal here. Both players just hucking attack reactions onto the combat chain like they are costing only pennies. Looks like it's 4 from the cut deep. Dice will confer an additional 1, 3 on the next attack. That is a 10 damage attack that is only currently being blocked for 2, and down goes Joshua Tavares to 12 life on Fino's first turn of this game. And hey, why don't we follow up with another dagger for a cheeky... It should be 4 with the Diced.
I think so. I sometimes forget if Diced is 3 up front, 1 on the back.
Yeah.
But with the 10 showing there, I believe this dagger's coming in for 2.
Okay. So Diced might work. I
3 and then 1.
I tend to think that Diced works the same way as Slice and Dice because
Yeah.
they're kind of aptly named,
Mhm.
but maybe that's a mistake on my part.
I think it's 3 and then 1.
So staring down 2 at this point is Joshua Tavares. He said, send me the bill on 10. I can't imagine that he's going to start blocking now.
Maybe just doing the math and figuring out the optimal value out of his hand, shaking his head a bit, indicating a bit of a clunker.
Okay. Looks like Fino raises his hands in joy as he takes 1 card away from his opponent. It is a Scuttle the Canal, which maybe means that Josh is not going to be going super wide this turn as maybe he wanted to before Fino threw so much damage his way. Okay, 11 life. Back over to Joshua Tavares. He's got a life gap of 5 to reclaim against Fino Black, but he does have a little bit more health in his equipment suite than Fino does.
Critically pitching a blue here, giving him a lot more options. If he has a 1 cost in his hand, that is now online. And it looks like he does.
Mark of the Huntsman on the combat chain with 1 floating, which means we can deploy that other copy of 2 sides of the blade if indeed we found it. Let's take a look at the hand.
That's what that is in the front.
It is a Mark of the Prey, yes, and a 2 sides of the blade, which could be used either on this dagger or on the stealth attack that is sure to follow. Fino pensively fanning those cards. It's a tough decision. There is way more on the line than we have seen thus far this day.
Currently has a lot of life to work with, but that may dwindle quite quickly if he continues on his no blocks rampage.
Vow of Vengeance is devoted to block this Mark of the Huntsman. Fino sticks his dome right in front of that dagger. And Joshua goes ahead and plays out 2 sides of the blade at this time. Honestly, I think this is just fine because you either play it now in order to push damage that you know will get through, or you wait for that stealth attack, which ultimately is going to mark the opponent on hit anyway. In this way, you get a little bit of extra power because Arachne Web of Deceit is going to pump up that mark the prey by 1.
Yeah, and this is what Joshua, I think, is hoping to do, is sort of get that mark online, get the additional value out of his offensive card, and then maybe even like not, except for this one will mark on hit. So definitely ending the turn with a mark. It's just a question of how much damage Fino would like to take before the turn ends.
So he's got the Blade Beckoner plating at this point, so he can block it out, but as you astutely pointed out, damned if you do, damned if you don't. He is going to remain marked at the end of this turn no matter what, and Josh is assuredly transforming into one of those Agents of Chaos. Honestly, I think he might be hoping for a Tarantula or Orb Weaver transformation here.
I could see that. I think one of the weaknesses of Joshua's deck is after he transforms and loses the go again on the stealth cards, he does have quite a few of them in his deck, and sometimes that can get a little bit clunky if you are not in the marionette form.
I would have to imagine that this deck will benefit extremely with a Graphene Calistera. So if we can get Orb Weaver online straight away, then all those dagger attack reactions and the pitch cards are essentially threatening 2 daggers and also a heck of a lot of damage on top of them.
Yep, a 1 in 6 chance of hitting that.
Fino lining up a block of Smoke Out, which means we've gone directly to reactions, and Fino is taking 1, down to 12 from 13, which means that we are essentially at life parity here, and Fino does mark his opponent from that Smoke Out.
Joshua ending his turn once again without an arsenal.
He's rolled a 2, which means Arachne Funnel Web.
This one will banish a card in Arsenal, which currently Fino does not have. So maybe thinking about, okay, easy, play out the whole hand. Don't give the extra value. Move on with my life.
If Fino had plans to Arsenal a card, he will perhaps reconsider it based on the way Joshua blocks. Two front pumps, a Cut Deep, a Hunt the Killer, and an Obsidian Fire Vein to follow. I think this is perhaps informing Fino's decision to let Joshua go first, because we have seen precious little draconic reactions on the side of Fino Black. So maybe he was thinking he wasn't actually going to be able to push a lot of reaction style damage on turn 1 anyway. It seems like he is much more heavy in the non-attack actions.
Yeah, I think you're right there. The ability to create fealties is what gives the turn 0 so much power. And without that very powerful ability in his deck, loses a lot of the value of that turn 0 start.
And the nice thing for Joshua at this point is that Fino is straight up face up. There's nothing to hide here. Not in the equipment, not in the hand, arsenal, none of that. It's 8 damage any way you slice it. And slice this dagger is attempting to do. It looks like it's bought 3 cards from Joshua Tavares, 2 3-blocks and 1 2-block, which means that he will remain marked, but Fino has yet to generate a single fealty token this entire game.
I think he's pretty happy with that because it looks like Joshua is just passing back. Although it is nice. So Joshua is going to get rid of this transformation now that the turn's over, but Fino will remain marked, which I think benefits Josh, because now he sort of gets to get that value online again of the Arachne Marionette, giving the +1 and the go again to his stealth attacks, and has an arsenal now. So life parity and a 4-card hand. Starts the turn.
I love starting the turn as Web of Deceit when my opponent is already marked. That's why those defense reactions are so critical to this deck. Just being able to say 4 potential go again at the start of your turn is really liberating, let me tell you. So Fino has 4 cards in a dream. Let's see what he can line up here. I do find our first draconic attack reaction, but it is one of the more lackluster ones. It's Scalding Iron, which is only going to be 1 go again, essentially, on this combat chain.
Yeah.
It'll push this dagger to 3, ultimately, but for its own right, it's only a +1. And a red card that only confers 1 damage? Eey.
Yeah. He pitches a blue and then comes in for 3. Not sure what Fino's saying, but it looks like he's implying a tiny hit is on its way.
I think he's saying that both of our game plans is to smash one another, and this is case in point right here. So Red Alert Vest is going to get pumped up to 2 because Fino has played an attack reaction. This chain link, the dagger goes up to 3, which means 1 sneaks through, drops Joshua down to 10 life. There's a follow-up here, though. Fino is going to break the chain play Twist and Turn, which is going to give +4 to his next dagger. And here comes that dagger for 5.
Yeah, importantly is I'm not sure I followed the marking here because Josh was marked, and I believe did that dagger hit because it would have been 3 against 2.
So the mark should have been consumed, and Fino should have created a fealty token at this point.
Yeah.
The big issue here is that if he hits with this dagger that has been pumped by Twist and Turn, that might mean he's able to swing with it again if he's able to give it go again. However, I'm not entirely sure what is in his hand is a Draconic card.
Yeah.
I believe he's pretty Draconic deficient.
So
yeah.
It looks like they played it relatively. We'll see if ends up creating that fealty as Josh was
Hopefully
marked.
we'll pick that up here. That's why I tend to tuck that marked card underneath my hero or put it over the top of it.
Yeah.
So we can't possibly miss that trigger nearly as much.
Josh now.
There we go.
It is.
Okay, Fino has just spotted it. There's been no foul play here. There have been no interactions that have been bungled by that miss. We're all good. We're all cleared up. This is a Road to Nationals event, so you don't have to worry about any intense rule following here. I mean, you do. You don't want to be cheating, but it's not like we can't back that up and
I think
easily clean it up.
Players figured out exactly what the game state was supposed to look like and corrected it. Looks great as we go into Josh's turn, starting out with that dagger. And Fino with his hands in his hair. It's so hard to know what to do when your opponent has so many dagger attack reactions and starts the turn like this.
Oh boy, and what are we looking at, Michael? It's a red Reaper's Call, an Incision, and a Razor's Edge.
Yeah.
So you better believe this dagger is going to get a healthy pump of 3.
So not as many as +9, which is something that Fino may have been a little bit worried about. Of course, that wouldn't have been lethal, but any amount of reactions early in the chain when you sort of don't want to block because it's only coming in for 1 is always scary.
Currently at 4 is this Mark of the Huntsman from Joshua Tavares, but Fino has found the defense reaction, Den of the Spider, which is going to mark Joshua and also block out 3, which means Fino's only at 10 to Joshua's 5. Joshua has a huge life deficit to overcome here. And we've consumed the mark on the side of Fino. Josh, we're indicating that the mark has been consumed now.
Yeah.
Josh is saying, I am not consuming this dagger. I do not want to go handless in my weapon slots. So here's a Reaper's Call just for 3, but we know it's going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, so quote unquote losing 1 point of value there, as he would have preferred it if Fino maybe blocked out entirely and he got to keep the mark. But 6 damage now coming through, and the defense reaction was already used.
And I'm sorry, 2 points should have. 2 life should have been taken from Fino because that Mark of the Huntsman, of course, gets +1 if the opponent
of course.
is marked.
Yeah. So
And I do believe it. I do believe it was indicated correctly on the scoreboard. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I was wrong. So another reaction played here, and only 3 going over, down to 7 with 2 cards remaining for the clapback. So 5 health on Joshua's side, probably feeling. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Is it 3 cards? Okay, 3 is a lot more than 2 when you've got 5 life remaining. So Joshua with a 5-card hand against Fino's 3-card hand, pitching a yellow and shoving that dagger for 1.
He's still got a helm to throw in front of this Obsidian Fire Vein, and let's see if Fino has finally found some draconic attack reactions. He is refusing to show me, and that's okay. I like to live in mystery myself.
Yeah. And Joshua was really liking putting just the equipment in front to kind of guarantee the 2 value out of it. If Fino has 2 reactions right now, that helmet might not be enough. So Joshua is now looking at the option of blocking here, thumbing 2 cards. How do you feel about 2 cards committed right here?
I feel like it's a little bit risky. I guess there are 2 cards in Fino's hand, but there it is, 5 block. And Fino has found Pledge Fealty, so he's going to sidestep this overblock. That's the danger. That's why I was too scared to put 2 cards in front of this Obsidian Fire Vein if I was in Josh's seat. So it's just another 1 coming his way. And Fino's got 1 more card in hand. It could be nothing. It could be bound for the arsenal, and Josh has already given up a lot of offensive capability.
Yeah, Josh really wishing he had the confidence.
It's the Affirm Loyalty. Fino was the one who got his hands on the Affirm Loyalty, which means he can deploy it here and get Fang online with 3 fealty tokens going into his next turn.
Resources.
Yeah, Affirm Loyalty costs 0.
Oh.
You're thinking of Endear Devotion.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a yellow in the pitch zone, both of which have been used to pay for those Obsidian Fire Veins, and Affirm Loyalty is sitting squarely in Fino's hand. Looks like he wants to arsenal it, though.
Are you sure that one didn't cost 1?
1,000%.
Okay. I wonder if maybe he just wants to commit it for the kill. Seeing that the block was already committed, maybe would rather
because only 1 damage would leak through. So I think Fino's valuing the implied damage to Joshua's life total, especially after he has already ripped so many cards out of his hand. He says maybe the free daggers are not as worth as holding this back and holding it like the Sword of Damocles over Joshua Tavares' head.
Yeah. Now Joshua comes in with the stealth Defang the Dragon, which because Fino is Fang could draw a card, but currently Fino is not marked. So Joshua would need to have the ability to mark at instant speed, or at least in the reaction step, in order for this to have fangs.
And it's fairly face up that is not going to be the case, even if there is a reaction in the arsenal. I don't believe there's a 0-cost one that will confer the marking keyword to this Defang the Dragon.
So Fino feeling pretty comfortable here just to give 3 block. Now with 7 life to 5 and a 4-card hand, and knowing that he's got at least 1 reaction in the arsenal, likely more in hand, this is a scary turn for Joshua to face down.
I'm trembling in my boots. Joshua is fortunately still wearing his, so he can tremble along with me as 1 power Obsidian Fire Vein gets pushed out onto the combat chain once again for Fino Black.
Now Joshua doesn't want to get blown out once again by a sidestep, but he also doesn't want to die. So this is a very tricky block here.
And Fino, I think, guessing right on leaving that Affirm Loyalty in his arsenal. The nice thing about this play is that you also guarantee that you're able to go 2 chain links wide, even if you're not able to play that Affirm Loyalty on the second Draconic chain link in order to get your 3rd fealty online. He got the blue, so honestly, he's feeling fine about this.
We haven't seen any defense
Is that a
reactions
Tooth
yet.
of the Dragon, Michael?
It could be.
Oh, yeah, he's just lining up 2 reacts. This is going to be the death now right here, Michael. It's Tooth of the Dragon, conferring a +1 and go again, and then also the Dice, which is going to make this next dagger absolutely devastating.
Yeah, this dagger is going to come in for a lot of damage. Although Joshua blocked very efficiently on the first one.
So we were correct, by the way. He's showing that 3 damage on that first Obsidian Fire Vein, which means that the majority of the damage from Dice goes to the second.
I see.
So yeah, it's 7 on its face, but there's an Affirm Loyalty sitting squarely in the arsenal, which means that you need
Pumping to
a
10.
massive block here in order to stay alive.
With 5 health left, he needs to block at least 6 to stay alive. Maybe a good time to cash in the red alert visor.
Honestly, I like this play from Fino. We talked about arsenaling that Affirm Loyalty before, and now that Josh is overblocked once again, Fino can still just let it sit there. And honestly, at this point, maybe Josh is going to start thinking, I think that's a defense reaction. I'm not going to worry about that so much. And Fino is paying forward that poker face that he can use to actually close out that game with the Affirm Loyalty.
Yeah, really heads up play by Fino. Deciding to close the chain and say, okay, I got the value. And he keeps accruing that value over turn after turn with the attack reaction just staying in the arsenal.
So the only way that Fino is punished by this play line is if he is not able to draw a resource card. Let's see what he's working with. It does look like we found the blue once again. So who cares about not being on 3 fealty? Who cares about not making it to that moment where you can shift into 5th gear with Fang and swing free daggers willy-nilly? I mean, if you've got the blue, it's going to work out just fine.
Yeah, he's got the tempo firmly in his favor. And it's likely that if he's got the hand texture to support it, there's going to be a turn where he can just say no blocks and send 5 cards And it looks like that might be now as he puts his equipment in front.
So far, blocking 1 on this backstab with Blade Beckoner plating. Backstab is currently only coming in for 3 on the side of Joshua Tavares. Life totals are 5, plays 7. And this is a very, very tense moment. Things seem to be coming up Pheno. But this is an Arcane deck, 1 of 2 in the pod. We are not sure what is in Joshua's arsenal at this point. Could very well be an attack reaction that might leak a little bit more damage, but the way blocks have gone, there's absolutely no way it's going to kill Pheno.
Taking 2.
No reacts, says Joshua Tavares, which means that we are at life parity. 5 plays 5s, passing back over to Pheno Black with 4 cards in hand, one of them being the namesake card from Fang, Fire and Brimstone. Starting off with a point of engagement, which is going to confer +3 to the next dagger attack, and also +1 to any attack that targets a marked hero. And unfortunately for Josh, his hero is indeed marked.
Yeah.
Pushing forward the Obsidian Fire Vein. This is already going to be coming in for 5.
This card says 0 for 5 when the hero is marked, especially if they stay marked. Scary. Scary stuff. 5-card hand.
Let's see if he has... He did have a Scalding Iron in hand, so he can wait to deploy that Affirm Loyalty. He will get +1 value just from a damage standpoint if he decides to play the Affirm Loyalty in Arsenal first.
Yes, that is true.
But man, I think we're going to be playing that Fire and Brimstone, Michael, because at only 1 cost, he's going to pump all of his daggers +1 for the remainder of the turn, and he's going to be able to swing additional times with them. And he's got he was very much Draconic attack reaction deficient early on in the game, and it's coming up his way because he's finding them all at the later stages of the game when life totals are dismally low.
And the scary part here is the moment he gets his 3rd fealty. So all of a sudden, those daggers are free for the rest of the turn.
I don't even think we're going to make it there, honestly, Michael. Yep, Fire and Brimstone coming down. Pheno's got to pay 1 for that, which means 1 resource is left floating, but he's allowed to swing these daggers a total of 4 times this turn. And he's got the reactions to get to Chainlink 4. What an explosive end to this game. Hunted or Hunter comes down out of Joshua Tavares' hand, which means that Pheno's going to take 1 life, dipping probably for the last time below the life total of Joshua Tavares. Pheno is on 4, Josh 5.
And the difficult part about this is, sure, you've prevented the hit, sure, you've prevented the fealty, but as long as you remain marked, all those daggers are getting +1 in addition to the Fire and Brimstone. So +2, they're coming in for 3 base.
So currently this dagger is at 9, even though a 7 die is represented there. I'm sorry, no, it is 7.
Yeah,
7 total, but it's blocked out perfectly by Josh, overblocked in fact. And then here comes Obsidian Fire Vein for 3, +1 from the point of engagement because Joshua is marked, and also +1 from Fire and Brimstone. And there is the Affirm Loyalty finally deployed from the arsenal. 0 cost attack reaction that pumps this bad boy for another 3, gives go again. And hey, Pheno has still got the resources to keep swinging because he's made that 3rd fealty, and these daggers are now free. Oh my goodness. And then another attack reaction, which could have conferred another swing of the dagger. But
what was the damage on that turn?
Necessary. It was off the charts, Michael.
7 into 6 into 5 into 2?
7. No, it was 7 into 5 because of the Affirm Loyalty.
I think, okay. No,
right?
no, because it came in for 3, and then the Affirm Loyalty
You're absolutely
pumped
right.
3 more. So it was 7 into 6 into 2 plus 2
plus the Scalding
plus
Iron,
1.
which was +3.
Yeah, so I think 7,
So
6,
5.
5, 2.
2. 13, 19.
20?
Oh my goodness. Well,
That's his entire life pool in a single attack.
Fire and Brimstone is not necessarily a limited bomb, but it sure looked good right here, Michael. When you can draw a plethora of Draconic attack reactions, it can get out of control really quick.
Yep. And Pheno Black closing that out in style with the 5-card hand, just going way over the top.
Congratulations again to Pheno Black for winning this quarterfinal. A very sad departure for our featured drafter, Joshua Tavares. Destiny, hang your head high because your boy did incredibly well. And a quarterfinal finish at a Road to Nationals event is something to be incredibly proud of. We're
Top
very
eight's awesome.
Yeah, top 8 is awesome. Anytime you can get it, congratulations to Joshua Tavares. But alas, we will have to be closing the door on your Road to Nationals journey for today at least. Hope you make it out to more events and hope you reach that top 4. All right, we are going to be going to a break very shortly, and then we will be back with more flesh and blood action after this. Unfortunately, when you play the game of Flesh and Blood, sometimes you go the way of the Josh. The good news is that we are going the way of Jacques, who did take down his quarterfinal matchup, and we are going to see him on screen once again. That's right, back by popular demand is No Block Jacques, and we are very excited to see him. Kudos to Joshua Tavares for an excellent tournament run, and thank you so much for being our feature drafter. You did incredibly well, despite the fact that you made that one of two Arcane deck. Sometimes it's just not the best deck in the room.
Yeah. Fino showing up, showing us how to play Fang, doing so in style.
So coming up next, we've got ourselves a match between Jacques Carlson and William Perlman, who we saw on screen drafting to the left of our feature drafter, Joshua Tavares, and it looks like both Arachnes have already fallen, despite the fact that they had their pick of the litter of a lot of power cards, at least from our vantage point.
Yeah, and I think once again, just kind of showcasing this this draft format. Arachne is extremely powerful, but even being 2 of in the pod isn't enough in this case to secure their moving onwards.
So if you're rooting for Jacques because you like the fact that he doesn't block, you can also root for him based on the fact that he seems to be the underdog hero in this pod. It's 1 Syndra left in our top 8 and just a sea of Fangs. Not a single Fang has lost a game thus far, and Jacques is going to see if he can change that right here.
Scary stuff. Those Fang decks, when they are cooking hot.
And let's go ahead and remind ourselves, what are the stakes here? At this point, every single one of these players has secured a Nationals invite. So we will probably see all of these folks in Vegas. If you do, go ahead and say hi. I'm sure they will love to hear that you enjoyed their games on stream. Everyone that has gone home at this point is going home just with a Rainbow Foil hero, ordinarily. But this time, they're also going home with 15 AGE points, which they can use to try to qualify for their very own Eastern Players Championship.
Yep, 15 is not nothing. Extremely important when it comes to collecting enough to go to that Players Championship. And that Players Championship is going to be prestigious. A lot of prizing on the line.
Yeah, if you can string together 2 top 8s in a season, you're very close to a shoe-in.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I did that on my first season at AG, and I still didn't make it because I was convinced that Ice Lexi was coming back at the tail end of that season, and I was very wrong. Alas. So on the line now is the road to the final match, in which case players will automatically secure themselves not only that Nats invite and the Rainbow Foil hero, but also a very special playmat and 25 AGE points. So, Michael, are we ready? Are we ready for our semifinal match?
Semifinals, let's get it going.
All right, shall we proceed on down to the match floor where we will see no Jacques Block facing off against William Perlman, who we do have a player profile for. If we're not quite ready yet, we can go ahead and take a look at that, why don't we? Oh, but we are ready indeed. So let's go ahead and swell the music, Michael. Set the stage because it's Jacques No Block Carlson versus William Perlman here in the semifinals of the first ever AGE East Open. What do you expect to see in this matchup, Michael?
Well, personally, I would love to see no mirror match in the finals. I'll be rooting for Syndra myself. But what do I expect? I expect pedal to the metal, gas, aggressive play, as Syndra and Fang both like to swing for the fences as they are looking over their respective deck lists. Are they holding each other? No.
They are holding each other's decks, correct. And wow, William Perlman's deck is looking very amazing. It's in the hands of Jacques Carlson at the moment, but as he was flicking through those cards, I saw an Affirm Loyalty and also a Long Whisker Loyalty. If those aren't good Fang cards, I don't know what are.
So making sense why there were 3 Fangs in this pod and why all 3 advanced. It sounds like this was a bit of a goated Fang pool.
And it makes sense as to why we were so excited over the Assassin pool, because we weren't seeing all of those incredible Fang cards, save for that one copy of Affirm Loyalty that passed our way.
Makes a lot of sense.
And that was probably the one that was passed to Joshua's left, because I believe it was in pack 3 and straight into the hand of William Perlman. He must have been ecstatic at that pack 3 pickup. Both players shuffling up here. I do think that there is a world where Syndra can take this here, even though that Fang deck looked really, really cracked as he was thumbing through it. It depends on what kind of fealty payoffs Jacques has accumulated over the course of the draft. If he has himself even a single copy of Art of the Dragonfire, that is some serious inevitability on the side of Syndra.
Yeah, that card can carry games.
And oftentimes Fang kind of considers themselves as the only hero in the match, unless of course it's a mirror match, that has access to all of this really tricky reaction style damage, but Syndra can do it in her own right.
Yeah, Syndra just having this really straightforward game plan of throwing 3 to 4 damage per card, really consistent aggro. Of course, the sort of dagger mini game, making sure you always have one around, making sure you don't sort of get yourself stuck with both of them in the graveyard is a really important thing to play in order to maximize your value. When do you swing? When do you stop? And seeing Jacques pilot this Syndra, I think we'll get a good idea of how to do that optimally, as he is currently sitting in the semifinals, 2nd seed on this Syndra.
I must remind everybody from our interview with Jacques, this is his first top 8 at this pedigree of an event. He's played at ProQuest before, but he only started playing the game at all in August, and he's gotten good quick. It seems like the East Coast is the place to hone yourself as a Flesh and Blood player, as he draws up 4 cards, has a good laugh with William Perlman, and faces off in a very intense semifinals.
That's so exciting about his short tenure here at the game. Seeing him already top in tournaments is really exciting, I think, for his future in the game of Flesh and Blood.
William fans out his sleeves and gets ready to punish his opponent as best as he can. I would think that Jacques had the choice of turn order, and it looks like he gave it over to William, which is a curious choice considering what Fang can do on turn 1.
I think it's a tough choice either way, and I do respect Jacques' choice. Going second on Syndra, getting that tempo can be critical to the game plan of being an aggressive deck.
Looks like William found himself a bit of a clunker. I don't think we have a resource card in this hand, Michael. I think we're red locked, and we've also got a lot of 1-cost attack reactions. So maybe pushing a lot of true damage here is not in the cards for William.
Could be a bit of a relief for Jacques as he sees a red card pitched. Deciding.
It is turn 0. It's an opportunity for our Syndra player to filter, and I don't think you have to worry nearly as much about deck damage as we saw in the Arcane Mirror earlier today. So just throwing 2 cards in front of this, not wanting to deal with anything else, and because William is red locked, he has not really any options to push any extra damage.
Jacques feeling pretty good about getting away without taking any damage on turn 0 and getting to filter 2 of his 4 cards.
And William finding 2 more reds in his hand. He's got to be thinking, my goodness, where are my resources here?
That can be a very difficult start for Fang, needing to get online early.
That's a hand you want to see in the second phase of the game, not the first.
Absolutely.
So Kunai of Retribution out on the board for Jacques Carlson already has drawn blood from William Perlman as he descends down to 19 life. The follow-up is Cut Through, which is a card that we saw passing by Joshua Tavares. This is now 4 go again, and if there's one thing that ninjas like to say, it's 4-4-4-4-4.
Jacques getting the mark online from that smoke out being played in the defense reaction step as he takes 1 more damage.
Jacques is now following up with a Mark of Magma, which is going to have Go Again and Mark on hit, thanks to that Kunai of Retribution that was played earlier on in the chain. At this point, we're kind of telegraphing that we don't have 2 more Draconic chain links to go wider, because otherwise I think at that point Jacques would have closed the chain after swinging with that Kunai of Retribution in hopes of buying it back. But look, I think I saw very quickly when he flicked that up that it was a Dust Runner Outlaw, which is a magnificent Draconic starter. So I would think that he would pocket that for a later turn when he needs it.
I think that makes a lot of sense as William decides to commit armor here on the block. A 2 block and 2 pieces of armor prevents the on hit and prevents the marking, which can be important to keep Syndra off of those fealties, which can sometimes convert into up to 2 value depending on the chain ender at hand.
There are so few relevant on-hits in the Syndra deck, especially in Limited, so you want to throw your armor out in front the second you see an opportunity to do so.
It makes sense to me as Jacques cleans up the combat chain and passes it over to William, who has to work with 2 cards in hand, both of which are red.
He's found both of those.
Oh,
We have close the combat chain, and we closed the combat chain to activate the Code of Allegiance, generating 1 resource for Jacques, and he just went ahead and threw that 4 in addition.
Interesting.
William descends down to 14 as he passes back the priority and leads off with a cut from the same cloth, which means that the hand of Jacques Carlson is being revealed to William. It's not an ideal hand at this point, but it could be worse. We've got a resource card, the Kunai of Retribution to start off the chain, but a yellow dragon power, which has no hope of gaining Draconic and thereby buffing its power. So we might see a little bit of defending from Jacques in this case. This Obsidian Fire Vein is coming in for 5. Free, courtesy of William's own Code of Allegiance. He's not going to be able to play any cards that aren't Draconic for the rest of the turn, and he's got 2 to work with. The problem is he would much rather be playing both of the cards in his arsenal and his hand on the second Draconic Chain Link, and he's got to use one of them to get there. We've got the Affirm Loyalty in hand and the Long Whisker Loyalty in the arsenal.
Yeah, not having the resources to support that second dagger swing means that this chess piece is used just to basically prevent a big old bagel, and doing what he can to use the cards in his hand, but not as efficient as he would have liked.
That makes me think that he's probably going to deploy the Long Whisker Loyalty in Arsenal, perhaps even just to give the dagger on-hit mark, and maybe like pay forward that board building to the next turn.
I like the idea. I think it feels so bad to kind of like play a chess piece 1 card 2.
It feels terrible.
But it might just be what William needs to do to sort of start to get the engine online. And he's already down 6 life to Jacques' 20. Amazing that he hasn't taken a hit without blocking yet.
There's a world where William just holds on to both these cards and IPs himself in order to make a super powerful turn down the line, because that Long Whisker Loyalty and Affirm Loyalty can be absolutely amazing when used together.
Yeah.
But
pairing them up. Oh my gosh.
And at a 6 life deficit after your opponent throws 3 cards in front of a dagger, he might just do that. Yeah, William has the green light to go ahead and just pass. We knew that Jacques' turn was going to be fairly lackluster anyway, and William is very happy to see that he stripped a ton of cards there. No need to deploy either of those attack reactions.
Jacques, you just gave up your nickname. We can't use that anymore. It's dead. 6 feet under. His 3 cards are committed to what was looking like only one possible reaction, but Jacques just kind of saying, look, my hand sucks. I'll block out and go next.
So the entirety of the turn for Jacques, sometimes I block Carlson, is send Grow Wings, get in another 3 points of damage against William Perlman, who is now 9 life behind, but he has got a barn burner of a hand coming Jacques' way. It's Obsidian Fire Vein blocked immediately by the Leapfrog Vocal Sack, and Jacques is definitely going to get extra value here. Long Whisker Loyalty deployed from the arsenal in addition to a Scar Tissue, so you better believe that Long Whisker Loyalty is going to be chosen. The chosen mode will be +2, which means that we've got 2, 2, +2, which means 6 go again on that Obsidian Fire Vein. 5 damage leaks through, leaks Jacques down to 15 life. Now only 4 deficit to recover for William Perlman, and the follow-up is going to be devastating.
Yeah, huge hit here from William as he closes the chain to get rid of that Leapfrog headpiece.
That's an interesting decision because he's got an Affirm Loyalty in hand, which means that extra line of text giving him an extra fealty token is not going to be online. He's valuing that 1 point of life higher than an extra fealty token.
Interesting choice.
It's not so bad because he is going to be able to follow this Obsidian Fire Vein up with a Hunt the Hunter, which is a 5 power attack on its face, but also it's going to mark Jacques and threaten that second fealty anyway.
Wait, did he just... Oh, he was already marked. So he gets that second fealty and then now coming in...
Right.
Marking once again.
Right, because he was marked because the Scar Tissue connected.
So William's saying, I think I have enough on this turn.
That makes a lot of sense. Wasn't quite indicated on stream, but I think closing the chain here makes a lot of sense because Jacques was marked for this second Obsidian Fire Vein.
And all of a sudden, the life totals are equal.
And just like that, the tables have turned, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
5 power attack. Instantly marked is Jacques Carlson because William Perlman has played a red card during this turn.
No block Jacques, right back at it.
And just like that, his nickname is safe once again. Jacques got a full grip. Is that four? Yeah, that is 4 cards.
Yeah.
And now he is the one who has to overcome a life deficit. He's off to a good start with a blue card in the pitch and a kunai of retribution on the board. 1 go again. The ask from Jacques Carlson. The answer is I will block 1 with my dome. Blade Breckener Helm is no longer to block for the rest of this game. And Jacques has a really good follow-up and throw yourself at them. 3 go again. Also gets to huck that kunai of retribution right at William's face and into the graveyard, which means he's liable to buy it back at the end of the turn.
That's right. But so far, only 1 Draconic Chain Link exists. So he'll need to play 2 more or at least 1 more in order to have the resources to be able to buy them both
I think
back.
there's going to be more, Michael, because we've got ourselves a cut through. A dagger has indeed hit because of that throw yourself at them. And then we've also got a Dust Runner Outlaw. So it's going to be 4-4-4 for the rest of this turn. Blocking 3 is William Perlman, dismissing the damage from throw yourself at them. And then here comes a cut through. Unfortunately, I misread that. It is in the yellow, so this is only going to be 3 go again.
I think that's okay, but this is also not Draconic. So only 1 Draconic Chain Link so far means that if he spends a resource here to play this, his daggers are staying in the graveyard.
Which is not a place you want to be, but hey, we are pushing damage. Life parity has been reached once again, 6-6 as we pass back over to William Perlman. Our Fang player has 2 cards in hand and is ready to start swinging some daggers for free.
Yeah, the 3 fealties with 2 cards in hand is exactly where William wants to be. Such efficient turns follow from this as Jacques is now committing a card and his Leapfrog Leggings.
Wowee, this is a good follow-up here.
I'm
Searing
with ya.
Gaze gets blocked out completely. 4-4 on the defense, but then William follows up with a March of Loyalty. Another 4. Taking 1 is Jacques after donating 1 card to the combat chain, which means that William, for all of his defense and offensive capability, has earned 1 point on the side of Jacques as we pass back over. Jacques' return, a Silver Talons, non-Draconic.
Yeah, no Draconic and no daggers means this is not a very threatening attack. Just 3 damage, and William, I think, will be happy to just commit 1 card, 4 damage. We'll be happy to commit just 1 card. 0 for 4. Never too upset about that as the life total is now back to even. But Fang with 3 fealties and 3 cards to work with is scary.
Man, after chunking flesh off of one another over and over this game, these players have slowed down to a 1 life change after 2 turn cycles.
Yeah.
Obsidian Firevein on the combat chain after being pumped twice, once by Knife Through Butter and once by Point of Engagement, which should put this at 8 just on its face.
Yeah, I think 8 because it's 4 plus 3 plus the base of 1 sounds right to me. And this is completely heads up, so we know that this is the end of William's turn. Jacques just has to decide how to block.
At least Jacques, sometimes I block. Carlson has easy decisions to make.
Yeah, it's always nice when things are face up.
No hidden information here. But this turn cycle is going to be much harder without any kunai of retribution at his disposal. We see 2 blues, which... Oh, 3 blues and a yellow.
And they all block 2.
What a clunker here. So Jacques, honestly, is not going to be able to convert these cards into much offensive value anyway.
Yeah. Might just be thinking...
But you really don't want to give tempo right back to William, the Fang player, when you're at such low life.
At the very least, he would love to just send like a 1 card 4 or something like that on the back end. But short of that being in his arsenal, Jacques might just be looking at dealing with a really low value turn cycle, no matter how you slice it.
Slicing is exactly what William Perlman wants to do. And it's not all bad for Jacques. At least he's not marked, which means there's not an extra pump conferred by Point of Engagement. And there's also no go again given by Knife Through Butter.
Yeah. So
which means that this whole turn cycle has -2 on it, as opposed to if Jacques was marked.
Not to mention, William had to break a fealty just to not lose all 3. So kind of a step in the wrong direction. But 3 card 8...
Yeah, it is meh, but we are presenting it to a ninja player that has a very lackluster hand on offense
Yeah.
and only 5 life points to work with.
We saw those 2 blocks, and you can see Jacques is painstakingly adding up the value as he tries to figure out exactly which cards to block with and which ones to keep.
William taking a moment to snap his spine back into place as his opponent lines up a very difficult block. Do you tend to prefer to be the player that's in the tank about blocks or the one that's just awaiting the inevitable?
I mean, Williams in the driver's seat. I want to be where he's sitting right now. Tanking on blocks is usually indicative of being in a bad spot.
Very hard decisions.
I think sometimes the reason that people tank isn't because they don't know what to do. It's because they wish that they could do something else, as we see Jacques commit his entire hand because it just doesn't work.
Well, hey, you say 3-card 8 is bad. How about a 4-card 8?
Yeah, and I think he probably did that because all of his cards blocked too, and he couldn't really send any of them for any meaningful damage, so he just has to fold it and hope that William has a bit of a clunker once again.
He did make the diligent choice because now he is definitely looking at a hand that is intensely more usable than what he was working with previously. So if he is able to just squeak by with these 5 more points of life, 6 if you count the Hand of Vengeance, then he might be able to throw something worthwhile.
And looking at the hand of William Perlman, I'm seeing...
Is that a lot of blues, Michael?
A lot of blues.
That's a lot of blues.
Now we see a bit of a
4
tank.
blues.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Michael. It's 4 blues.
Is
and
this
Jacques
second
may have made
cycle?
the most perfect block decision in order
Is
to
he
get back into this game.
Playing a blue... Look at this.
He's playing a blue tip-off, and he has to break a
Oh.
fealty in order to do it.
No.
Oh, yes.
Jacques must be over the moon seeing this. If he knows the set well enough, I think he knows there's no way to react to something like this. So just giving a card?
It's an interesting decision. I really kind of wanted William to use a couple Sworn Vengeances and send a dagger instead, because at least at that point you're threatening
could
some attack
feign
reactions.
Something. Oh my gosh! So he's 3-card 8, 2-card 8, 2-card.
Oh, the turntables have turned and
3?
turned again, Michael, because Jacques is coming out swinging with a Draconic starter and 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal at the ready.
Now I want to be Jacques again. I call Jacques.
We're Jacques no block once
Oh
again, and we're
my
coming in with a Ronin
gosh.
Renegade for 3. Blocking 3 with put into context is William Perlman. The follow-up is Grow Claws, which is 5 go again because we've got a Draconic card on the Chainlink previous.
Yep, and we've got 2 Draconic cards like you mentioned, so soon to get those kunais back is Jacques.
Alas, Grow Claws, while it has fire
Oh, right.
all over it, is just a ninja attack.
You know what? Now that you mention it, I misplayed that exact card. It looks so draconic that I did the math wrong, and I actually ended up with daggers stranded in the graveyard.
I had
last draft.
a really hard time when I first started drafting this set because all of the ninja attacks look draconic when they're not.
So currently, Jacques does not have the resources to buy back the kunai, but if he can just squeak out 1 more 0-cost draconic, he will. We'll see what this is. It is not.
It's a pursuit of the Pits of Despair, and that's pretty good here after William has taken 3, gone down to 2 from the Grow Claws. Another 5 is facing him down, and he's got a 1-3 block and 2-2 blocks to speak of. Unfortunately, his daggers are no longer free, so he's kind of pigeonholed into holding on to that resource card, but he's going to have to give 2 cards here, Michael.
Yeah, he must. He
There's
will
no
die
choice.
otherwise.
Oh, it is looking rough for our Fang player at this point. Could it be the 1 of 3 Syndra that does it in for the first Fang of this pod?
There's the 2 cards committed.
No
damage
damage
taken.
gone through, but that last card for William is going straight to the arsenal. Tempo pass squarely back into
And
Jacques No Block Carlson's hands.
I think he's got 3 cards left in his deck, if I saw that correctly. So he's going to need to close this out soon.
Jacques only has 3 cards?
I thought that's what I saw. Don't commit to that now, but it looks
If it
like
is only
was
3 cards, it
thin.
might be Rut-Row Raggy for Jacques.
Yeah, he's going to need to start leaning into the value of those daggers if that's the case.
He's definitely not at second cycle, though, because we haven't seen all these fire tenants before. And, ooh, that's going to
It's
be a
thin,
good hand
though.
right here.
Yeah.
No, this is going to be okay. We're starting off with Fire Tenant Strike first in the yellow. Needs a card from William. How about another one? How about another one? So now Fire Tenant is conferring +2 to this display loyalty, and it's 2 cards from William Perlman. Jacques, with 3 cards, has bought the entire grip of William Perlman, and Jacques is drawing back up.
Yeah, and he
Oh,
is
it
out
is
of
3
cards.
cards left.
So I don't know how many William has left, but Jacques is going to need to pull cards with these daggers, or he's actually going to be in trouble.
So he buys back the daggers at the end of William Perlman's turn, and here they come. Kunai of Retribution, number 1. 1 go again. At this point, these daggers are going to start demanding cards from William.
Do you swing with both here?
I think you do. You just need to take all of William's cards again because you have a blue left in the deck, so you can always
Okay.
just buy them back for the full price.
Yeah, but you still need the resources to play them. I mean,
It's the grow wings in his
yeah.
pitch zone.
yeah.
So this right here has to be swing everything out, get all of the cards that you can from William, and then you kind of get him into this stun locked position where at least you can be taking cards with the kunai. You hope that whatever you leave him with, those 2 cards at the end of the game, are enough to survive at 5 life.
And if that is only 2 cards left in William Perlman's deck, I feel better, but I am not entirely sure. And
You
I'm
trembling,
worried-
Michael?
I'm just a little bit worried about whether Jacques gets fatigued here.
I'm trembling too. This is tense. William goes down to 1. There's another kunai at the ready here. Ooh, it's Grow Claws. That's a break point, Michael.
And that's going to ask for 2 cards from William.
Oh, it's going to tell for 2 cards,
That's
and
right.
William puts them right in
Demand.
front of Grow Claws. What is he going to do with the go again? It's a Grow Wings. This is 3 go again. Blocking with 1 card is William. He's got 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal. Oh, and that card in arsenal is a 0-cost defense reaction. He's going to be able to pitch to this dagger and play that out. But I think that means that Jacques is going to survive
Yeah,
at least
Jacques-
1 turn.
Jacques can say no blocks. He's got 5 life to work with.
And 1 from his Hand of Vengeance, so an effective 6 life.
There is actually 1 card in the game that could end it all right here. The 1 for 4 would pump this dagger to 6. Of course, if Jacques knows the list well, he would know that that is not.
Alas, you have to be on the second Draconic attack reaction in order to get that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sizzling Steel would only confer +3 here. For if you count it with the Obsidian Fire Vein, but there's nothing stopping from Jacques from just putting that Hand of Vengeance in front of this blade and surviving.
Yeah. And again, I think it really comes down to the number of cards left in William's deck.
Or wait.
Because if Jacques commits any cards to blocking and ends up needing them to close the game out, he could be in trouble. So
I'm sorry, correction. I'm thinking about that wrong because there is another Obsidian Fire Vein in the follow-up.
okay.
But that being said, I'm pretty sure that the one that made it into William's arsenal was the 0-cost.
Yeah. The decision to block here is crucial.
And yeah, you've got to...
And he says no blocks.
Ooh, it's the Sizzling Steel after all. He
And
just
that's the
dies
game?
outright. I can't believe you didn't just put the Hand of Vengeance out there at least.
True.
Then you could have at least blocked the Obsidian Fire Vein that followed.
With a card.
Yeah, I tend to think that in that position, you've got to put a card in front of the first
Uh-huh.
Fire Vein
Uh-huh.
because there is definitely going to be a reaction on top of it. You expect with that many cards left at William's disposal, the second Fire Vein is just going to be a vanilla follow-up. The only way you are punished is if it's Tooth of the Dragon, in which case you can just put another card in front of the
Yeah,
second
I
Fire
think
Vein.
he had 3 cards in hand, didn't even have a full grip.
Possibly
and William
2.
had 3 cards left in deck, so looks like they're talking out the lines, wondering if maybe Jacques had a win condition there. But regardless, William hiding that information and having exactly the card he needed at exactly the moment he needed it.
Massive congratulations to William Perlman. Unfortunately, that means no other heroes besides Fang have ascended to the finals. So it's going to be a Fang-on-Fang brawl to the finish in the battle for that gold cold foil. And of course, 30 AGE points. Michael, that was one heck of a game.
Yeah, congratulations to Jacques getting top 4. Fantastic. Getting that invitation to nationals as well as that rainbow hero.
Not only that, Michael, he has earned himself an unforgettable nickname, Jock No Block Carlson.
Love it.
And he will carry that to his grave. We're already ordering your headstone, Jock, and it will be delivered post-haste. So without further ado, we are going to, unfortunately, have to turf it over to a break because that other game in the top 8 matchup is still grinding it out. There's no time limit on these top 8 matchups. We want to give players as much time as humanly possible, work out the lines, and make sure everything is above board because we want an excellent finals for you. We will be back shortly with an announcement from that other match and our finals from the first ever AGE East and Great Stories RTN in Massachusetts. Don't go anywhere. There's more Michael Murray, more Bryce Platts, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Traditionally, there is only 2 fangs in the saber-toothed tiger, and now there's only 2 left in our top 8 draft pod out of an original 3 who just fell for the first time in the last match, which means there's 2 undefeated fangs in this pod, of which there were 3.
That's right. Fino versus William Perlman.
William Perlman, we just saw on stream last game. Fino Black, we saw at the beginning of this top 8, and also at the tail end of pod 1. We witnessed his first loss of the day, and it seems like he's been on a bit of a tear otherwise. Let's see if William Perlman can put him in the grave.
Yeah, white like a pearl against Fino Black coming up.
We've got an updated top 8 graphic for you here, and this is the end. So only 2 fangs remain. It's going to be a mirror match to round out this day, and I don't believe we've seen a mirror match on stream yet today, have we, Michael?
No.
So
and every table has turned out to be 3-3-2 as well, I think, and that seems to continue to be the theme as players show their ability to read the signs and pick accordingly.
what do you think about our semi-confidence in the Arachne pool, despite the fact that our Arachnes did not perform well at all?
You know, I did kind of have my doubts about.
We were both somewhat skeptical about the dagger synergy.
And unfortunately, it sort of turned out to be true. Just because you're on the open hero doesn't mean that the card pool supports you. And I've sort of been on the receiving end of, I thought there were at least 4 Arachnes when I sat down, and it turned out there were only 3, and I just got a really, really bad pool, and that can happen.
Sometimes the fate is not in the packs, and sometimes you go the way of Joshua, as Joshua did earlier today. Well, folks, let's see who is going to go the way of Joshua in our finals match. We're going to drift on back down to Massachusetts, where our players are ready. Bring up the music. Get ready. Tense your knuckles and grip the table or the chair that you're sitting in, because this is going to be an intense matchup, Michael.
And it is really interesting to me that the players are sort of agreeing to, it looks like, hand their decks over. When we did deck looks on sort of during the AGE West, we were sort of content to just like look at the piece of paper. And I remember looking at it and thinking to myself, I don't know all of these cards. Oh, well, and then moving on. And so these players here taking it a lot more seriously, it seems, with the open deck lists and really studying each other's decks as they sit down and prepare for the final match.
I think the decks are back in the proper hands because, yes, we're seeing a ton of those non-attack actions in Fino's deck. Yeah, and there's that Fire and Brimstone.
Okay, so he's now sideboarding.
So he's,
did
exactly.
he have Williams' deck fanned in front of him, or was that his own?
He had he had Williams' deck fanned in front of him originally.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you are right. It seems that the East Coast does it a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look at each other's lists. They instead just hand the sleeved cards right on over. And honestly, I kind of like that.
Yeah, no, that's nice.
I think it is much easier to commit to memory when you've actually held the cards rather than looked at the list.
Yeah, so they're really kind of taking advantage of these open deck lists and making sure that they really understand what they are up against before they start these matches out. I respect it.
William Perlman, our last victor on stream, is shuffling up his deck, and Fino Black back on the right side of your screen. Both of these players we've seen win on stream on the right side, if I'm not mistaken. No. We saw Fino lose on the right side earlier on.
I think Fino's only... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's only been on the right side. He's lost once and won once.
Okay, seeing if William can win on both sides of the screen today. And no less in the finals. We see our close loser when coming into the finals, drifting in the backside of Williams' player cam. That is, of course, Jacques Noblock Carlson, who leaves today not only with a Nats invite and a Rainbow Foil hero, he also leaves with a brand new nickname and a story to tell.
What more could you want from an AGE East?
We want nothing else. We are all about building characters out of the amazing community members that make up our armories every single day, who deserve their own day in the sunshine.
Absolutely. Fino Black now counting up William Perlman's deck, making sure there's a clean 30 in there as he goes to cut and shuffle, ensuring true random as we start this game out. Fino Black, of course, being the higher seed means that he will choose who goes first. As
The fist bump is extended, and we are underway in this, the finals of the first ever AGE East. By the end of this game, we will have our first champion of an AGE East Open. And of course, the champion of a Road to Nationals. We're going to see if we can get one of these players to crack that gold cold foil at the end of this during their interview. We'll see if we can entice them. Totally up to them whether or not they leave it sealed.
And it looks like Fino probably chose second as William is thumbing his cards and thinking about how to start things out.
A good, clean, draconic attack is the first action in this game. It's for the Emperor. Pitching a blue is William Perlman. 5 power on the combat chain. Unfortunately, Fino is not marked, so this for the Emperor is not going to cheat out a fealty token for William's use.
Bit of a weak start, but understandable as he has another version of that card in his hand, 0 for 4. Could be a little bit clunky going into his second turn. So just wanting to filter a little bit and at the very least sort of exchange 1 card for 2, getting 1 card ahead on deck damage.
Fino very happy to be doing some filtering here as he found himself a red heavy hand. He's also found himself the Fire and Brimstone, which we saw do such explosive things in his last game on stream. It's curious to see if he's going to be able to line up all of those draconic attack reactions this time with that card.
Yeah, it's a really good card, but something that you'd really ideally like to see after you are online. Can be a little bit hard to get off with the intense resource cost up front.
The hand has got to line up for it. And Fino has a chance. Honestly, I don't hate this Fire and Brimstone turn.
Yeah.
Because he's got 2 front pumps. He could just use his blue to pay for both of those daggers, plus the Fire and Brimstone. And even though you're not going 4 lengths wide, that's still a significant amount of damage.
Yeah.
That would be +4/+4 on the front. Obsidian Firevein would get 3, both from the Fire and Brimstone and its own ability. So that is 11 on the first dagger and then 2 on the second. 4 card 13, it's technically above rate.
Looks like we're just seeing a card pitched. Looks like a blue. As there's pause. And here comes the dagger.
Here comes the first Obsidian Firevein of many in this Fang mirror. Everything is on the line here. Even though making it to the finals is a victory in its own right, you've got to fight for the victory. Okay, it's Fire and Brimstone coming out. I think it's the play line I just outlined. So in a bit of a different order, though, Fino is breaking that combat chain. William taking a read of this specialization card for his own hero. One that Arcane Games and Events had the pleasure of spoiling, if I might add. Glad to see it doing work here. Smashing once again is Fino Black with 2 cut deeps and the buff conferred by Fire and Brimstone, making this Obsidian Firevein a big bad 10.
Not a bad opener. Really grabbing the tempo early on and asking William, either give me life or give me cards.
2 cards are blocked with here. Unfortunately, one of them being a 2 block, and down goes William Perlman. First blood drawn all the way down to 15 life.
Really big turn.
It's not bad. Honestly, it's not the 20 damage turn that we saw during Fino's last game, but I think he's very smart for simply deploying this Fire and Brimstone the moment that it makes sense to do so. You can't hold on for the Goldilocks hand because based on the number of draconic attack reactions that we saw in Fino's deck last stream game, It's just not going to happen twice.
Yeah, it won't line up like that. And so he goes ahead and pulls the trigger right away, getting a nice, healthy lead early on as William Perlman is now just sending vanilla 4 damage. Not a bad play. You know, a little
Certainly
bit
not.
of chip back.
Certainly not when you've had to block with 3 other cards. That's exactly what you want to be doing. William has found probably all of the attack action cards in his deck within the first 2 turns of the game. So he's definitely on the back foot, kind of just biding his time, saving some life until he can draw up a much better hand. And he might have found it. We've gotten a firm loyalty in the hand of William Perlman after he's drawn up.
Yeah, if he wants to keep all these cards, though, he is already down to 15, and he'll have to take a little bit more damage as Fino has 3 cards to work with.
1 life drawn from Fino Black's life total. He's at 19 as he pushes an Obsidian Fire Vein out onto the combat chain, the first action of his turn. 2 floating and 2 cards in hand.
I always hate this position. Like, how many cards do you put in front of it? I want to be efficient with my blocks.
Listen, you're at 15 life. This is the time to make the smart blocks. Stick maybe 1 card in front of it, maybe a piece of equipment. Play to what your deck can do best. And William is rewarded here because Pledge Fealty is what's going to confer Go against this Obsidian Fire Vein, which means that if he had sent out those Red Alert boots, he would have lost value. So kudos to William for making the right choice there. Fino is following up with a Hunt the Killer, closing the combat chain, and then sending that second Obsidian Fire Vein for 5. On hit, mark.
Yep, no more cards in hand, so William finally gets some complete information on how to block, but says, I'll take it.
Okay, down to 8 life is William Perlman. Fino has an 11-point lead in the life total department, and also a massive lead on the equipment suite that he brought to this fight.
Yeah, William's going to have to really push the tempo here. He's got 5 cards to work with, so conceivably has the pieces.
And that's a good start. A resource card goes to the pitch. Obsidian Fire Vein pushed out onto the battlefield. Oh, he's going to take it back. Fino gracefully allowing his opponent to take back that attack. So instead of an Obsidian Fire Vein for 1, it's instead going to be cut deep into Obsidian Fire Vein for 5.
Okay. So a little bit more information shown at the beginning here. William holding 3 potential reactions.
Which, yeah, maybe you would rather them be holding more cards because that cut deep represents just so much upfront damage.
Yeah. But this at least sort of telegraphs that maybe William wants to make sure not to close the chain here. So indicating potential fealties on the second swing or other reasons not to hold on to that information rather than just sending it up out front.
A non-zero amount of information gained for Fino Black as he shuffles through those cards. Looks like he's fairly red-locked once again. Might be an off turn for Fino.
Saw at least 1 2-block. I think, was that a scar tissue? No.
I believe it was a take a stab.
Okay.
And then there might have also been a pearl in that hand. I think I may have seen a Pledge Fealty.
Ooh, okay. So Fino facing down the barrel of a massive 5-card hand with a what seems like a horrible blocking hand as he puts only 1 piece of equipment in front.
Oh, wow. And a firm loyalty coming out as the first Draconic attack reaction this chain, which means no fealty token for William.
At least not on this attack.
That does mean that Fino is gaining Red Alert gloves value and dropping only to 13. Life deficit is still in Fino's favor, 8 to 13.
Still 2 cards in hand from William and another dagger coming his way.
It's just 1, but there's a card in hand and a card in arsenal and a resource floating for William Perlman. It's possible that he's got that sizzling steel that we saw close out his game against Syndra. Blade Beckoner plating, devoted to the combat chain from Fino Black. And no, it is a Brothers of Flame, which means that this Obsidian Fire Vein is a big bad 6. 5. Ooh, and then there's even a follow-up to that, Michael. It's a March of Loyalty. 4 power to end this combat chain.
A lot of damage. Fino wants to keep his whole hand is what he's indicated so far. So wondering if he'll go ahead and take this as well. And it looks like he just uses the equipment here so that he can hold on to the rest of his cards. A lot of life gain, but no tempo as William ends his turn without an arsenal.
But hey, that ain't so bad. You bought the majority, actually all of your opponent's equipment suite and still brought them below your own life total.
Mm-hmm.
That's A-okay. Let's see what Fino has on the clapback. Perhaps he is not indeed red luck. No, there was a yellow in the hand, which can be plenty to fuel any of these Fang turns. Both these players are throwing haymakers back and forth. This is going to be a quick finals, folks, as things heat up with the two burning Blade Masters from Volcor. One resource floating, one power on the combat chain. William gingerly places his red alert boots on the combat chain and reaches even further for the Blade Beckoner helm. No, it's just going to be the boots here. Let's see what the follow-up is. 2 attack reactions. One of them is simply a Draconic instant. So we've got Diced pumping up by 1, and then the Pledge Fealty pumping that Obsidian Firevein because of its own text by 1 and conferring Go again. 2 fealties for Fino Black as we continue into the next part of this chain.
Yep. Now he's got 3, so that next dagger is 0 cost. But
Fino
William only
navigating.
took 1.
Fino navigating this turn cycle very well. Life totals are at parity here. 7 on each side of the board. Fino holds 1 resource in reserve, 1 card in hand. William still holds a full grip of 4 cards and no arsenal.
And currently the maximum amount of damage possible would be 6 on this, right? 1 resource floating could give 4 + 2 on the dagger. So William can't die in this position. Certainly wouldn't want to drop down to 1.
It all depends on what he can throw back Fino's way.
Yeah.
He's holding those cards very close to him. It looks like we've got a pitch card, Michael, and possibly 3 reds on the left side. I see a Stabbing Pain, which is a good start. A Searing Gaze. Oh, what's that middle left card, Michael? It's hard to tell, but this hand is definitely gas, and William is going to try to survive this.
One thing I want to point out was Fino's absolute willingness to pocket the reaction on the last chain link during the game we were watching. So I think it's quite likely if William commits a card to see Fino go, great, got the card, arsenal the reaction, go next. So I'm hoping that William can kind of sniff this out. We see that he's put the Blade Beckoner helm in front of it, which I like a lot. Thinking about the card, and I know how scary it can be to go to low life in a position like this, but I really am hoping that William can find the courage not to block here because I expect Fino to skip reactions if he does.
Looks like the blocks are set. It's just the Blade Beckoner helm blocking for 2. And William goes down to 5 because, of course, there was a pump conferred by that Diced,
right?
which was played earlier on the combat chain, which probably made that decision much more difficult.
You're right. I wasn't counting that.
So down to 5 life is William Perlman as he starts off this turn with 4 cards to his opponent's 7 life. Oh, it's a lot of damage in that hand, Michael.
You were just pointing that out to me. And yeah, William's got a real burner of a hand here. So many reactions to work with. As now Fino is put in the tank, really needing to think about how to navigate Obsidian Firevein for 1 with 3 cards.
Trying to take a look at that block value, but Fino holds those cards close to his chest.
Knowing that there were no blocks on the last turn, Fino has to be at least aware that there is going to be some amount of shenanigans about to come forward.
Oh, there's damage, that's for sure.
Yep.
And let's see if we can see what that middle card is. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I can't make the artwork out. Is it a Sisters of Fire?
I think, look, a lot of these draconic reactions effectively are either +2, +3, or +4.
Yes.
I don't know what the number is, but we know almost for certain that this is some form of reaction.
The first one deployed here is the 0 cost of the, what I like to call the Heartburn series of cards. The ones entitled Searing Gaze and Stabbing Pain.
Used on the first chain link will not mark, but of course that damage being pumped up to 4 means Fino goes down to 6.
1 leaks through. William takes a second to breathe as he pushes that second faded Obsidian Firevein out onto the combat chain and asks of Fino, how much are you willing to risk at this juncture? Fino is holding on to a defense reaction. Den of the Spider is in hand. We're not sure what is in the arsenal at this point. Could be another defense reaction.
Yeah, that Den of the Spider is really, really helpful here. Fino, seeing 2 cards in hand, is likely to put at least 1 up front and maybe hold on to the defense reaction for any shenanigans.
Was it the Sizzling Steel, Michael?
Could have been.
I can't quite remember. Honestly, I think if it was the Sizzling Steel, I would have to imagine that William would have popped that Code of Allegiance early on because we know there's a Stabbing Pain in the hand, which costs 1. Sizzling
Sure.
Steel also costs 1. So you would have to imagine that he would be cognizant of that moving into the rest of this turn, and probably not at any point saving anything for Arsenal anymore. It's go time.
It. I agree in a sense, but I also think in this case the tables have turned slightly, and William may be hoping to get a few extra cards out of Fino and then Arsenal. I mean, it's the problem with popping the chest is that you really kind of spell out what your turn is, and that is information that Fino
Blocks for Fino Black. It's just 3. Oh, it's a Blistering Blade in the arsenal, so we're going to be able to deploy everything in the hand. We are threatening lethal here, but it is 3 out of the defense reaction of Den the Spider, and down goes Fino Black to a critical 1.
So
but he's got 2 cards in hand and 1 card in arsenal.
Yeah, he sat there doing math, making sure that he wouldn't die with the defense reaction, and then committed to the no blocks. Really, close game here.
Both players are going to let as much blood as they possibly can out of their own veins before this match is over.
William having 5 life to work with feels nice, but that can quickly dwindle if he messes up his blocks. He really needs to think about what these 3 cards could be. And if Fino has the ability to play all 3 of them up front and William doesn't have a defense reaction, that could be the end of the game. So William needing to be just as respectful as required and no more, or he could find himself on the back foot of tempo and in a lot of trouble.
There is a lot of power in Fino's hand as well. We've got a Diced as well as a Scalding Iron. So this Obsidian Fire Vein is absolutely going to get go again. The question is, what is in that arsenal? And is it enough reach to close this game out? William has got to put a card in front of this.
How many do you put in front on this spot?
Probably 1.
Just 1. With 5 life left, I think that's the right call. It does get scary. 1 card, if that gets pumped to 9.
It never
is
feels
lethal.
good, but he's also got William also has an amazing 1-card play in Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. Luckily, Fino is marked, so that is going to be a 0 for 4 no matter what. The question is, does he have the 3 blocks to survive? Power Stance goes in front of this Obsidian Fire Vein. Blocks are declared. Fino, having to think, but I would have to imagine that both of these reactions are going straight down onto that Obsidian Fire Vein.
Tanking.
Going through all the lines. Making sure that the resources are all accounted for.
This is tense.
But free daggers does make the math a bit easier. It's definitely a Diced and a Scalding Iron in the hand.
What do you think Fino is thinking about here?
It's a good question. So I'm thinking about the possibility of popping a Fealty in order to give him the opportunity to play Scalding Iron on a later chain link and buff it up a little bit more, but then you would have to pitch for your daggers. So I don't think that's a viable option. It's probably all got to do with what is in Fino's arsenal.
It's a long tank. I wonder what the line is.
William has his card on the table. Nothing left to be done. I don't believe we saw a defense reaction in the hand. Fino is perhaps considering that possibility. What if my opponent has the defense reaction? What's the optimal line considering that possibility?
I think Fino needs to pull minimum 3 cards here to have a chance in this game.
And here we go. Both attack reactions from the hand are thrown down onto the combat chain. Diced gives 1. Scalding Iron gives 1. Obsidian Fire Vein gets 1 in its own right. So William has made the correct decision to block with only 1 card here. 1 is threatening to leak over.
Smart blocking by William, showing his game knowledge here, saying I'm not afraid of a naked lava dagger.
Lava dagger. Yeah, Fino's still counting up. Looks like our fingers are still on the card, so it's not a locked-in decision as of yet. However, all the information has been gained on William's side of the board. So Fino is a little bit pigeonholed into this decision at this point. Now, if all he does is swing with another Obsidian Fire Vein or Lava Blade, as my co-caster calls it, it will be 4 power because Diced buffs the second dagger more than the first.
On top of that, Fino now has his fourth fealty, meaning that if there is a reaction, even if it's not draconic, it can turn draconic without consequence. And
2
William
cards.
commits 2.
So the Obsidian Fire Vein for 4 gets a good amount of respect from William Perlman. I think it's a 3 block and a 2 block, so this is covering it up by over 1. What is in that arsenal for Fino? We haven't seen the Affirm Loyalty yet. It could be that very same card that he pocketed in an arsenal for several turns against Jacques.
And if this isn't a 4-power attack in William's hand, I'm a little bit worried.
It is. It is Hunt to the Ends of Wraith.
Okay, excellent.
And
so
Fino
it can,
is marked, so it's definitely going to be coming in for 4, demanding 2 cards. All
and
right.
there it is.
And we're just passing back over to William. He's got a 1-card play, but it's one of the best you can possibly have. Here comes Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. He's also got Code of Allegiance at the ready to send 1 more dagger. That means we are going to be demanding 3 cards out of Fino Black. And 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. I don't know if it's enough to get there when your opponent is at 4.
Yeah, demanding 2 cards, right?
So it's going to be 2 cards on the Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. He then has the option to pop Code of Allegiance and swing Obsidian Fire Vein.
That is huge. And all of a sudden, William's really glad he didn't follow your line earlier and use that chess piece to use the reaction. Wow, that is really important.
It wasn't a 1-cost reaction in his arsenal anyway. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have been really bad if he did then.
Yeah. Then he would have
Wow, this
popped
is
it for nothing. This is a tense moment.
a chess piece for a card. Sign me up.
Despite the fact that it seemed like Fino was on the front foot at the start of this game, leaking 5-6 damage here and there, these players were throwing such huge attacks each other's way and taking it right on the chin.
William navigating this tightrope masterfully, pulling back the tempo here. Just looking at his cards, wishing he could keep them all.
You better believe that Fino is aware of that Code of Allegiance play. William just biding his time.
Yeah. That being said, being on 4 fealties makes 2-card plays quite scary.
And here it is, activating Code of Allegiance and sending a very innocuous Obsidian Fire Vein for 1. Alas, it is a little more than that because Fino is at 1. It's going to buy that last 3rd card out of his hand, which means that we're passing back to Fino Black at 1, William Perlman at 4. Fino's got 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. And it's a free Obsidian Fire Vein coming in for 1.
William has a defense reaction. He does not have to respect this dagger if he doesn't want to.
Ooh, this is tense. He doesn't know what is in Fino's hand or arsenal, and because those Obsidian Fire Veins are free at this point, he's going to have to give some sort of respect. Oh, he's thinking about the outs, head in hands. I do think it's just a blue in Fino's hand.
I think so too.
I think it was an additional blue incision, which is good for him in this case because he can always pop a fealty for it. 1 card devoted to the block. Oh, it's a blue Take a Stab. So that is going to be 2 points of value if he decides to pop a fealty and play it as a Draconic card. William is not marked, so he won't be able to swing that Obsidian Fire Vein an additional time this turn. But it is still damage leaking through. Yep, we are popping a fealty token on the side of Fino Black. Next card will be Draconic as Fino tanks again. We're finally going to see that card in Arsenal, and it was a red Take a Stab, which means that this Obsidian Fire Vein for 1 is going to get +4 and go again. 2 damage right now leaking through onto William Perlman's 4 life.
William probably okay with this. It's not time to commit the defense reaction just yet.
Oh, Michael, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Fino thinking about committing this other reaction and decides not to do it.
He says, no, indeed, this is good enough for me. Will William react? He can at least telegraph the fact that he has a defense reaction and make Fino think twice about the upcoming play.
Looks like they're doing some math here.
So it should be 5 total. Because Take a Stab is Draconic, Obsidian Firevein will get +1 from its own text, making it 2, and then the 3 from Take a Stab. So yes, down to 2 is William Perlman as the second Obsidian Firevein hits the combat chain. He says no blocks.
Fino, give me the reaction if you have it.
He's thinking about popping a fealty here. It is a blue Take a Stab. He doesn't pop the fealty. It's a blue Take a Stab. He says, William, show me the defense reaction if you've got it.
And there it is.
And there it is. He blocks out that Obsidian Firevein perfectly, which means that William is still at a healthy 2 to Fino Black's 1. What can he put together with 2 cards, though? Can he close this out here and now? It's a blue into the pitch zone.
And now Fino's the one with the defense reaction. Such a good time to pull that.
But he has less life to work with, and he cannot disrespect any of these Fireveins. It's a sizzling steal. This Obsidian Firevein is now coming in for 5. Fino does have the defense reaction, and he's going to cover it up. But we're demanding 1 more card.
Yeah.
Fino's got 1 card to spare and 0 cost daggers. Here comes an Obsidian Firevein for 1. No defense reaction in the hand for William Perlman, but he does have ways to go wide on his turn if he can get there.
Is it enough to just put 3 in front of this? I think
3 cards?
no, just a 3 block. 1 3 block in front of this.
I tend to think so. Yeah. Oh,
Wait.
he said no blocks?
Did-
No. Don't say no block. Oh, he's got to put in context. We're okay. Oh. Okay, I'll put it into context. Comes down to the combat chain. But this is a Tooth of the Dragon, so this Obsidian Firevein is now coming in for 4. It's all face up, so there's nothing stopping William from putting 1 card in front of this and descending to 1 and sending what he can back.
What a game.
He's got to hold back a pitch card and that Long Whisker Loyalty. Blocking 3 is William Perlman. Descending to 1. We are at life parity, and no one can take any more hits before this game is over. William's got 2 cards. Here comes Obsidian Firevein.
I bet William wishes he had 3 fealties in this spot.
Yes. But hey, he's really hanging on well.
He is.
Showcasing once again that you don't need 3 fealty to pilot this Fang deck well. Fino, without a defense reaction in this case, and he's got 3 2 blocks and 1 3 block.
Can Long Whisker Loyalty target the other dagger with the damage?
I don't believe so. I think it's a dagger attack.
Okay.
It's leaking through right now. Long Whisker Loyalty giving +2, +1 from the Obsidian Firevein. Currently leaking in by 1.
Fino needs a defense reaction or he's dead.
I don't think he has it. I think it's 3 2 blocks. He extends the fist bump and William Perlman takes it. What a game, Michael. Woo, William Perlman, congratulations on this big victory. Oh, and he breathes a sigh of relief. He's been sitting at 1-1 for 2 turn cycles, and that was one heck of a match.
That was so tense for so long.
We both have been white knuckling underneath this table for so long. William just has to get up and walk away from the table. Whoo! Let me tell you what, Michael. I love Flesh and Blood Limited.
That was incredible.
So fun. Ooh, the Hunted is one heck of a set.
What a finals.
Oh, that was really excellent. That was one heck of a match. Who would have thought that the Warrior Mirror was going to be the most interesting match of the day? And I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that.
Yeah, that was definitely intense.
We thought that Arachne Mirror was fun.
Yeah. There were a lot of good games today. I love this format.
And how about that? William taking it down after Fino was able to get online with 3 fealties so early in the game.
Yeah.
At no point did William reach that point where you shift into 5th gear and all of a sudden all these daggers are free. You're just slinging blades like nobody's business. He did it the old-fashioned way by pitching blues.
It looked like he was in so much trouble at that point in the game, and he managed to value his way to victory and feint his way to victory. And it was a feint at the very end, coming in for 4. Wow.
And therein lies the skill difference here. His blocks were impeccable. At no point did he make the incorrect decision on those blocks.
Yep. He respected only the amount that he needed to, and it showed in the end.
Good on you, William. big congratulations to you. We will have William for an interview in just a moment. We're going to do a super short break, and then we will be back with more The Hunted Limited, more William Perlman, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Welcome back, folks. That was a barn burner of a finals for the first ever AGE East Open. And on the right side of your screen is our victor. It's William Perlman, who put on an excellent show for us. Man, William, you and the entirety of the East Coast crew have been throwing incredible matches up on stream all day long. How you feeling?
I'm feeling tired, but pretty good. You know, I'm feeling the burn of what, 9 hours, 10 hours of play.
And not only that, you after 8 hours of it, you walk up to Pheno Black. Did you know at that point you were going to be facing down probably the most intense match of the day?
I could have guessed. Yeah, I've definitely played Pheno a lot. Like being in the East Coast and going to all the ProQuest, all the RTN stuff like that. Like you tend to know people, get around, face the same people a lot.
So
I knew I really had to really lock in for this last one.
So let's talk real quick about the draft. I saw you do something that I think is an excellent exercise for everybody that wants to learn draft at home. The second the pod closed and everybody had their last picks, you started pointing around the table and you said, you're Aracne, you're Syndra, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How formative has that been for your draft strategy, that exercise?
I'm for this draft format, at least, this like learning where everyone is and understanding the positions feels like what's giving me the best chance at like a 3-0 winning deck. Like I 3-0'd my first pod. I fumbled a bit in the second pod. I drafted rather okay. I think I drafted a solid deck, but I fumbled the gameplay for an unfortunate like 1-2 in the next pod with easily a 2-1 like deck. But in the last one, I was feeling real good, figuring out my spot, like understanding where I land. I was also able to pass down like a brimstone to my left in my first pick. Created the second warrior in Pheno, which I thought was just the person across from me. Turns out there was 3 fangs, which is why I couldn't quite pick out whether it was Quinn or Pierre on the fang.
So,
But
William, I think if I remember right, in your player profile, you said you typically tend to force in draft. I think I'm remembering that right, but it sounds like you were leaning much more towards like an open receive signals kind of strategy here. Is that correct?
I've definitely learned from my mistakes a bit of forcing. Generally, I'm a big like majestic kind of guy. But this time, the majestic came in the third pack. Got that that long whisker loyalty in the third pack. Feeling real good and being rewarded for knowing my spot as warrior. Not that there was any skill to cracking the majestic.
But hey, we take it when it comes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
it was very very exciting draft and a very exciting gameplay. All my matches in the top 8. Fortunately, I only got the one. Oh, no, I got the 2 streams. I got with Jacques.
That's right.
To No Block Jacques.
No Block Jacques. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, he only started playing like like half a year ago at this point.
Talk about yourself.
Yeah, no.
He told me he's been killing it. I'm so excited that we got to witness his first top 8 at one of these events.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, he's
so let's drift real quick to the match itself, because there is a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I think the most obvious thing is that Pheno had 3 fealty that faded, shift into 5th gear, second stage of the Fang match, and you were fighting to get, I think, 1 or 2 online, maybe the entire match. You were doing the honest thing and paying your taxes with those blues every time you swung a dagger. Did you feel at any point that he just had a board state lead that was unrecoverable?
It definitely was difficult facing down the fealties, but I knew the style of the deck that I had built. If you had noticed, I had a lot of the like 0 for 4 and 1 for 5 attacks. My plan was to pick up as many of the draconic reactions as possible, use any of the 1 to 2 fealties I might generate throughout the game to make more draconic reactions rather than keep them around, and try and go 3 wide on 3 really mid-sized to tall attacks. So I kind of knew the goal of my deck already, but definitely seeing him get up to the 3 fealties, and while being able to fulfill my deck's goal of ripping at least 3 cards each turn, the one card 0 cost weapons, real scary.
Dude, but so there's like a 2-pronged skill difference moments in that game that I thought really stood out to me. Number 1 was the moment where you identified you could rip 3 cards out of Pheno's hand with just using essentially 1 card from hand, because you had that Code of Allegiance and you were able to come in with an Obsidian Fire Vein for 1, threatening that last point of damage. That was such a huge play at that point and definitely secured your victory. Also, the blocking decisions. At no point did you ever guess wrong or overcommit. And I think that is the big difference between taking down a Fang handily and getting handled by him.
Yeah, no, definitely knowing definitely with the open deck list format, like realizing that Pheno had a lot of fake outs. He was running 2 pledges and a tooth. Like understanding that there was a lot of room, as well as understanding his 3 pumps. Like I think his Take a Stab was his only non-draconic 3-pump red that he could obviously turn to be 4. It was a lot of work and effort trying to play around that. I kind of had to read the Take the Stab was there. And then he decided to save it in Arsenal for like a better turn to get another go again, with how much he was being pressured and the fact that he had 3 fealties up, 3 daggers. So.
Well, William, you got there, and you got there through fire and brimstone. No pun intended. Why don't you show the stream what you've won, my friend?
So I have won myself one of the 8 random Aracne mats. This one's Funnel Web. Shouts out to Funnel Web wielding the giant claymore. You can't really see it on the art, but I love this guy.
Yeah, that's looking pretty sick.
Lovely gold foil here, the new season.
Can I perhaps convince you to open it on stream?
Oh, my dear friend, that was the plan already.
Oh, you're preaching to the choir. Let's see it, brother.
I'm a gambler at heart. What can I say?
I don't blame you. Oh, the
is.
cellophane is coming off, folks. What's it going to be? Backside first. Oh, it's right there, brother. Crack that tape. He's pulling it out.
I'm going to show it backwards.
We got to show it backwards. Prolong the inevitable. William knows what it is, but what is it? Oh, it's an arcane lantern. How fitting.
Let's go.
Oh, baby. It's an arcane lantern gold cold foil at this, the first AGE East Open of the year. Woo! How you feeling, brother? That was a pretty good pull.
Yeah, no, this is a really great road for me. I was at an RTN yesterday. Was coming off kind of like a tough loss, feeling kind of bad like coming in today overall from it. But I'm really glad that I was able to like clutch it out.
Oh, so proud of you, William, and very privileged to have witnessed it and casted it here today. We wish you the best of luck moving to nationals. Are we going to see you in Vegas or what?
Yes. Yeah. I go to like every event. I'm going to be in London. I'm going to be in Vegas. I got my invites to both of those. And I'm ready.
Fantastic. Well, we can't wait to see you there, and massive congratulations to you. How did you enjoy the event today? What was it like being at Great Stories on this Sunday, the 9th?
Oh, it was great. With all the storm scares and everything, it was very fortunate that it ended up not being actually bad. This place is great. I like coming here a lot. They always host like big, crazy events because they got the space for it, and it's really cool that we have the AGE Opens and everything on the East Coast now. Just more tournaments. I said it in my thing. I'm just excited to play more Flesh and Blood.
Well, we are very proud to have hosted it and privileged to see such great players convene on a beautiful Sunday in Massachusetts. Thank you once again, William, for the magnificent games and for the incredible story that you've put on here for the audience today. We are going to let you go and enjoy your winnings and hopefully a well-deserved bite to eat and a safe travels home, please.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. This is a wonderful event.
Well, thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. Thank you for your eyeballs. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for the good spirits as we enjoy a good old-fashioned play the game and feel at home here in Massachusetts and also in Los Angeles. Have a great evening. And that's it for us here at AGE East. Until next time.